Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk? Hello, is that working? Can you hear me? Yes. Is that better?
We're working.
1 second?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me when.
Are you good? Will you turn it up? It sounds like that's...
It's on now. Okay, are we ready? All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning for the Reno City Council, Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. I know we have some people still waiting outside to get in, so we were just trying to give a minute to get them in the door. I have a very special guest with me this morning, future Mayor Geneva Jesse. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to have you start us out for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
So go ahead and take it away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. All right, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, for roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning. We're calling roll for Reno City Council on Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Martinez. Here. Ebert, absent at this time. Taylor. Here. Reese. Here. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. We're actually going to go into public comment. My first public comment is going to be introducing all of you to the wonderful Geneva Jesse. You already have a talent for public service. I was so impressed. And so I said, you have to come and be my mayor for the day, because I know you will be a future mayor, maybe future president, right? We need a future president, right?
Yeah.
But you have sort of an incredible story. This man reached out to me, wonderful man. His name is John Herrera, and he built a bridge in your neighborhood for a very special neighbor that passed away. So to honor this neighbor, they built this beautiful little bridge. And I got a call from John Herrera and other people, and I think, did you maybe start like a change.org? You started a change.org petition. So people started reaching out to me, and they said, oh my goodness, we heard that the bridge is going to be taken down for structural issues.
Yeah.
So I started to research the bridge and found out that it was actually in the county. But this was very special to your heart because this is one of your favorite places that your little brother likes to play. Dylan, good morning, Dylan. Hi, future mayor, how are you? I hear you're joined by mom, which is Kristen, right? Kristen Solberg. You're also joined by, obviously, Dylan and Dylan Davis. And Grandpa, Gary Solberg. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. And you also have someone special next to you. I think that's your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to have boyfriends at your age? Of course you are. Because matter of fact, she's getting ready to graduate from Reno High School. When, on Friday?
On Friday. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited for you. That's so
you.
special. So in all of this hoopla, and it was getting really... it was getting like close to the time that they were coming out to dismantle the bridge. I had called a good friend of mine, County Commissioner Alexis Hill, and she jumped in for the rescue. So I invited you to come today. Come on up, because I know Geneva wanted to thank you for all your efforts. And I remember we spoke on the phone a couple times, and she said, Hillary, they're here to come save the bridge. And I thought she said dismantle the bridge. So I got super nervous. I said, hold on, I'm coming down right now. Remember, I was coming down to your neighborhood. We're going to stop them right in their tracks. And then I got this wonderful call from Alexis, and she said, no, that's not the case. I got it handled. So I just want to say thank you so much. But I also want to really recognize how one person can have such a profound effect on a neighborhood and a community. So Alexis, just speak a little bit about your experience, because I was super, super grateful.
Absolutely. I'm so pleased to be here, Madam Mayor. Thank you for having me. And Geneva, congratulations. I think the thing that we have learned being in government is something you know intrinsically is that it all comes from empathy and serving people who can't speak for themselves, and you helping your brother to ensure he could access that park and create a safe way for him to go across the drainage ditch is amazing. And so our staff, we wanted to step up and make sure that we supported you and your family and everyone who accesses that park. So I'm so touched by your work, your family. They deserve big credit for the work that they've done to instill that public service in you. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity and for recognizing Geneva. She's amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Dylan, your sister must love you a lot, right? She loves you a lot. All right, well, Madam Mayor for the day, we'd love for you to say a few words, because I know that your family's right here, and we want to get some pictures, so go ahead.
Okay.
It's all you.
Well, I'm just so thankful to Hillary and Alexis for helping me make the just the park a more accessible place to everyone, to my grandma who lives across the street, to my brother, to every neighbor, every dog, everyone that comes there. Yeah. And so everyone's just been so supportive, and it's really helped me recognize how important local government is and how if you want to change something, you really can make a difference and be impactful. So thank you again.
Well, we look forward to your run for city council, for mayor, senate, and president. What do you think?
I'm up
Hashtag
to
mayor
maybe.
make me do it. Yeah.
Right?
All right, well, thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
again.
All right, we're going to head into public comment. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to send it over to Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, thank you so much. I do want to take time a little bit to recognize a special group of folks, the Youth City Council, who are here with us today, and there's a few of them that have signed up to give public comment, and I just wanted to say I'm very honored and proud to be working alongside them in the work they have done already. The Youth City Council wasn't active since 2018, and because of COVID, it was on pause, and luckily we had a great group of individuals, and with the help of the Parks and Rec Director Nathan Ulia, we got a good group of folks that are here, not just today representing the whole Youth City Council, but making progress on updating their bylaws and their charter and making sure they're getting involved. Some of you all as liaisons to some of our other boards and commissions have seen maybe some requests for them to come in and have representatives on your boards and commissions. So I know they're super engaged and motivated and looking forward to them giving their public comment. I know they wanted to take a picture with us. I don't know if that's okay with you, Madam Mayor, for them to come up and take a picture before their public comment.
Are we still in school?
No, I think they're done.
Are you out of
Yeah,
school?
they're done.
Oh, all right.
They're on break now.
Oh, you're on
Yes.
break.
Yeah.
Well, then stay through public comment, and then we can do it after. You want to do
Okay,
that?
sounds good. Yeah, I don't know how their
Since
schedules are, but
they're future city council. Raise
Perfect.
your hand.
they're all
Hi,
wearing
you
the
guys.
green shirts.
Thanks so much for
Yes.
being here. Fantastic. Okay.
Thank you.
So Max Springsteen, Evelyn Campos, and Daisy Miller, if you guys can approach for your presentation. If you all want to approach, you're more than welcome to.
Good morning, Council. My name is Max Greenstein, M-A-X-G-R-I-N-S-T-E-I-N for the record. I am a recent graduate of the Davidson Academy, and I also currently serve as the Vice Chair of the Reno Youth City Council. Today, I am joined by Youth City Council members Evelyn Campos and Daisy Miller, who will be speaking after me. And we also have members Alex Stroop, Ira Hartz, and Addison Guinan, who are here. And additionally, Egan Ram, Nathan Gonzalez, and Maya Zankowski serve on the council, though they're not present today. Together, we'd like to provide an update on the Youth City Council's meetings and activities since our appointment in October of last year. During our monthly meetings, facilitated by the City of Reno's Mr. Nathan Oliotte, Ms. Karina Lindsay, and Ms. Leslie Smith, we discuss issues facing Reno youth, and we've established, as well as we work towards, communal goals. We've also heard from guests from Senator Rosen's office and nonprofit organizations like the Children's Cabinet of Nevada. Across these meetings, we've also worked towards developing mission and vision statements for both our cohort and for future cohorts of the Reno Youth City Council, and I'd like to briefly share those with you today. The mission statement that we voted on and agreed to is to provide a platform to address youth issues by facilitating hands-on resources and activities that inspire, empower, unify, and connect. And then the vision statement that we've adopted together is to help progress towards a Reno of tomorrow where youth are recognized and contribute to the community. Now with that, it's my pleasure to turn the presentation over to Youth City Council Member Evelyn Campos, who will continue the presentation with some of our goals and objectives that we've outlined for the year.
All right,
Thank you.
great job.
Good morning, Council. This is Evelyn Campos for the record. I just want to say that it is a pleasure to be here to everyone today, and I just would like to introduce myself. So again, my name is Evelyn Campos. I am Treasurer of the Youth City Council right now, and besides that, I am also a senior at Damani Ranch High School, which I will also be serving as Student Body Vice President. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, so one of our goals as Youth City Council is mental health. And we want to improve mental health among youth and teens because looking back at our vision statement, we want to give recognition to teenagers and just youth all around the city. And with that, we also want to improve mental health resources and activities. So one of our objectives is to partner with organizations such as Hope Means Nevada and a mental health project, and the Children's Cabinet, the government, and other Northern Nevada resources to connect youth and teens to services through events and activities. And some of these activities are going to be like workshops or like maybe concerts, perhaps. We have a lot of things that we've been brainstorming, a lot of events that we would like to do just to promote just unity throughout the whole community. And we feel like this is a good opportunity to get teenagers to just band together and recognize each other as peers. All right, and then our second objective is to advocate to local government agencies and nonprofits to provide improved access and support to area schools, including updating antiquated programs. We really want to focus on just providing access to resources around town, just because a lot of kids are struggling with mental health nowadays. And I feel like even though it is being talked about, there isn't much action being done towards that. So we definitely want to focus on that as Youth City Council. And for the third objective, we want to sponsor activities for personal expression through the arts at local facilities and venues. So for example, I'm currently working on putting together some sort of open mic event with the Holland, which is a venue for like art and music. It's located in Midtown, and a lot of teenagers go to that venue just to meet people and also to like express themselves through music and other creative mediums. So I definitely want to take that opportunity to just promote mental health through that event. And then our fourth objective is to provide personal hygiene supplies and haircuts for back to school through Red Equity and Eddie House. So if you are not familiar with Red Equity, it's basically a program that promotes female hygienic health, and a lot of teenagers my age and just people that identify as females or have female parts, they aren't able to have access to these supplies due to financial issues or other conflicts. So through that, we want to provide equal access to that so that everyone has a chance to receive those products. And if you're not familiar with the Eddie House, they are an organization that helps homeless youth. And through that, we want to just give haircuts because when back to school season comes around, a lot of kids, they want to look their best and feel their best. So with that, giving haircuts would be a great way to just improve overall youth mental health. And now I am passing the presentation to Daisy Miller. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Daisy Miller for the record. A little bit about me, I go to Coral Academy of Science. I'm going into my junior year, and I am the secretary on the Reno Youth City Council. So for our second goal is to have youth more involved in the government by engaging with our local state and national government. Our first objective is to appoint a Reno Youth City Council liaison to community-focused City of Reno boards and commissions. As of right now, we have already selected members interested in attending and participating in the Recreation and Parks Commission and the Reno Access Advisory Committee. We are actively working on this with the purpose to provide the youth perspective to recommendations that affect our community. Our second objective is to plan and facilitate a Reno Government Day event for local students to meet and interact with local, state, and national representatives. As of right now, one of our members have been actively reaching out to various people within our local government to prepare this. Lastly, we have appointed 2 of our council members to participate in the Reno Citizens Institute. In order to have a full understanding of our city's government and resources and to report back to the Reno Youth City Council to gain insight on the valuable information that the Reno Citizens Institute will provide about our local government. Also, being here today is part of our goal as we have been able to communicate and relay what we have been doing here as the Reno Youth City Council. And I would just like to say on behalf of the Reno Youth City Council, thank you for supporting us. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do all these amazing goals and have these objectives to make this change for our youth in our area. Thank you.
That's it?
Yeah.
Great job. Oh my goodness. I am so impressed that you are taking on mental health because it has such a huge stigma to it. So I really want to commend you guys. Impressive. I love everything that you guys are going to be bringing forward. Government Day sounds wonderful. The other resource that we have is something called Hopeful Cities. We were the first city to launch it across the country, and it's got a lot of free workbooks and things that can sort of resonate, especially with your age group. So it's something to really sort of use as a tool and a resource. You guys are our future leaders. I'm so impressed. Fantastic. Great job, Councilman Martinez.
I won't take any of the credit. They're great.
I do want to, because I know Madam Clerk said we have quite a bit of public comment, and I know that some of you have places that you have to be. So let's get a picture. But before we do that, let's do that with your family so that they have a picture and they can remember. And then you can send it to Mr. Herrera, who built the original bridge, because I know he called me and he had tears. So
He recently passed the other day, like a couple weeks ago. He just
What?
passed, so, had a heart attack. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But,
Oh, so that is this much more special. I
yeah,
did
so
not
it's
know
even more
that.
special. So it'll be in the honor of him as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the man that built this bridge for this wonderful neighbor just recently passed away. We had several phone calls, and he was just so grateful to you and your family and so enthusiastic, and especially to Dylan, because he knew how important the bridge was to Dylan. I'm so, so sorry for your loss. Okay, well, then we need to do a plaque there or a
We
tree
do.
or something in John's honor, okay? All right. Wow. Why don't you come on up, Mom and Grandpa and Dylan and boyfriend? Come on up. Let's take a quick picture so that we have it. Someone loves you that much. No one's building a bridge for me. Thanks for coming. All right. All right, here we go.
If you guys will stay there, we'll have the Youth City Council come up right now, too.
You're the clerk. You run this. All right. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Fine.
All right, Madam Mayor, now we can transition into opening public comments, so I will go ahead and read my disclosure. Madam Mayor, our first item today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINKS://Reno.gov/COUNCIL06-12. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action on any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers in accordance with council rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Ilya Arbitman, followed by, Jake Maynard, followed by Rosie Zuckerman.
And our 3 comments are part of one, and we're gonna use this thingy. There we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. Please enter this and the following comments into the public feedback portion of the annual action plan, the AAP, that you're required to submit along with the report today. We will be speaking on item C1, the annual action plan that the city submits to HUD for approval in order to receive certain crucial entitlement grants specifically earmarked for community development, affordable housing, and the prevention of homelessness. The goals for these HUD subsidized projects are, among other things, to support organizations that provide supportive services to low-income homeless and special needs residents and assist persons who are homeless or at risk of homelessness to obtain housing. Although there are many things we could speak to, we will be focusing on, surprise, the Community Assistance Center, also known as the CAC at Record Street Shelter, and its bizarre, troubling, and still quite uncertain status, specifically as it pertains to the city's ostensible goals as outlined in the AAP. Here is a passage from today's proposed AAP. So look at the top passage here about publicly owned land and property. Notice the highlighted section. Here's an eerily similar passage from the consolidated 5-year plan that the city submitted to HUD in 2020, which is the guiding document today's AAP works from. Notice this at the end. The city also owns the Community Assistance Center, the CAC, the homeless shelter in the region. That's from 4 years ago. The CAC is not just missing in this one passage from today's report, it is completely erased as if it already has been demolished, almost as if it has never existed. But we all know that these buildings still stand and can very much be reactivated. If we only stopped playing jurisdictional hot potato, stopped passing the buck from the city to the county to the state to the feds and back again, like we did with this wonderful bridge, for example, that was a great example of collaboration between the city and the county, and actually committed ourselves by getting creative and working across agencies to the so-called priority needs emphasized in this report. Here's the priority needs at the top there in yellow. Here's Here are a few more passages from 2020's five-year plan. The City of Reno will commit the maximum amount of allowable CDBG public service funds towards the operations of the CAC to help meet the needs of families and individuals experiencing homelessness. Here's a thing about the anti-poverty plan. Quote, the City of Reno does not have a standalone anti-poverty policy or strategy. The city's actions to address poverty are evident in the creation and support of the CAC and priorities to fund housing developments and other things. Unsurprisingly, the CAC is a central feature of 2020's plan. Here, for contrast, is a passage we have now become all too familiar with, now immortalized in the recently released RFP for the Community Assistance Center, and I have it quoted here. The city no longer has a public need for the facilities, and the city could dispose of these properties. How can the city claim it, quote, no longer has a public need for the facility that was basically its only poverty reduction program for nearly 20 years, and at the same time say, now this is from today's AAP, affordable housing, improvements to public facilities and infrastructure, and vital public services for LMI households and special needs persons remain one of the most prolific needs facing the City of Reno as documented by the Consolidated Plan. Do we have a need or don't we? Why are we here spelling this out yet again? In partnership with the county and other local agencies, the CAC could absolutely be reactivated to serve many of the urgent needs it was built for, from transitional housing to mental health services to youth programs and more. The City of Reno will use CDBG to fund CAC, a one-stop resource center and efficient provider of resources to residents in need. That's from 2020's report.
Jake Maynard, followed by Rosie Zuckerman.
Jake Maynard. Also, please enter these following comments into the public feedback portion of the AAP that you are required to submit along with the report. Because of its direct relevance to item C1, we would like to discuss the RFP that the city put out this month for potential sale, lease, or other transfer of the CAC. We are hoping that this is a step towards a brighter future when we will see the CAC in use again, serving those who most need it, but there are many causes of concern at this stage. This quote here, especially the part, the reestablishment of blight does not occur. This kind of language is disrespectful and downright offensive. The CIC was built to serve those most in need and to centralize those services so as to make them more efficient and effective. Its proximity to the bus depot, which is a huge asset we should not overlook, and to other downtown resources was intentional. The RFP is supposed to be open for any bidders, yet referring to blight, in this case poor people, effectively disqualifies service providers or other agencies that might actually want to reactivate the CAC for some of its original intended purposes. We're also curious at what public meeting were the following goals, also taken from the RFP, determined for the CAC. The city is in communication with HUD regarding the housing and homelessness crisis. Why are those needs and goals suddenly irrelevant to the CAC, which was until very recently the city's primary resource for its most vulnerable residents? It bears repeating, this is not just any old building. It is a very specific complex designed and built for very specific uses. Both appraisals included with the RFP cite an astronomical figure to repair the damage done to the building by the city's years of neglect. When the manager's office released the memo in September 2023, the estimate for repair was $2.75 million. Now it's up to $10,100,000. We need an explanation for this dramatic increase in cost. Otherwise, we have to assume that the new inflated figure is intended to discourage demolition of the buildings. Most of the RFP corroborates this intention. The appraisals and supporting documents are clearly geared towards developers who will just tear the CAC down and build more unaffordable luxury apartments. We obviously need more facilities and service providers working to provide transitional and supportive housing. These goals need to be foregrounded, not ignored, during any discussion around the CAC and especially during the ongoing RFP process. CARES has not solved homelessness in our region. We need more.
Good job.
Rosie Zuckerman, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Kelly Hyatt.
Rosie Zuckerman, for the record, please enter this and following comments into public feedback portion of the AAP that you are required to submit along with the report. To conclude our discussion pertaining to item C.1, we want to put into the plan that we are sending along to HUD information included in the RFP that many people currently present, including some members of the council we assume have not previously seen. In all of this talk of the CAC's deplorable condition, a picture forms in our head of some sort of disgusting, dilapidated building molding into oblivion. The photos included in the manager's memo certainly corroborate this narrative. But what does it actually look like in there? So here are some pictures. This is the outside of the building. Pantry, day room, single-user restroom, women's dorm, group restroom, day room, office area, nurses station, 24-hour men's room, drop-in sleeping room, single-user bathroom, elevators, reception desk, day room, laundry room, nurses station, offices, reception area, storage space, server room, maintenance office. Laundry room, multi-use room, sleeping rooms, built-in storage, sleeping rooms, single-use bathroom. So, it may need some work, but there's no denying that this is an incredible facility. Not only that, it is highly specialized for a very specific need that remains urgent today as it ever was, helping people get back on their feet. So here's a picture of some happy public servants unveiling the new resource center at CARES. The caption reads, 2023 will close with more services available to those experiencing homelessness than ever before under one roof. We know that's not true. We are simply not efficiently and effectively using the assets at our disposal. Other than removing blight from downtown and forcing the unsightly poor to live next door to where we put our trash, which is the dump, we can no longer find logical or plausible explanation for continuing to neglect, ignore, and encourage actual destruction of the CAC. If we claim to be using our resources and entitlements properly, CDBG funding, for example, we cannot ignore the potential and relevance of the reactivated CAC. Please, let's not squander this vital resource. The city will likely never construct a facility like the CAC again. Let's work together to reactivate it and make Reno an actual model for creative, out-of-the-box progressive change.
Terry Brooks, followed by Kelly Hyatt.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'm sharing my presentation on culture and politics when it comes to discrimination. Article 6 of the Constitution of the United States says no religious test shall be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Some states had banned people of certain religions from holding office. They only wanted people of their own culture to have the right to hold office. The majority religion has the majority of money, as well as the majority of votes. And some politicians say they favor other religions too, some to do so just to get even more votes. Our country has gone through some rough times in fighting against discrimination, but doing so through those times has made us a stronger nation. Our people have become more open-minded in electing people to office who may better represent all people and all cultures while serving in that office. The best way to have a government without discrimination is to make sure that its elections don't use discrimination. Those politicians who know they won't get people of certain cultures' votes try to do what they can to prevent the people of that culture to cast votes. All citizens have a right to vote. Of that, there is no doubt, because that is what our democracy is all about. It has taken a long time for us to get diverse cultures elected to office. And when we do so, we increase diversity in every office. When people of different cultures are elected and then spend time together, they learn how to work together in order to service together. A culture is formed by a lot of people who have lived and worked together. A good government is formed by a lot of cultures who live and work together. If there is a wall between us, we need to tear down that wall so that we are indivisible with liberty and justice for all. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back because I still got more to say.
Love it. Okay, where are we at?
Oh, this is chapter 33, and just so you know, I've only got 13 more chapters to go.
Fantastic. Thank you, Terry. Great job.
Kelly Hyatt, followed by Carolyn Strelo-Smith, followed by Jason Mayeroff.
Hi, I'm Kelly Hyatt. I'm back again. I'm going to try to be fast because my dog's having surgery soon. First, I want to thank all of you for what you've already done for the project for contingency funds for the wild horse fencing. I'm back again to ask you for that again. I live in Toll Road, and this fence is going to stop horses, civ, from coming through here all the way down, getting into all the roads as far down as R.C. Willie, and even the highway. There's been a horse on the highway. His name's Freeway now. He was taken off. This also is going to prevent this. 43 dead horses. 43 dead horses, at least 22 I can name. Not all of them died immediately. It's a public safety issue for more than just horses getting killed on the road by cars or dying. They don't always die. Sometimes the sheriff has to shoot them, sometimes on a busy road, which they absolutely don't want to do, but sometimes that's what happens. That's a public safety issue, if you ask me. All these kids, people are standing around, people are crying. It's terrible. Also, there's at least 38 people, families, individuals, firemen, everyone else that's been involved in this, because everyone comes out to look at this when it happens. And this fence is going to prevent that. The only thing that prevents horses, wild or large or wildlife or anything from getting into a town or a city or city limits is a fence. The Virginia range is mostly fenced all the way around, from Sparks to Fernley to Silver Springs to Carson City, but this is open. And all the horses that are up there could come down here if they start looking for water, food, or girlfriends, because that's what they do. This fence will stop this. And this horse is in a swimming pool, by the way. She fell into a swimming pool at someone's house. Horses get onto parks, they get onto walkways. This town is set up to have walkways, waterways, flood zones that go out into the range on the edge. That needs to be fenced off. This is some things that we do. We walk them off the highway. That's what we do. We can't keep them behind a fence that's not there. It needs to look like this. Please, please give the contingency funds to finish this fence. One thing I want to say also, last time I was here, there was a couple of questions. Miss Taylor, why isn't the NGA going to do this? They are going to build a fence, just not this one. This is the one that needs to be done first to protect the public, the citizens, and tourists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I got to go.
Carolyn Strelo-Smith, followed by Jason Mayeroff, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here not requesting anything and not complaining about anything. I'm a member of the Truckee Meadows Quilt Guild, and we were allowed to have the art display in the lobby this month, and we wanted to thank you for the opportunity. Wanted to tell you just a thumbnail about who we are, and someday I might come back and ask you for something, but not now. We are a group of approximately 150 members. We draw members from as far away as Truckee. We have people from Sparks and Reno and out past Red Rock, and it's a very all-encompassing group. The age range is probably more white hair than brown hair, but that's who has the time to do it. We wanted to let you know that, that we have some upcoming events. We will be participating in Art Town with a display of about 120 quilts in the downtown library. We will be doing a display at the Sparks Library later in the year. We have this display here, and then our big event is we have an annual quilt show. This year we combined with the traveling show, so we're at the GSR Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with about 160 quilts on display, and an opportunity to buy raffle tickets. I didn't bring you any today, because one of the things we do, it's called Opportunity Quilt, and we, someone donates a quilt, we sell raffle tickets all year, wherever we're invited, and that money is donated to a local group. Last year and this year, we are donating to Our Place, and we raise approximately $3,000 each year for our charity. Prior to that, we've donated to Eddie House, we've donated to Children's Cabinet, we've donated to, that's when I joined, so we try to find a worthwhile charity that meets our goals, and kind of put our mission statement up there because those are our goals. I won't read it to you because you can read, and I have a booklet to give you all at the end. We also donate quilts, as I mentioned, and last year we donated 608 quilts to different groups in the community. Mostly lap size, a few full size, because sometimes a group wants to raffle one off, so we make a big one for them. We also donate quilts to, prior it was St. Mary's, now it's Northern Nevada for the pediatric unit and the preemies and the moms that have to be hospitalized prior to giving birth. We also donate to hospice, and we do what are called fidget quilts for the seniors in Alzheimer care facilities. And they're little quilts for their lap that have like buttons and zippers and things for them to do with their hands. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I invite you to come to the quilt show. And thanks to Councilman Egbert for encouraging us to come.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and you know, it's always really important to hear about community initiatives like this. Now more than ever, we are seeing an epidemic of loneliness and isolation. And so when other people, especially, we have a lot of new residents here in the city of Reno, to get the word out. So I encourage anyone doing community initiatives like this to please come forward and tell us what you're doing. And also, what an incredible art form that you
have
do.
the,
It's so hard.
You have
I
some
wish I
of the
could. I'm
very
too
best
hyperactive.
artists in our group.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And several of those are hand done, by the way.
They're
not on machines.
unbelievable. And all of you know, if you've ever spent time in a hospital, there's nothing like a really, really good quilt on top of you. And so thank you for keeping so many people warm.
Well, thank you for allowing
and
us
just
to be here.
compassionate. I love it. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, comment. I just wanted to say I was at the event last Thursday, the reception for the quilt show, and it was just great. We had a great turnout. And Carolyn's daughter introduced us. I don't want to put her on the spot, but she was just really proud of her mom and the work that they do. So just wanted to say thanks to her too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Suzanne.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to put her on the
Suzanne,
spot.
that's your mom.
Yeah, it was really
Hi,
really
Suzanne's
sweet.
mom. We love Suzanne. You would be very proud of your daughter if you saw the work that she does every single day.
I'm proud of her all the time.
Well, we are too. Thank you so much.
Jason Mayeroff, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Nicole Hayes.
Hi, I'm Jason Maroff, and I live in Golden Valley, just outside the city limits. For the third year in a row now, I've come to speak with you about bike lanes on North Virginia. And as we all know, last month on May 16th, there was a gentleman named Kenneth Kinsley, and he was killed in Ward 4 at the corner of Panther and North Virginia. This is a place I bicycle a lot. And these days, I only bicycle there on the weekend when I know there's not going to be much traffic. Yeah. As we all know, Reno, we have a beautiful area. It's great for bicycling, great for running, but we need to have safe bicycling infrastructure. You've been great about getting us bike lanes around downtown. However, there's a lot of folks, for example, Kenneth Kinsley was killed on May 16th. When I saw the news reports, it looked like he was not a rich man. His twisted, mangled bicycle was not a titanium carbon fiber bike like some of us have. However, these people need a voice, and we need safe bicycling infrastructure. One of the many issues that has been pointed out to me by the bicycling community is that we have these great companies who have warehouses off North Virginia. And from what I understand, if they even show up 2 minutes late, they're fired automatically without any human interaction. You know, it's great to have these companies here, like Chewy's, like Amazon. However, if they're late to work, they're going like a bat out of hell to get to work. And, you know, just the other day, I was running on North Virginia, and a woman turned right in front of me, missed me by 2 feet when I was running on North Virginia. So if someone's late for work, they're going to go drive like crazy to get to work. And so maybe this is what happened to Mr. Kinsley, who is not here to speak because he was killed bicycling. You know, even though he may have had a cheap bicycle, he's part of my community, the Northern Nevada endurance sports community. So maybe if we had started this when I first started advocating for bicycle lanes, this problem could have been solved and he would be alive. Mayor Hillary, you've been a fantastic mayor, but I wish that you could leave a legacy of bicycle lanes on North Virginia.
Yeah, you're very,
Thank
very
you.
kind. Jason, such a good comment, because I did not think of that at all about the employers out there.
Yeah.
And the stringent rules. And so people are speeding and driving, you know, erratically to do that. You bring up such a good point and something that we need to address. So I'm thinking in my head certain ways. The other thing that I want to tell you, I will have you get with Garth at RTC, because that's all being redone and being addressed to have bike lanes. So we're excited about that. Unfortunately, infrastructure takes a long time, but we do have the funding for it. I would love for you to sit with Garth, because it's so important to have bicyclists, especially enthusiasts, sit down with them.
Right.
Because you see things they don't see. So I am excited that RTC is going to address it. I know that Councilwoman Ebert is excited about it. It's been her big pet peeve too.
Yeah.
Councilman Reese, who sits on RTC, Alexis Hill, all of them are avid writers, but you write it every single day. But I'm so glad to finally see that project coming to fruition, because it's going to be a game changer.
Yeah, another thing I'd like to point out, I realize I'm out of time. However, the only way to get from Red Rock, Stead, Lemon Valley, Golden Valley, Panther Valley into Reno is via North Virginia. And so this is a very special road for non-motorized citizens such as myself.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Jason, thank you so
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
I'm going to have staff get with you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I just wanted to say they are, as the mayor stated, we are going to be putting in a separated bike path, so hopefully safety will improve, but also thank you so much for coming out and just kind of sharing what I've been saying as a council member, that we do need more safety on that road. We do need it to be widened to help with the safety. And we are the only ward that only has essentially at this time 3 lanes connecting the entire North Valleys to the rest of Reno. We don't have City of Reno roads connecting, so I'm very aware of that. It is something that I bring up frequently, and it's something that I bring up whenever we're discussing development of warehouses anywhere out there, that I'm concerned about the big rigs interacting even with just regular commuters and school buses out there. So just know that this is something that is huge for me as well, and something that I always talk about whenever we have development up there. And when you come in and make these comments and other people come in and make those comments, it helps me up here when we discuss how we want to plan and develop out there. So thank you so much for coming in today.
Matter of fact, on Friday, we had a White House representative here from Pete Buttigieg's office, and you know he's an avid cyclist. So we were touring him that whole area because they're such bike enthusiasts. So, you know, we've actually been doing really well with getting a lot of the funding on the federal side, and that's one of those projects. So, it's a big deal. And they came out specifically just to see it. So that was kind of an exciting opportunity to really show them, all the work that we're getting ready to put in. So
Thank you very much.
Jason. Thank you.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Nicole Hayes, followed by Allison Hinkle.
Good morning, Jerry.
Mary Cheevy. Yeah. How about that's when I had teeth. Reno City Council, good morning. Nice to see you all. Carl Hall, City Attorney. And we have Nathan over here, the Parks Department. They need more money. In case I'm a little bit unruly, I have an escort from the Reno Police Department. Chief of Police Nance, who looked over the top of her glasses at me. Anyway, I have pictured here my dear friend, Lieutenant Colonel Bud Anderson. Bud was the oldest living AAA fighter pilot from World War II. He recently died on D-Day, 105 years old. I'm giving a copy of this tape to his son and daughter, Kitty and Jim, who are friends of mine. Bud has been a friend of mine for a long time. An inspiration. He flew a P-51 ahead of the bombardiers into Germany and cleared the way for us to bomb Hitler's installations, oil and gas, and practically brought a halt to World War II. If you see a veteran from any war, Vietnam, say 3 words, "Welcome home, son." They never heard that. And you'll see an old person, tears welled up in their eyes from Vietnam, let alone any war. Bud would say, we're better off at the negotiating table rather than going to war, because what do we lose in war? Our youth, the young people. That's not acceptable. But we're the only nation in the world that's willing to stick our neck out for other nations. So I'm proud to be an American. So think of those veterans that come back. You'll see them wearing their combat clothes and what have you. Just walk up to them and say, thank you for your service. They were willing to put their life on the line for me and you too. My therapist told me not to look directly into your eyes because all my words they turn into tortilla chips. It's really a pleasure to be a part of family, and a family is about the community and those who we hire, public servants. And when we work good together, we get a lot done. Excuse my former manner, which has been a little bit unruly, but I promised the chief of police, Nance, over there, that I'd behave myself. Or else she said she'd escort me out of the building. God bless you. God bless America.
All right, thank you so much.
Nicole Hayes, followed by Allison Hinkle, followed by Pablo Nava Duran.
Where do we go?
Good morning. Hello, my name is Nicole Hayes, and I would like to submit a comment on agenda item D2. Reno has seen rapid growth over the past several years, and while growth can be very positive, development must be done responsibly for the safety and security of its residents. It's quite clear that developers did not take into account the Virginia range horses or its wildlife when building on areas that these animals once occupied. Grass-lined streets and yards are all too tempting and an easy meal, especially when there are no barriers. A responsibly designed urban wildlife interface is critical for protecting not only the animals on the range, but the people who live there as well. Fencing is the simple answer. We can clearly see that in other areas of the range where it has been installed, it works. We sincerely appreciate all the City of Reno has done so far to address this issue, but a complete fence is truly critical moving forward. All future accidents are preventable if we take the time and resources to build a fence. Thank you so much.
Allison Hinkle, followed by Pablo Navaduran.
Good morning, council members. So my name is Allison Hinkle, and I'm the Virginia Range Coordinator for American Wild Horse Conservation, and I'm also a resident of Ward 4. Today, my comment is in regards to item D2 on the agenda, and I'll be echoing what Nicole just said. So in my time in Reno, this city has grown rapidly without consideration for the Virginia range horses or other wildlife. With tens of thousands of homes being built in the area without any fencing, it is a public safety hazard. This is unacceptable and dangerous for both the residents and the iconic wild horses that shared this land with us. As we have seen in other areas where it's been installed, fencing is the answer. Public safety has to be our priority, and fencing is the solution to prevent future accidents. Thank you to the City of Reno for setting the standard in dealing with urban wildland interfaces for not only the rest of the Virginia range, but the state as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pablo Navaduran, followed by Josh Theorot, followed by Lori Smith.
Hi, Pablo. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. So, sleepless night last night. So I want to congratulate Miguel Martinez for advancing for general election. And then congratulate for Kathleen Taylor for advancing for general election. And I want to congratulate Devin Reese for advancing general election. And then I'm sorry for Wyoming Dewar for not selected for the state senator, but you could become the next city mayor. 2020. I will see you 2026. Here we go. Two concerns. One, I live in Ward 3, so I'm a Ward 3 member, resident. So, number one, on the Wilkinson Park, you see the street over there. There are a lot of issues on the road that being grass, the grass being grown into roads, and the water, the water, you know, like the water you throw in, but the water doesn't flow in. It's a create like the one massive hole, one circle, so it can prevent it from situations. So I think that this one should be taken action immediately. Or if not, maybe 1 or 2 months or 6 to 12 months. And then the third one is talk about the horses. So horses are very issued, you know. People have work, want to see their friends, you know. They want to be missed by work, you know. When I drive around the Money Ranch area, I had to stop for the horse, you know, call in for be late for work, so because I had to try to protect the horse. So on fencing, it's a solution. So I know we're growing. I'm Ward 6, so probably we get to expand it to, you know, Galena area to Reno. So in the future, well, good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Josh Throw, followed by Lori Smith, followed by Lisa O'Sullivan.
Josh Terriot for the record. Morning, Madam Mayor, council members, City of Reno Development Team if they're here, and Chief Nance. So as some of you are aware, I'm an owner and operator of properties here in Reno, throughout Reno with a heavy interest in 4th Street. So I spend a lot of time on the streets of Reno. Regardless of what is reported in the Wall Street Journal, the state of 4th Street, both east and west, and the city in general continues to get worse, unfortunately. As some of you know, I've been investing and attempting to improve 4th Street for well over a decade now. I continue to be optimistic, but after the last few weeks, I think seriously about stalling my efforts until we begin to see progress in reducing crime and harassment. Reflecting on this year thus far, just this year, we've dealt multiple times with cut fences, broken windows, graffiti, vandalism, trash fires, defecation, theft, dumping, trespassing, and I guess I should add general blight. If I include the last part of 2023, I can add trespass and assault with a deadly weapon, breaking and entering resulting in grand theft, shootings, and overdoses. The assault with a deadly weapon, shooting, and overdose were all new experiences for my team. None of these events were initiated by my customers, but they were impacted. Reflecting more recently on the last 2 weeks, a building we were renovating and restoring for a local business that has been on West 4th Street for approximately 45 years, had all of the newly installed windows smashed out, new mechanical equipment vandalized, and the company sign graffitied. Additionally, last Friday at a different location on East 4th Street, sorry, I lost my spot here. Additionally, last Friday on a different location on East 4th Street, we had someone drive through a fence, steal a trailer, and destroy the gates when exiting, causing thousands of dollars of damage to the fence and the grand theft loss of the trailer. Thousands of dollars that come out of my redevelopment budget that are going into restoring parts of Reno, not the insurance company's budget. Focusing outside of 4th Street, the shooting at the university in 2023 unfortunately happened at one of my properties as well. Did not involve any of my customers, but my customers were exposed to the trauma and danger caused by young, ignorant gangbangers. A few weeks prior to the shooting last year, a customer of mine in Midtown, I'm moving my way around the city here, dealt with multiple break-ins and theft. Fortunately, RPD has apprehended the bad guys from both crime scenes, so kudos to them and their hustle. The issues span the city, and the volume is increasing. A few weeks ago, I got in an altercation with a man sleeping at the door of my office, which is near the Nevada Museum of Art. I asked him politely to grab his items, such as his phone, which he was charging with one of my exterior outlets, and move on. His response was nothing short of disrespectful and shameless. The entitlement of these criminals and vagrants to help themselves to the livelihood of Reno's businesses and residents is growing stronger and is despicable to say the least. Beyond my frustration, I'm going to jump to the end here. Beyond my frustration for how the situation is growing worse, my concern is for my customers, my staff, and the residents of Reno. I encourage all of you and those with whom you work to continue increasing the focus, the resources, and overall efforts to return the city to a safe and enjoyable place to live and conduct business. We are quickly joining the ranks of our neighbors, San Francisco, Oakland, Seattle, and Portland. Thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Josh. And there was a email request that went out for a meeting with the county because we're talking about a substation jointly together because we are very concerned, much like you are. I don't know if you were on that email. I will make sure that Jackie includes you. And it was important. Kathleen Taylor and I got together and said we've got to do it together with Sparks and the county. But again, I don't think he was on that email. Councilwoman Taylor, I don't remember, but I'm going to have Jackie make sure you're included on that.
Okay.
With Eric Scolari.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we actually have a meeting Friday.
Okay.
For the 4th Street Coalition. So,
Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
That's on my phone.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Lori Smith, followed by Lisa O'Sullivan, followed by Siobhan Beard.
Good morning. My name is Lori Smith, and I live in South Reno. And I'm speaking on item D2 regarding the contingency funds for the fencing project. I think that passing and providing this money will definitely help protect people and the horses. I was a person who experienced seeing a horse hit by a car. The horse hobbled off, had to be killed, shot 4 times. I heard each bullet coming out of the gun. It was horrifying. It was late at night. The next morning, the horse body was still there for several hours. Every time I looked, I could see it. First, then they finally took the horse away. First came all the other horses to visit the site that the horse where he had died. After they left, the coyotes came, and then the ravens. It was a horrible experience it seems like it was yesterday that this happened to me, and it was a year and a half ago. Thank goodness this driver was not hurt. I think that with this project, I will feel safe driving down Veterans and not have to worry about hitting a horse. And I would like to have everybody in favor of this, please stand, that we need this funding to get the fencing done. Thank you. It's a very important project, and I hope you sincerely fund this project.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Lisa O'Sullivan, followed by Siobhan Beard, followed by Jody Perkins.
Good morning. My name is Lisa O'Sullivan, and I live in South Reno. One of the reasons I bought a home here is in 2018 is because of the wild horses. They are that special, and we are very lucky and blessed to live amongst them. I am here today for agenda item D2 to ask you to please use some of those funds to fence the south part of the South Reno fencing project. We already have half a fence thanks to Councilmember Dorr. I want to thank you and thank all of you for all your hard work. But we know that half a fence will not work. We have a chance right here and now. We need to do the right thing, which should have been done years ago, and finish this range fence. Reno is growing in leaps and bounds. More and more people move in, and they don't even realize what danger they are in driving in that area, especially at night. Horses' coats do not reflect light. I remember when I first volunteered and started to learn about the horses getting onto the dangerous roadways, and they were getting hit and killed. I said to myself, how in the world do these people hit a horse? Well, let me tell you, they are hard to see at night. I joined the moving team and remember driving around looking for some horses that we got a call to move. And I only saw them when one turned around and my headlights caught his eyes. I was in shock that I hadn't even seen the group of 4 horses that were just a few feet in front of me. I said, wow, I now understand how this happens. As a volunteer, I'm going to tell you that late last summer into fall and winter was what I would describe as hell. I lived a good part of my life in the Damani, Curdy Ranch, Toll, Geiger areas moving horses. It was absolutely crazy, and it cannot be repeated. 5 or 6 months, no family time, dirty hair, dirty clothes, exhausted, upset that our beautiful horses were getting hit and killed. And I can't forget the 2 and 3 a.m. calls that we had to pop up, go to Veteran, Steamboat, Rio Wrangler to move horses. Please care enough about me and the thousands of people that live in the area that need to drive on those dangerous roads, because it is inevitable. A person or persons will die. Will it be a friend? Will it be your friend? Will it be a neighbor? Or could it be my son? It could be anybody. In the grand scheme of things, $550,000 is not a lot when you know it will save lives. Thank you for your time.
Siobhan Beard, followed by Jody Perkins, followed by Steve Page.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Beard, a resident of South Reno. I live right on Veterans Parkway and Geiger, and I love living here. Last year was around the time we moved, and I remember looking outside my balcony and seeing a horse right there. I like all these people, a lot of people here and a lot of people on Zoom, a lot of people out there. I support D2 to use contingency funds for the South Reno fencing to keep wild horses and people safe. That's the important thing that I needed to say. Please, please, please get that contingency fund. Do what you need to do. I plead with you. Like Lisa just said, it is a matter of time. Someone will be killed. Somebody will be killed, and it's not just the horses. Thank you so much for all your work. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Jody Perkins, followed by Steve Page, followed by Henry and Mandy Hodach.
Hello, and thank you to Naomi and the rest of you for all that you're doing for these horses. I am here for D2, the contingency funds. I have lived in Reno for 36 years. I have seen a lot of growth from Carson City to Verdi. The wild horses have been in Reno for a long time as well, and their numbers are growing every single year. The human population in Reno, Sparks, Carson area has more than doubled from 1992 to 2023. That means more people, more building, more cars on our roads and highways. The problem with living so close to the horses, accidents will happen. Public safety is an issue here. Adding the lights to our busy streets and lowering the speed limit have not helped much. We lost 6 horses in 6 weeks, October and November of last year. The horses are still dying. Private property is also an issue. A lot of people don't like them in their yards. They don't want to put up fencing for that. And the car accidents keep happening. Most likely the horse will die, the car will be totaled, and hopefully no humans will die from these collisions. Fencing is the only answer. It has worked in many other areas in the past, saving both human lives and horses' lives. We need the contingency funds to complete the second phase of the fencing in South Reno and beyond. I know this can work and we can all live together, sharing this beautiful place we all call home. Thank you.
Steve Page, followed by Henry and Mandy Hodach, followed by Candace Perry via Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Steve Page. I'm just here to reiterate the need for the fencing to go in. Reno's been rapidly growing, and there's not been a lot of consideration for any of the horses or the wildlife. And now we have these major thoroughfares, thousands of homes, and sprinkler systems. I mean, it's green grass. I mean, what horse wouldn't go there? I don't know how you keep them off the street other than just a basic fence. I mean, I don't see any other solution. We have people spending a lot of their time moving these horses, trying to put them to safety, but where do you put them? There's no fence. I can move it off across the street, but it's going to come back. I mean, there's green grass. You have sprinkler systems. You have beautiful areas and no fence. So thank you for considering the fence. Thank you.
Henry and Mandy Hodach, followed by Candace Perry via Zoom, followed by Elizabeth Sotomayor.
Hello.
Hi, you must be Henry.
This is
How old
Henry.
are you?
11, turning 12.
Oh,
July.
oh, you're turning 12 in July?
Yeah.
July what?
14th. Yes, that's correct.
July 14th. Are you a Leo?
Yes.
Yeah, see? I know my signs. How old are you?
Henry?
Yeah.
12.
You're 12,
Turning
okay.
12 this Almost
And
12.
What school do you go to?
St. Teresa.
Okay, good. All right, future mayor.
This one.
You've got to be our youngest public commenter today.
I'm Henry's mom, Mandy. Henry wrote something. He was just feeling a little bit anxious about sharing it, so I will
Love
show
it.
it to you.
Okay.
On March 7th of 2023, Henry and his 4th grade class went to the state capitol. He was one of the fourth grade classes from Doral Academy that went to ask for protection of the horses. Was not passed. And we live in South Reno, we're in Ward 2. We see the horses all the time. I call a lot. We do our best to kind of stay away from them, but admire them from afar. But what Henry is asking is that he had asked for protecting the wild horses. I'm here today to ask, again, to protect the wild horses and build a fence. My hope is to build a fence and not get any horses hit.
Oh, good job. Impressive.
Anything else you'd like to add? No. I think primarily from my standpoint, as his mother, I would just like to be able to travel around South Reno and feel safe with my kids in my car. At night, especially. Sometimes in the morning, they're right outside the entrance of our community. They're easy to miss. So please. Anything? Okay.
You're
Madam
good.
Mayor?
You're a good mom.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go right ahead.
So Henry, who did you wrote that, I just saw that, but who did you send that to? Somebody at the state?
I put it on his.
Can you just talk in the mic?
I don't know. You went with your teacher.
Yeah, I went with Mrs. Cates from Doral. We went to the state senate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We went to the state senate and we were hoping to pass a bill that the wild Mustang could be our state horse since we don't have a state horse.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that.
And what happened?
It didn't pass.
It didn't?
Why not?
I don't know why it didn't pass.
Sometimes things happen there that are not easy to understand.
Mm-hmm. See? I already see your campaign commercial in a few years.
All right. Add? You have a few minutes. You have a minute.
I don't have anything else to add.
Nothing?
Okay.
Anyway, you should be proud.
Thank you.
Thank
Good,
you.
Great job. I'm
Thank you.
impressed.
Question, Madam Mayor?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
How many of you are aware that the city also has an item today to annex about 80 acres up the hill today and make that land from rural to suburban to bring, maybe upward of 75 more lots and maybe make the fence even ineffective? So we talk about
Councilwoman
happened a long time ago. No, I'm just clarifying.
When we get on that item, then we can get into
Okay.
it. But you kind of,
I can ask questions too if other members can, and I'm clarifying that I'm hearing they're here about a finance issue, but we also have a land use issue in this area, and I wanted to clarify what their comments were.
I know, but
Thank
I
you.
don't even know if that's accurate until we get there. So just city attorney, when we get to that item, that's when the appropriate time is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, because I don't know if that's accurate. Okay, go ahead.
Candace Perry via Zoom, followed by Elizabeth Sotomayor, followed by Damian Cole via Zoom.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Please state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Good morning. Candace Perry, and I'm here for agenda item D2. I would like to just say that I have been on scene for at least 80% of the horse versus vehicle accidents in the South Reno area over the past few years. The scene in itself is and can be very traumatic. It's something you don't ever forget. I often think, when will be the time I arrive on scene and it will be more than just a dead horse, it will be a dead person. Yeah. I've talked to many of the drivers of the vehicles involved in some of these accidents, and they all say they have heard of people hitting horses, but never thought that it could happen to them. Thinking hindsight on this matter, we would never think right now we could hit a horse, but it could very well happen. With the constant building, it has forced horses out of the area they once called home for many years and into the roadways we all drive. With even more building happening, it very soon will result in even more horses in the roadway, which will then lead to more accidents, and someone will be killed. That someone could be you or your loved one. I think about the comment made on the last hearing that the funding needed, it seemed like a lot of money for just a fence. In my opinion, it's not just a fence. It's a life-saving fence for both horse and human. Think for a moment the person you love dearly, someone you couldn't bear to lose or see get hurt. What is their value to you? What price tag would you put on them in order to keep them safe from something preventable? Life is immeasurably valuable. No price is too high when it comes to safety. Fencing is what's needed. Fencing is the solution. Fencing has proven to work. The time is now. Let's not let a human death be the deciding factor. It's the City of Reno's responsibility to assist in keeping us as a community safe, and we greatly appreciate all the efforts that have been put into this, but the time is now. This is a public safety issue. With what I have seen year over year in South Reno with horses and roadways, it will happen. Someone will pay that price. That someone could be you. Please, let's work together as a community and approve this project. Thank you.
Elizabeth Sotomayor, followed by Damian Cole via Zoom.
Sorry, can't see with them. Good morning, council members and Madam Mayor. My name is Elizabeth Sotomayor and a resident of South Reno. I am here today to request use of contingency funds to complete the second phase of the South Reno fencing project to be addressed today in D2. I want to say thank you for the funding that has already been approved, but it is crucial to the safety of our community and the wild horses that the entire section be fully funded and completed. The safety of our community is in jeopardy, and it is not a question of if, but when someone will die. The horses are seen at parks where kids and adults are present and often get too close trying to feed them and pet them. These are wild horses that, although peaceful and calm, will bite and kick when they feel threatened. Last year, a toddler trying to pet a horse at the park was kicked. The child was fine, but you can only imagine how this could have resulted in a complete tragedy, In addition, people throw things at them and even chase them down with their cars. Some of these bands have 10+ horses. Imagine them running into busy roads like Geiger Grade, Toll Road, or Veterans Parkway, right into traffic. Horse vehicle collisions are the most devastating. The horse usually dies or has to be euthanized, and you don't want to know the details. In addition, the car is absolutely destroyed. As you know, South Reno is exploding with construction projects, and the widening of Steamboat Parkway is currently underway to accommodate the additional traffic. Then add wild horses that are crossing the streets at all hours of the day or night. Now is the time to approve this funding so plans can be put in place to complete this fence to keep the horses in the hills and away from our streets and growing traffic once and for all. Naomi Dewar understands because she has been representing this ward and has seen the pictures of the horses agonizing and the destroyed cars and the abundance of complaints and safety concerns from her constituents. We know what you have done for our community. We are all very, very thankful. But I respectfully ask that the rest of you take the necessary action by not just voting to approve the funding for the fence, but voting to keep us safe. Thank you.
Our final public commenter is Damian Cole via Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Yes, hi, this is Damian Cole. I'm sorry for any background noise you might hear. I am currently at work making cars. I would like to mirror the comments of the previous gentleman about the need for bike facilities on North Virginia Street. It was a tragic loss that we had in the community of yet another cyclist killed in that area where there is both no sidewalk and no bike facilities. I would like to remind the city council of what Public Works plan was 50 years ago in 1976 with the passing of the 20-year plan. Everything north of McCarran Loop on Virginia Street was meant to have separated bike facilities. I would recommend for a shared use pathway exactly like the type that is on Veterans Parkway and Sparks Boulevard. Do not put cycle lanes there because the speed and mass difference combined on a single roadway is too great and imposes too much risk to anyone who is not in a car. So I took a look at the Washoe County Assessor's map, and I determined that there is plenty of room on both the east and west side of that road heading northbound and southbound. Take your pick. And if you were to place off-road shared use path, just like at Veterans Parkway, we can provide both cycling and pedestrian facilities in one go, just using asphalt. Don't even need to touch the road. I'm glad that the feds are getting into the action from Pete Buttigieg's office, and I congratulate you for showing them this area. It was on the plan 50 years ago. So let's do this. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, we did receive 4 comments, which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, June 11th. These comments were voicemail and/or written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 1 letter in opposition and 3 letters of concern.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry I had to step out for a second, but I just was wondering, it sounds like the public comment's over?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering, given who's here, if we could go to item D2, which is that what has already been said?
So we are actually going to, because we're going to stay on the agenda and go to the DRP presentation and then horse.
And then the D2, okay.
Hold on one second. So,
Madam Mayor, at this time, we're on item A4, and I believe ACM Bryant has some announcements.
going to head to, just to clarify for the agenda, to make sure that everyone in the room knows when their item is going to be heard. And the only reason is, also know people from the DRP have flights to catch.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So to confirm, we will go out of order with item D3, May 2024 Downtown Monthly Update, followed by item D2, Contingency Funds Allocation and Budget Augmentation.
All right, perfect.
Madam Mayor, with those changes, I'll move to approve.
Excuse me, can we have comment on that and questions?
I have a motion.
Second.
Madam Mayor, may I be recognized?
Hold on. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second discussion.
Yeah, we usually take discussion under our rules before motions come on. So is C2 and C3 and C4 going to be heard after the contingency funds?
Yes.
Okay, well, the way I prepared is I'm going to have a hard time voting to outlay for this fencing project with an understanding that our staff and the Planning Commission are recommending that we continue development up above this mountainside, because I think the implications are that the fencing is for naught if the council decides to continue to suburbanize up that hill in horseland. So that's going to be a problem for me. I just want people to know that I may be voting, if they continue to do it this way, I may be voting against the contingency, because I think it's going to be counterproductive to what staff is recommending to us to do on the C items. So thank you.
All right, well, that's very unfortunate.
I wish we could do it the other way. I wish we could do it the other way, the way the agenda was ordered, and then I would have the information I was hoping for. But I was just asking for that as a courtesy, but that's okay. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries.
And Madam Mayor, since I don't know who will be here when and when we're taking a lunch break and all the stuff, I just want to say to those that came to comment today on the horses, that I'm very grateful that you took the time out of your day to come here and talk to us and speak from the heart, because I have been advocating for this issue for 10 years. And I think it's time, and I think there is support on the council to take the action regardless of any future developments or no. There's effort needed now to deal with the current problems. And so you spoke very eloquently and from the heart, and it meant a lot. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk, hold on one second. At this time, I'd like to get approval of the minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion.
A second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. All right. Madam Clerk.
ACM Bryant, did we want to at least pull items off the consent so majority of the ones that are passed can be done?
Yes, please.
Okay, please, thank you. So we're moving into consent agenda, and for the record, Madam Mayor, I do have a public commenter on this item.
All right, perfect. Then I'm going to send it right back to you for
Okay, Lily
public comment.
Helzer.
Lily, nice to see you.
Wonderful to see you this morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm here to provide comment on item B2, B28, actually more of an impact report. Thank you. For the record, I'm Lily Helzer, Cancer Prevention Program Manager with the Nevada Cancer Coalition. I just want to thank the council for the generous support of the Biggest Little Skin Cancer Screening event on May 7th at Greater Nevada Field. We were a little worried that nobody was going to show up to that event.
Yes.
There was a line a half an hour before the doors even opened. Hundreds of people attended. The team of dermatologists, medical students.
Lily,
Yes.
will you do me a favor and just pull that mic down a little closer to you?
It's because I'm short.
Me too. I
know.
so get you. Go
Usually
ahead.
stand on my tippy toes.
There
Pardon.
you go. Perfect.
Hundreds of people attended. The team of dermatologists, medical students, Nevada Cancer Coalition staff, ACES staff, and many others screened nearly 200 people. A third of those were referred or scheduled for follow-up because they had lesions that needed further evaluation. Of those, 11 were identified as likely skin cancers. At least one of those has already been identified and treated for stage 1A melanoma.
Wow.
I want to share a little more on that. Dr. Hovanek, the lead dermatologist who spearheaded this event, saw a patient who had lost their job, lost their insurance, was a little worried about a spot on their arm, saw the event on the news, thought, I'll go down, I'll see what I can do. She saw that spot on his arm. He told her, I would have never made an appointment. I don't have the time, and doctors scare me.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the spot on the arm, it was the spot she found on his back that he couldn't see that really worried her. So she recommended that he talk to our patient navigators. The next week, he showed up in Dr. Hovanek's office. It was biopsied. It was identified as stage 1A melanoma. Because the skin is so incredibly close to the blood, melanoma moves fast.
Yeah.
About a week later, he was completely treated. His was found so early that it was treated right there in office that quickly. Dr. Hovanek confirmed that had this person not come to the screening, it would have continued to grow and metastasize before they even knew that they needed treatment.
Mm-hmm.
This is just one life likely saved so far. We're still watching the stories roll in. So thank you so much for your support of this event.
Lily, thank you so much to the Nevada Cancer Coalition. You guys are absolutely tremendous, the work that you are doing. I cannot thank Dr. Hovanek enough for just coming to all of us and saying we need to do this, and because it's something that we forget, especially here in northern Nevada. We're subjected to this climate that is so harsh on our skin. I mean, it was unbelievable to see that many people lining up, and it really makes you think how many people, you know, feel like they get busy and they just don't have time or they don't think about it, and doctors scare them. And that was a great environment because it was done at the ballpark. Want to thank ACES Ballpark. And now this is turning into a national initiative across the country with mayors. So I'm super excited, and I just want to thank you guys enough because that event truly saved lives. But it really, people forget about their skin, and it's our largest organ, correct?
It is the largest organ, and wonderful to have doctors in our community that champion events like this as well.
A free service, making it accessible, having sort of this, you know, fun event where people come together. She just did a phenomenal job. I'm so grateful for physicians like this in our community. We have a lot of wonderful healthcare workers, but this was a testament to what you guys do. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment and have not received any correspondence, so we're just looking for disclosures and items that need to be pulled.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask any council members, do you have any disclosures? Seeing that there are, oh, go ahead. Councilman Martinez, go ahead with your disclosure.
Thanks so much. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, this is on item B20, and Madam Clerk, I am on the board of directors for the United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra, which is making a $49,150 grant to the city. I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I have been advised that as a board member, I have a commitment and a private capacity to the interests of United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra. Because the city is receiving the grant, a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by my commitment to the United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra. Accordingly, I will be participating and voting on this item today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, moving right along. I'm going to ask for council members to pull items off of consent. I'm going to start to the left of me. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to pull items B12, B26, 27, and 35.
Did you say 27? 27 and 35.
Yeah, 26, 27, and 35.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yep, I'd like to pull B13 and B27.
B13?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
No, Madam Mayor.
All right. I am going to be pulling B11. Actually, no, that can be heard in B12. So I won't be pulling that. I'm going to pull B1. And B20. And quickly B21. Okay. All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Done for me, thank you.
Councilwoman Martinez.
B7, please.
Perfect. Councilwoman Breckus.
I am going to pull B17, 18, and 19.
All right. Everything else, may I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will head back to those items in a minute after we hear both of our D items. Okay, or C.
D.
You got it, D3.
Oh, yeah, because we're moving, I see, we're moving over here. All right, that being said, Madam Clerk, we are going to head into, wait, hold on a second.
Item D3.
My agenda looks a little different. Okay, item D3, do you have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered. Additionally, we did not receive any correspondence on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Heading into presentation. Hi, Brian. Hello. Mr. McCardle for the record. Thanks so much for being here. I guess you're going to kick us off,
Yes,
correct?
Mr. McCardle for the record.
All right, thank you.
Revitalization Manager for the City of Reno, thank you. So we are here to give a now monthly update on the status of downtown for multiple departments and efforts happening in downtown. So we have a few agencies and departments here to give monthly updates. Any other questions before we get into it?
No, but I'm excited.
All right.
For the monthly up.
All right, we will kick things off then. Let's go right to May Police.
Now it's good morning, Council.
Good
Captain
morning.
Jerry Hallert from the Reno Police Department for the record. So as we're going down some of the metrics that we looked at for the month of May, you'll notice the first one's going to be our posted occupied vehicles. So we did post 63 posted vehicles in the downtown core, and that's just not within the bid. That expands out of that boundary. Of those 63, we towed 10. So as far as occupied vehicles, what we concern, that's anything from a passenger car to a recreational vehicle that we believe is occupied by a person. So it takes a little bit more time to get those posted and towed, but pretty decent stats for the month of May. And the thing you'll see is the downtown walking, and that's our total contact. So that's after Chief Nance's deeds presentation in April. That was something that we put into play, and we started now with 2 officers walking downtown between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. So of that, in the month of May, we had 878 total contacts, which is really pretty impressive for 2 officers per day, Monday through Friday. So, and those contacts are with our visitors to the city, our business owners, really just getting back to kind of community policing principles and strategies. And in total, that 878 contacts actually equates to 343 hours for the officers on the street. So a pretty impressive stat as well. Downtown planned operations, we had 24 operations in the month of May. Those do overlap a little bit with us working with Clean and Safe and the Downtown Reno Partnership. Those operations can be anything from enforcement-based operations to resource allocations and resourcing with different partners. And then our help tickets, so that is our liaison program that's run through our CAO division, the Community Action and Outreach. So that's how we get transportation to some of our unsheltered population so that they can go and live with a family member or someone they know that's a friend that's willing to assist them in getting back on their feet. So we had 5 of those help tickets that were issued in the month of May. Looking at our police initiatives for May, obviously we just talked about the downtown walking assignments, and those will continue. They've been extremely successful, and our representation and the officers that are doing the walking assignments is very, very positive. So that's been pretty amazing. Looking at our community action outreach, right now we're working on getting an intern hired. So the goal of getting that intern onboarded with us is so that they can look in working with our crime analysis unit so we can see how we can better implement long-term problem solving in the downtown area. So that'll be nice for us because it's a resource that we haven't had that officers try to do along with their regular policing duties. So by having that intern onboarded, they can now work with crime analysis and work with our stakeholders and business owners downtown to work on those long-term solutions. And then the last initiative for May was developing and implementing a monthly operational plans. So now we're doing that more strategically. We're looking at problems and long-term solutions and how we can hit multiple modalities in those op plans as far as working with resources, working with our mobile outreach and safety team for mental health assistance for some of our unsheltered population, and then working through, obviously, enforcement, unoccupied vehicles, occupied vehicles, really just kind of everything that encompasses downtown for law enforcement. And I'll move next over to Alex.
All right, great job. I can't remember. Have you been before us before, Officer Hallert?
Yeah, when we put the park exclusion order in 2010.
2010? I wasn't even here then, but excellent job. Thank you. Very clear and concise. Thank you. All right, go ahead. And congratulations to Mr. Woodley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Killing it last night.
Thank you.
Impressive. So proud. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Alex Woodley, Director of Code Enforcement, Parking Enforcement, for the record. So in response to this council's desire to focus on the downtown area and based on the great fortune for my department that we did get new code enforcement officers, which I appreciate very much. Thank you for approving that. In the anticipation of that, back in January, in collaboration with the city manager's office, we were looking at if we got these resources in the department, we were going to shift responsibilities around to include the ability to create a downtown code enforcement officer. So we are in the works of acquiring that position. We will be moving forward with that. So you may see these numbers grow in our next subsequent presentations. Back in January, I drafted a letter and we sent it out to 677 property owners in the downtown area, pretty much giving them a heads up that we will be focusing in the next fiscal year on all code violations and code issues in the downtown area because this has been deemed a priority for the city council.
Is that all the code, everything? This isn't just parking, it's all?
This is both, ma'am.
Everything,
Yes,
okay.
this is both. Yes, I'll go through these numbers now.
Perfect.
So with that being said, for the month of May, keep in mind this doesn't include any impacts from our new positions. But what we did do was focusing on the downtown. We were able to issue 478 infractions from parking enforcement. Service requests received and addressed were 18. 22 cases were closed, identified, and assessed and handled. We did open proactively 15 code enforcement cases. Through the service requests, we did receive 7, which were all addressed, and then we also closed 29 cases just in the month of May. So our initiatives is moving forward. Our intent is to proactively address parking enforcement, code enforcement violations, and our intent is to maintain a constant presence in the downtown area, especially once we have this designated code officer for downtown who will be working in collaboration with the Reno Police Department, and they will get to know the officers that we will have working there every day, and we'll be working collaboratively every day and hopefully make some big impacts on the downtown area. With that being said, I am going to defer to Mrs. Sparza.
All right. And by the way, congratulations. You're going to be a new dad.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just love and adore your wife, Crystal. And so how's she doing?
She's doing good.
I've heard
Yes, ma'am.
it's been tough.
It has been, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, send her our best.
We will.
Oh my
I
God.
will.
How do
Thank
you stay
Thank
looking
you.
so good whenever you've got so much stress going on? Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Cynthia Esparza, Chief Equity and Community Relations Officer for the record. What you have before you is an overview of combined interactions led by this Clean and Safe team. So that includes our outreach efforts, contracted work crews that we have, and city walks. Our city walks program has been around for over a year now. It's actually going to be 2 years in October. And 2 of those walks occur every week within the bid on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 a.m. We take direction from the Downtown Reno Partnership on areas to visit. And 2 additional city walks occur outside the bid. So those would be on Monday and Wednesday. So those statistics are not included here. I'm just focusing on downtown. Overall, there were 44 interactions with unsheltered individuals, and 4 of those individuals did connect to a level of service. It included accessing pet services, so a referral to a local provider, housing referrals, 1 bed arrangement and transportation to the CARES campus, and 1 individual is currently working with housing and neighborhood development to access deposit and rental assistance. In addition to that, 117 yards of trash were collected. And to provide a visual, your average trash bag is roughly 13 gallons. That would amount to 1,800 trash bags collected last month. And initiatives for the month of May, we have standing meetings with Union Pacific. We meet with them every quarter. In April, we met and we reached an agreement to have Union Pacific host or hold 12 cleanups a year. So a schedule was approved and the first cleanup took place on June 4th. So that was all in the works in May. The next one is taking place on June 25th. So that's great progress there. In addition to that, peer-to-peer support is an ongoing effort, as well as collaboration with the Downtown Reno Partnership. Clean and Safe provides support as needed to the DRP and their outreach teams, and also cleanups as needed. And on that note, I do want to highlight that at the May 8th City Council meeting, Council approved a 12-month contract with Allied Security, and I'm happy to report that 2 security officers will be starting next Monday. They will be available from 4 to midnight, 5 days a week. We are still pending 2 additional security officers, and once they come on board, we will have 7-day-a-week coverage. And their area of focus will really be areas that are City of Reno property that are not intended for public use and pose public health and safety concerns. So I thought that was a significant update to share this month. And with that, we'll pass it on to Mr. Truhill.
All right. Thanks so much.
Looks like it's afternoon now, so good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Travis Truhill, Director of Maintenance and Operations. Our team that maintains the downtown BID area is small, but they're mighty. Over the last month, We had 7 service requests that were brought forward to us. 6 were closed out at the time this report was made. All 7 have now been closed out. That's actually a pretty small number if you think about the entire area of the BID. So that's kind of a win for us. We swept 76 miles of roadway, had 210 blocks of sidewalk that was either pressure washed or spot cleaned in the districts. 285 hours of time was dedicated to just litter removal.
Yeah.
For this last month, some of our priorities were to refurbish the Riverwalk fountains. As you're aware, the fountains have been in disrepair for a while. They were not functioning, and so we took the initiative to take those fountains and convert them over into planter boxes. If you haven't had a chance to get down there, it looks amazing. They really look great. I would say that they look better, far better than they did when they were running just 4 or 5 years ago. We converted and added 20 new metered parking spaces in the downtown BID area, and we performed sidewalk sealing in the Virginia Street Premium Plus area. Some of the initiatives that we're going to have for this next month, or the month we're currently in, is we're working currently on sidewalk restriping and long line striping. That's the lane lines that you see running down the roadways. We're upgrading the lighting to LED, the existing lighting that is along the Riverwalk to LED. We're having some parts issues with the suppliers, but we expect to hopefully be on that in the next couple weeks. So it's going to be a big win for really illuminating that area. And we are going to continue planting flowers in the rest of the remaining planter boxes that are within the district. So with that, I will turn it over to the BID, Ms. Neoma Jordan.
All right, thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you so much, Neoma Jordan, for the record, and thank you for moving this up so I could catch my flight. I appreciate that. I wanted to give just a quick update. I know you all got our full presentation just recently, but Rides to Services, our 28 ambassadors are out there working 24/7, helping to connect individuals with services. You can see the number of rides that they have performed, the number of encampments that they've addressed, the 155 shopping carts that they have recovered and returned to their rightful owners, 23,000 pounds of trash. We take about 5 truckloads of trash to the dump every single day. And pressure washes, we have some consistent places that we pressure wash, as well as on-call pressure washing. So they do 251 of those during the month of May. You do have before you the street report that we put out monthly. This has more statistics and data on it than you could probably ever want, but this is a great tool that tracks month to month, so you can kind of see how things are trending. And we're going to keep working with our partners at the City of Reno to modify this in the way that you all deem most beneficial and most valuable. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to all of our partners that are sitting behind me and the great work that Reno Police and Code and Clean and Safe and maintenance does. None of this happens in a vacuum, and it doesn't happen by one. And you can see by everybody together, we're working closely with each other. So thank you. Love the walking police, by the way. They're doing fantastic. The initiative for us in May, and the reason we have one is for us, it's a biggie. This is before you as well. This is the state of downtown. This is a document that has every bit of information that anybody that is looking to open a business, invest money, open a retail shop, do anything in the downtown area. These are all the questions they ask about downtown. Where are you? Where you're going? How many people? What's the demographics? This is what's going to help to get us to that, hopefully, grocery store downtown, to get us those retail shops downtown, to get us more investment and less vacancy. So this is an incredible document. We are going out on what I call a road show soon to go meet with brokers and potential investors in the downtown to use this document as kind of the baseline for all future economic development as it relates to our bid boundaries, which is, for everybody if they're not familiar, is 110 blocks, and we represent 1,500 property owners. So thank you.
It's a lot. Fantastic.
Excellent. Brian McCarroll, Revitalization Manager, for the record. So if you'll remember, last year we passed the Restore Facade and Tenant Improvement Program. About 40 properties and businesses received awards under that program, but just in downtown specifically, we have 20 properties that received awards. So far, 6 facades have been improved and 3 tenant improvements. That's a small number, but those are new storefronts that we will see every day. The good news is we have 11 more to go in the downtown area of new businesses and new facades. Some of those businesses that have improved their facades and redone are Dub Sports Lounge right on Sierra Street. If you have noticed, Calneva has all new siding on their businesses as well as new signage. In addition to what we supported them, they put in new lighting, new soffits, and replaced a lot of their signage throughout the whole entire building. That is 3 full city blocks, so it's great to see downtown property owners making those types of investments. We also have Pigeon Head Brewing, that on their 10-year anniversary, they took over a blighted little piece of property next to them and turned it into a vibrant beer garden. They announced it at their 10-year party. And it is new fencing, new lighting, a whole new space for them to enjoy. Just outside of the boundary, we have Sleeve Brewing and Desert Sun Bagels, who did a total repaint of their building as well as added outside seating, which is something we love to see. And we also have the Block, which is a climbing and fitness gym that also opened. So of those 2 new businesses, that would be the Dub Sports Lounge and the Block, and we have many more to come. So happy to report as they continue to open. New residential units under construction. We don't have a new residential units to report today, but we have 929 units in the hopper coming online this year. Why that is important is downtown Reno in the last decade has added 336 units of housing in a decade. 150 of those were the Canyon Flats student housing. So we've only added really 150 units of housing in our downtown in a decade. With 929 units coming online this year, we will triple the growth we've had in over a decade in a single year. So we'll see those coming online. Planned, and that does not include the Reno City Center. We have 2,528 units that we can see out to that are either in discussion, in the permitting stage. That does include Reno City Center. If we see these 2,500 units proceed and get built, we will double the population of our downtown, which is something we have not seen. We've practically had 0 population growth in our downtown for about 30 years. So that's also exciting. And property values are increasing in our downtown, roughly 9%. They went up this year. And what we did in May. So our team, as well as Nate DeGangi from Downtown Reno Partnership, the BID, joined us in attending the ICSC conference in Las Vegas. ICSC is the International Council for Shopping Centers. It is where all the retailers attend to try to figure out where they're going to open up new locations. We are trying to develop a retail strategy for downtown so we can continue to fill some of those storefronts. And we wanted to know who is in the market, how do we attract them to downtown, and what data do they need to see. And so having that State of Downtown report that Neoma just presented is an incredibly valuable piece of information. But the resounding thing we heard from retailers is that we need to see population growth, which is why adding those housing units are so important. We are in the process of relaunching the redevelopment agency. A ton of work is going to that right now that we will be bringing forward in the next month or 2 for council to review and approve. As well as we did release the RFP for the Record Street property, formerly the Community Assistance Center. And so that RFP is open for the next 45 days, and we'll be bringing that before council late July, early August. Do you want to cover? Oh, there you are. All right.
ACM Attorney.
Thank you.
I guess you're up next.
I'm up.
Good.
Team sport. Government is a team sport,
Love
as
it.
you are seeing here today.
Love it.
Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record. And to close out, as we talked about in the beginning with this group, data is important. This council makes data-driven decisions. And what we're finding is we're bringing forward this information. We know this will be more useful to you as we continue to monitor trends. So there will be a few months that some of this may be stagnant, but we'll bring forward the information to make sure that you know where we're going, because we find oftentimes that if things go unsaid, they go unseen. So we think it's important that this body is able to identify very clearly what this group of downtown workers are focusing on. In June, RPD is really going to focus on their operations in coordination with the private partners. We understand how important it is with that relationship with stakeholders in our downtown core. Code is continuing to work on enhancement of vacant properties. This body approved an additional body specifically for the RDA 1 and 2 areas, which is very important, and we're excited to see what that position will do. The DRP, as almost called her Councilmember Jardin, Old Habits Die Hard, provided in that downtown state report, that will tie very closely into what revitalization is doing. The activation of our pilot program, council may have seen a recent memo that came out and some online media that we've done. We have tons of events scheduled for our downtown core this summer, activating our underutilized spaces for the public. These are all free to the public. They're posted on our website. You'll see monthly and weekly events happening in Locomotion Plaza, West Street Plaza, and some additional spaces along the Riverwalk. Maintenance and ops, they're continuing to work out the bid contractual work that is obligated for our downtown core to keep it clean and safe. And then tying into clean and safe, they're focusing on our outreach and advancement of their operations as we continue to work through the members who are vulnerable in our community and making sure that they're connected with all the services that our region can provide. Recommended motion today we're asking for is just acceptance of our report for the May of 2024. And again, this was brought forward as the request of mayor. We want to make sure that it is seen to the public so the efforts don't go unnoticed, especially from this body as your commitment is to our downtown.
All right, fantastic job, all of you. Yay, I'm so impressed. I am so impressed. And so we will be doing this once a month. And I absolutely love it hearing from each and every single one of you because it gives, I think, the council a full perspective because usually we sort of hear here and there, maybe just the DRP or code separately. And I think together it really brings the initiative to a full circle. A couple things that I would love to put in there. Each of you did a phenomenal job, absolutely. And I think the information was outstanding, especially Brian, the units coming on is a game changer. I don't think people realize that because for so long we've been talking to supermarkets and, you know, services that we need downtown, and every single person said, we can't do services until you have those doors down there to support services. So that's why it's so critical, not to mention you can now see the shift. People are really wanting to start to live downtown, work downtown. So that's the shift that we needed in order to get the services. And the services are really important too for the people that don't have transportation so that they can walk, make it accessible. So all of that needs to come together to have a very vibrant downtown. But that's the game changer. When did you say the last time we only created 150 units downtown? So when was that?
Yeah, obviously, the Great Recession ground everything to a halt. So the Palladio and the former King's Inn, which is
no
Third
one
Street
talks
Flats.
about the King's Inn, which was a major
That was the last
eyesore.
multifamily
No one talks
project
about
to
it now.
really get finished in downtown. So we have the Palladio, Third Street Flats, and that small project on Pine Street, which was a conversion. It's only 24 units, but every unit matters at the moment. But yeah, 150 units since probably 2012.
That's unbelievable.
And over 40 years, we've only grown by 900 individuals in 40 years in our downtown. So we need to see population growth, especially in our downtown.
And when are the ballpark coming on?
Hopefully August.
Okay, those are going to be incredible. So
These 929 units are going to be rolling every month for the next 6-7 months, probably.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Short memories we have, right, Alex? Because King's Inn, I remember whenever I my very first campaign, I was knocking on doors. Almost every single door said, what are you going to do about the King's Inn? It's horrible, right? And so I just remember that so vividly, and look at it today. We never even talk about it, what a huge eyesore it was. And Alex was such a driver of making that project happen. So thank you so much. I just want to include, if we could, so bring it back once a month. In that, I would like to see river improvements. You'll have to add someone to your team for the river component. I would also like to see facade improvements, particularly Virginia Street, and then timetable of improvements, because I know you're working on the infrastructure to get over that beautiful overhead lighting that you see in most cities that Reno doesn't have, but we will have. But it's I want a timetable of that, which I think will be great. An event wrap-up. I would love to have the events from Riverfest to Hot August Nights to the rodeo, whatever event that we are having, particularly downtown. I would love to see them come and do a wrap-up on their events and how it went. Because I think if we're all doing it together, it's going to make such a huge difference.
Yep, Madam Mayor, Ashley Turney for the record. We're happy to invite those special events. We permit over 200 special events in the city of Reno every year, and that does not include all of the new activation events that the city of Reno is co-partnering with. So we'll make sure that we invite them and see who we can get to show, but otherwise we'll make sure that we give you a recap of events
All right,
regardless.
great job. I'm super impressed. Councilwoman Ebert, any questions?
I do. So I know this is kind of a new thing, but do we have any previous data for some of the metrics to do compare, like maybe for the code enforcement metrics or the police reports, like different things that they've done, or is this kind of our baseline now?
Ashley Turney for the record, we would like to recommend this as a bit of a baseline. We have the data, it's just not been compiled before in this same specific notion for council to see. So if there's something that council has specific interest in, that's something that we can either talk to you offline to get you that data, or we can bring that forward if there's interesting things that you want to see or something of that nature.
Great, thank you.
Really quickly, I would love to see just a breakdown of code violations so we know what they're attached to. Because some of them might be facades, correct?
Correct, yes. Yes.
Okay.
My hesitation, yes, we will work to bring you what we can. If we have open cases, some of that information is confidential until that case is closed out. So we'll see what we can bring forward that's
What
public.
each one is so that we know that it's getting addressed instead of just code violations.
We'll work with our illustrious city attorneys to identify what can be brought forward in a public setting.
I'm sure they can do it.
I'm sure they'll find us a great path forward, Madam Mayor.
All right, and then also maybe think about this and sort of the alcohol licensing component and also some of the bars and businesses late night, especially for sound issues and other violations, particularly if they're crime or things like that. So that
Understood.
needs to be another component. I'm going to keep throwing it out there, but we look forward to seeing you once a month. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was incredible the way that you have done a comprehensive look, and I thank you, Mayor, for asking for this kind of report. It really does give us a much better feel than just occasionally hearing about one thing or another things in different settings. I want to support my colleague in her request because I do know that we have a decade of data on some of these. Maybe not everyone, to her point, but we do have code enforcement violations. We have police reports that I think we really should take the time to compile them because why should we be considering today as the starting point of zero? I think we have to look at where we've been so we understand where we are now.
Correct, yes. So to clarify, thank you for that comment, Vice Mayor. So we do have the data. We're just bringing this forward as the baseline for council, so you have an understanding of where we've entered in. Staff is constantly monitoring the trending. It's just to compile going backwards may not be as useful because we're targeting specific markets and metrics now for council. So we'll continue to monitor the trends and make sure that you're aware.
Okay, but I think the ones that you can pull out, we should see them. I mean, even if that's as simple as code enforcement, which they have many records.
They do, yes. And if you have a prescribed methodology of what you're looking for, we're happy to discuss what that can look like.
I'd be happy to help.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comments are general because it's sort of the nature of a presentation, so I'm not in a particular order, but I want to say a couple of things. First, Sergeant Hallert, so incredible to see you at the Sikh Festival this weekend. I know that you are wearing many hats, and all of these things are related to community engagement, but that was a particular special event, and your presence there was really meaningful both to me and to the members who were there. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Dewar and I were there together, and it was just great to see you out there, so thank you for that. Director Truhill, the sign shop has been doing a great job. Madam Mayor has asked for signs to help our furry friends not get their paws burned downtown. We've had a bunch of events, the Riverfest, and so thank you for getting on that ever so quickly, because that's an important part of, I think, just a welcoming environment. We do want our furry friends to come down and enjoy, but we don't want them getting hurt, right? So that was good. Your their road team and the Thick Orange Line are also out there doing incredible work with street closures and opening for all these events. And I just see them out there every day. They were at the Sikh Festival this weekend, so thank you for that. Our Clean and Safe folks, Mrs. Sparza, really appreciated hearing your particular part of the presentation because it tells me that we're moving in the right direction, but we still have work to do, so thank you for that. I think in the future, obviously, love to see some of our partners, if they want to give us presentations, it could be included in this because we've asked them to come and maybe it could be folded into this, so that's kind of a great thing. I want to also give a shout out to our horticulturalist, Mr. Scherer, and our arborist, Matt Basil, because all of those plants that we've done in the plantings, the flower baskets, they grew with the volunteer support out of our greenhouse, including in that is our new planters that are being transformed from the old fountains. So thank you to them. Councilmember Jordan, the DRP, the skating night. Wow, what an incredible event.
Insane.
It was, I don't know
Incredible.
if anyone could have believed how successful it was, and what I'm looking for is to the next version of it. I think Councilmember Taylor and I want to do a skate the city, like maybe we'll have different venues where they're doing it, but it just brought so many people into downtown, and there were just a lot of activity, which I very much appreciated. And I know that you're not an events promoting organization. I know that's not the focus of the DRP, but those activations, I think, meet the criteria and guidelines for what the DRP is doing, and so I really thought, wow, home run, really cool. And I know your team did all the legwork on it, and of course extend my thanks to them for it because I thought it was just an incredible event. ACM Turney, I do want to see the river projects that we've just recently been promoting become a part of this update as we go through, as Madam Mayor said, because I do think that's important. And then the last thing is maybe more a general thing, and this, I suppose, could be relevant to one or more of you, but one of our public speakers this morning, Mr. Theriot, over on 4th Street, really has some valuable insight into what's going on 4th Street, and I want to make sure that we include that in our walking plans for our police officers, and also with our code enforcement, that we're really trying to get over there and see what's going on. Look, some level of those things happen in any community. I don't think we can pretend that it wouldn't, but where we can, we've got to put eyes on 4th Street in a major way. It is part of the DRP, at least a large section of it. It just goes right, it just stops right at the edge. But whatever we can do on 4th Street, I think is part of the general things that you're all working on. So I appreciate that, and maybe that could be some update in the next round of this.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So very impressed with everybody's efforts. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I know it's a huge effort. I'm just going to jump into a couple of things that I heard at my NAB last night, and it does not lessen what you are doing and how you are doing it and all of your efforts. Again, so much thanks. The first thing is we have got to work on some sort of enforcement downtown at night. And at night, I mean, we are having challenges at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning with businesses and the patrons around there. That is one thing that I heard loud and clear at my NAB last night. So please let us know how we can give you the resources you need to make that happen. I know we said we can maybe do some CSAS operations once a month, but we've got to work together on that. The second thing is certainly appreciate the efforts, Councilwoman Jardin, on everybody on the railroad. That has been a huge area of challenges for everybody in the city. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Let us know how we can help you on that. And then my next is a question. We gave back a certain amount of money, $800,000 or whatever, to DRP, and I think that was going to be going to security. Can you please briefly tell us where we are in those efforts and how can we get them sooner rather than later, please?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. Neoma Jardin for the record. And just quickly, one of the things I think we all noted that was missing from this presentation was some visuals. You need some photos or something to kind of go with it. So we're going to work on that for the next one. Yes, this council, we did return some of the police funding. It is going towards our ambassador security program where we'll have 8 additional security guards under our ambassador team. We have gone through the process of applying with the state, and we are starting the process to onboard those individuals now. What I will share with you, we have run into with getting the licensing from the state is they have said they will review our application in September. So we've tried everything to try to see if they could expedite so we could get that sooner. We are still going to bring the individuals on and get them out on the street, but to have them actually doing security guard type work, that won't be until September. So in the interim, we would look at how we might be able to deploy some other private security through the summer. We understand the summer is the busiest time. So we want to look and are exploring options to fill the gap during the summer.
That's perfect. That's what I was thinking if there's a way that we could supplement those efforts until September. And I don't know what the city, assistant city manager, Bryant, if we can do anything with that application or help move that along, or what connections we have in September. It doesn't sound like, I know Councilwoman Jordan put a lot of pressure on them and they still said September, but
they did.
Let us know how we can help you get those security people out. And ACM Turney, whenever, thank you.
Thank you.
Whatever ideas you and your team have for helping those late night activities come into compliance would be much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you to each of you sitting in this front row and for the efforts that you have done to lead downtown, making those changes. I know we hear from residents that have been here for a long time or recent transplants or folks that come to visit our area about some of the issues. And I think every step that the police department, the Downtown Reno Partnership, or through the revitalization efforts, we're making great progress in downtown and seeing a lot of those efforts already starting to pay off. So I'm excited about the housing and the units that were talked about. I just want to echo the comments that were just made about including visuals. Yeah, data is important, but it would be nice to have some visuals up to share the differences between some of the efforts of how things looked maybe, and then after you all implemented some of these strategies, how they looked afterwards. It could have really helped drive the point home. So next month, hopefully we get some of those in there, but appreciate the data, appreciate the efforts, and appreciate what you all are doing to help downtown come back alive and revitalize in the ways that we're hoping to accomplish. So thanks again.
All right, thank you so much, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, and I just, I know Ms. Jordan is trying to catch a plane, so I won't ask for any replies for anyone. I hope you're going somewhere fun. But number one is from the operations perspective of streets, and since we've talked about bike safety, that pilot project where they're separated of the bike lane, it's minimal. It's not much, but it needs to get swept. And if you don't have the tool, you don't have to get up. We're trying to go. I just want to give that feedback because, we want to go in a different direction. The mayor was talking about walkability and other users, and if you're not sweeping, following up on operations, it's just, and this is firsthand yesterday's experience. Number two is, I did support that security contract that Ms. Esparza mentioned of security guards to city-owned properties, and she mentioned where the public isn't accessible, but I am always concerned about the training of security guards who are going to interact with the, the public, and just want to make sure that, they're well-trained, whoever's managing that contractor's work, we're not creating a shadow police department. So I just, but I think it is a tool to be used. I just want to, hear about it as it moves forward. And the last thing is the comment of relaunching the redevelopment agency. Well, the redevelopment agency never went away. And I know that because I read the financials very closely. And there's a lot of finances, and we have stewardship over that. So I don't think anyone should say we're relaunching it because it's a going thing, and it is of significant fiscal importance to this body, which has a lot of, that's where the buck stops. But having said that, the comment was it's going to be relaunched and up to council to review and approve. I think the outline of that needs to be, council, how do you want to go about relaunching and talking about the redevelopment agency? Not here's the plan we created, approve it and adopt it. I think, we have a value of transparency. We have a value of inclusiveness. We need, as we reactivate it, to include the public. There's a lot of people paying into it. It has implications to the general fund because it's straining money off the general fund that goes to other taxing agencies. And it cannot be here's what we worked on behind, up on the 15th floor with these people and these stakeholders. It needs to be a very public, inclusive, transparent process to reactivate the redevelopment agency. And I don't think any of my colleagues would disagree with that. A lot of public has a stake in it, and it's time to have conversations publicly about how we're going forward, not a dialed-up project already, here, council, just bless it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Lastly, let's talk about this. Railroad. Have there been any fines issued to the railroad?
We did issue some fines. Do you want to speak into it more? Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Alex Woodley for the record. Yes, Madam Mayor, we have, and we continue to issue fines, and we even got a little creative on issuing fines. So we're issuing fines even on parcels that don't have parcel numbers.
Yeah.
So they're getting all the fines that we can give them.
I am incredibly disappointed with their lack of response. I wonder if it's something that we could sort of elevate. Is that something you could elevate sort of, $5,000 a day? And I'll tell you why, because someone's going to get killed along those tracks. And not only that, there is a lot of hazardous waste along those tracks. And
I think,
the trash and the garbage and the resources that the city is putting in to maintain their property.
Right.
And we've given them ample time. It's really
Absolutely.
unacceptable.
Absolutely.
What's your thoughts,
I
Alex?
think that we have elevated it from the perspective of not so much enforcement issuing citations, because those can always be appealed, and we can end up, waiting to go to a hearing. But the fact that we actually had them fly in from all over the country to meet with us from the city manager's office, the ability to have that meeting, I believe Jackie Bryant, our acting city manager, Jackie Bryant.
Jackie got it done, right? Jackie got it done.
Yes,
You don't wanna mess with
exactly.
Jackie.
So that was
Yeah.
really good. And that's how we got the agreement of them coming here and cleaning it up every month. And we've actually seen them visibly here. So that's been a significant improvement from what we've seen over the last decade.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Last but not least, I have not seen a vacant building ordinance. When can we bring something like that forward? I think there are a lot of downtown property owners that have quite a bit of vacancies down there. And they cause blight, and they are dark, and the facades are decaying. And I feel like a broken record, so what can be done to implement a vacant building ordinance?
We are in ongoing conversations with the city attorney's office to understand what our options are based off of Nevada law. We do see a lot of those vacant property taxes or registrations in other states. Some of our existing NRSs prevent us from duplicating that in its same sense. So we're trying to figure out what our options are to bring something forward to council.
Okay, when?
Soon, Madam Mayor.
I know, when we say talks with the city attorney's office, love you, Carl, but, sometimes it takes a long time. It's a whole thing. We have to go through a lot. But I would like to see something sooner than later, so that would be good. I know you guys have a lot of work ahead, but I think everyone is rowing in the same direction. And things are really happening downtown. I know that a lot of people might not see it, but, and the perception of downtown, quite honestly, is Virginia Street. But there are a lot of things that are happening around Virginia Street, but that would give you a telltale sign that Virginia Street is struggling. And I think a lot of that has to do with property owners and some of the infrastructure problems we're seeing. The sidewalks need some big help. They don't look good. I don't know if it's like the concrete we use or the paint we use or, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on Virginia Street. So that's what we're going to really push for.
Yes, Madam Mayor, to that point, I think a lot of what you are seeing from the decaying infrastructure was things were put into place over 20 years ago, and we still had actual income coming into the Redevelopment Agency 1, which is primarily downtown. We are hopeful, based off of our projections, that we will actually start to be back in the black in the Redevelopment 1 agency in the next year to 18 months. So we've had over 20 years of only debt in that space. And so that would mean general fund dollars that would have to be invested in order to update the sidewalks and help with the infrastructure. And we know this body has to find a way to stretch that money as far as you can. So we're very excited about the opportunity of those infrastructure opportunities coming online in the next year to 18 months, and that will come before this body. It'll be brought forward as a capital improvement project style, so there'll be a forecast, so this council can vote on exactly what you'd like to see, and the public will know exactly what infrastructure updates are coming.
Okay, that would be great. And I also think that we should have a very robust conversation on redevelopment agency because you are starting to see money coming into that space, which we haven't seen in so long. So we really do need to have a serious conversation what that looks like a redevelopment agency director, where we want to focus so that we can really hone in on revitalization of downtown. So thank you. Great job, everyone. So impressed. So thank you.
Thank you to the team.
All right. May I get a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I had another question. It relates to something Madam Mayor brought up. In regards to the vacant buildings, would that also include vacant lots?
It could, yes,
Okay.
depending, actually, attorney for the record, depending on what the attorneys can identify that's allowable by state law, that would bring something, we'd bring whatever menu of options are available to this body, and that could be an option for you to decide how you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, I'd like that to be considered too.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I get a motion?
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Motion to accept the report regarding the downtown improvement report.
Thank you. The monthly downtown improvement report. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you so much. Okay, we are now going to head into, and thank you guys for being so patient with this next item. I'm going to send it to Madam Clerk. Do you have any public comment on item D2? And then just to update the council, right after that, we are going to go into a break. I need you guys to get up. I need you to go to the bathroom, drink some water, get something to eat, so that we can hear the rest of the items on the agenda. Okay, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item D2, we do have public comment registered. We have Jen Stahl, followed by Deanna Kirk, followed by Tracy Williams. Oh, I'm sorry, Tracy Wilson. If you're a participant in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Jen Stahl.
Let's see. Good afternoon.
Hi, Jen.
Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jen Stahl, and I'm a resident of Steamboat Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to make comment regarding the need for fencing in South Reno and the use of contingency funds to accomplish this. While there may be differing views or levels of appreciation when it comes to the horses, I would hope we would all agree that horses do not belong along Veterans Parkway, or grazing on someone's yard off Rio Wrangler, or sleeping in front of one of the schools in South Reno. They belong on the range. As part of the rescue team that responds to calls when vehicles and horses collide, I can tell you it is devastating. It's devastating for the horse, for the other horses in that band, for those who witnessed the incident, for those who live in the vicinity, and of course, devastating for the person driving the vehicle. We can encourage people to slow down and be more watchful, which has been attempted, and I thank you for the efforts the city has made in this direction. And while these measures may help, they don't stop these incidents. I live in an area where the horses visit from time to time, and even driving 5 miles an hour down Rhodes Road at night is not slow enough. Sometimes 1 minute there's nothing on the road, and the next minute a horse appears from the darkness. And I know who to be watching for and where they tend to be. And yet I feel it nearly impossible to make that drive. The pace of development has been so rapid around Reno and continues to be so. The horses have no idea what the plans are for a given development. They just know this is an open area where they have been living for years, moving through, grazing, watering, resting, day in and day out, and then things change. But they come to discover while there are now buildings where there once was open ground, there is still grass to eat, probably tastier grass than what they had before, so they still come. Add to that the folks in the neighborhoods who feel the need to put things out for the horses, whether that's flakes of hay, apples, carrots, whatever. Providing food only reinforces the behavior of the horses. These well-intentioned people are not helping the horses when they do this. My point in saying this is we really should not be blaming the horses for the situation we are in. We are the ones developing the land and changing the environment. Right or wrong, good or bad, that's a completely different conversation. But the point here is we have a situation where we have grown and developed communities and have not provided safeguards that are now really, really needed. It seems if we want to address the issue of public safety and safety for the horses, we need fencing to restrict their movement into the neighborhoods and commercial and retail areas. I would humbly ask that you vote to access the contingency funds to provide the needed fencing from Kenneth Way to Rhodes Road to address this public safety issue. Thank you.
Deanna Kirk, followed by Tracy Wilson, followed by Kevin Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Kirk. I am the Nevada Operations Coordinator for American Wild Horse Conservation and a Damani Ranch resident. I am also the Assistant Supervisor for the Large Animal Rescue Team. I'm asking you to please approve the funding for the entire fence that is so desperately needed in South Reno. I would like to start by addressing a question I have heard from City Council members recently. The question is, where is the city's responsibility in this? The answer is simple: public safety. The city provides traffic signals, stop signs, street lights, crosswalks, and speed limits. You have a responsibility to provide its residents with appropriate public safety measures, and this fence does just that. I would like to remind everyone that Nevada is a fence-out state. That means it is not the responsibility of the livestock, and in this case, horse owners, to keep their animals off of private property. If the city wants to keep the horses out of their neighborhoods, they are responsible for fencing them out. Now I would like to help you better understand what I mean when I speak about public safety and your responsibility for it. Wild Horse Connection has a hotline for people to call when there are horses in the road or injured. Those calls get dispatched to volunteers in the Large Animal Rescue Team. Between the months of September through December, we received 1,129 calls for the South Reno area alone. We respond to every single call. 407 of those calls were in 1 month. That averages to more than 13 calls a day. That means volunteers are out moving horses out of traffic and out of the neighborhood for each and every call. Many times, law enforcement officers respond to help with traffic control. I personally respond to almost every single car versus horse accident in the last 5 years. I've only missed 2. These accidents cost the city both money and resources. Multiple law enforcement officers respond to these accidents and remain on scene for several hours. Firefighters and EMS respond, as well as biohazard cleanup crews. I have seen firsthand the trauma and the emotional toll these accidents take on both first responders and community members. I have watched school buses full of young children drive around the broken and bloodied body of a horse. In fact, I have had to shield a child's eyes and walk them around an accident scene so they could get to their bus stop before school. Children have had to experience the horror of a horse hitting the windshield of the car they were riding in. So when the city asks where is their responsibility in providing this fence, I can tell you that the community members do not take that well. Not providing the fence is dismissive, reckless, and borderline negligent. The community is asking for the safety precautions to be taken, and I hope the council can do the right thing. I would also like to add that potential future development does not negate the need for fencing, as developers are required to follow Title 18 and install their own fencing. Thank you.
Tracy Wilson, followed by Kevin Williams, followed by Terry Farley.
It's a lot of W's.
Yeah, guys are throwing me off here.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Tracy Wilson. I'm the Nevada State Director for American Wild Horse Conservation. I'm a volunteer liaison for Wild Horse Connection. The core of the South Meadows development was approved several decades ago. No one thought to secure fencing along this newly created urban wildland interface back then. No one thought ahead that by planting green grass along the streets and in lawns all over this new development area, that it would attract wildlife from the Brown Hills into the neighborhoods. Not just horses, there was an injured deer euthanized in Curdy Ranch just over a year ago. Mountain lion and bear are routinely sighted, but the animals and the people who unknowingly moved here are not to blame. As the years have gone by, more development has been approved and is still being approved, parcel by parcel. In fact, on today's agenda, there is a request to annex more land into this area for more development. That equals more car trips, on these local roadways. The city has now implemented safeguards into city code, as Dina just said, and that requires new development to fully fence their property and tie into the existing fences. That is huge, and that does help maintain once we get the fencing in place. But past oversights still have to be addressed. Well, this council did not approve these long ago plans. It is this council that is now faced with addressing the current issues. This is not only a community concern, the local community concern, as the years, and as the years have gone by, different issues have had to be addressed, but it is time to address this one. Not only, if I can put this up, not only have thousands upon thousands of homes been built in the area, but a major thoroughfare was built through the area. So now this doesn't just affect the residents in the city of Reno, but also those driving through the city on streets such as Veterans Parkway. As has been discussed, should the city be responsible if they're not responsible for the horses themselves? For background, management of the Virginia Range horses has been more consistent for the last 5 years with cooperative agreements in place with the Nevada Department of Agriculture. Fertility control has been implemented and it's working. The population of horses along the city interface from Hidden Valley to Geiger Grade has been reduced well over 25% and continues to decline as birth rates are held down. The recorded population in the herd just south of the city line peaked in 2021. That's when population was fully documented, and it's continued to decline since then. AWHC, as a nonprofit organization, is doing our part to address population numbers at no cost to the taxpayer, implemented by people from our communities volunteering their time because they care. Wild Horse Connection has worked with landowners to address holes in existing fencing and deals with conflict issues, rescue, diversionary feeding, and sadly, the results of vehicle accidents, 43 since December of 2019. Because in considering each development, each road, each building that comes in, you must also consider how the world surrounding that project intertwines with the project itself, the community as a whole, the broader landscape as a whole, and how it affects public safety. I plead with you to fully fund the fencing to make it complete.
All right, thank you.
Kevin Williams, followed by Terry Farley, followed by Shannon Windle.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and the council. My name is Kevin Williams. I am just a concerned citizen. I've been working with nonprofits and trying to improve Washoe County. I've been doing a lot with, for years with the homeless, feeding the homeless for over a decade. Keep Truckee Meadows beautiful. Even at Burning Man, I'm a burner. I volunteer with Earth Guardians. We try and teach people how to recreate responsibly in such a fragile environment. And I know that's kind of my intro, so I wrote everything down. I thought it'd be a little better. This is gonna be kind of like I'm for, I'm against, so it's kind of a odd situation here. I'm all for keeping the horses safe. I spent many hours and miles walking the horses out of the neighborhoods. I know what happens with horses and cars. This was my Honda. On September of 2019, I was driving, I was working at USA Parkway, and this is what happened to my car. I hit a herd of horses. And 3 days later, this horse died. I was checking on it daily, before and after work each day. This really messed up my brain for maybe months and years. I was terrified of driving. I hated driving at night. It was just bad. You can't explain it. So the fence needs to happen. But killing hundreds of horses to save a few, this fence may kill whole bands of animals, and that is from the lack of water. Nobody has addressed how dry the Virginia Range hills are. I grew up in Washoe, so roaming the hills from Carson to Reno was my playground. And I know that the Virginia Range is a very dry, very sparse, it's just a harsh environment. Maybe a few streams early in the season and only a handful of springs. and the water that is up there is already supporting horses already. It's like that new $60,000 opening in the fence. Oh my God. In south of Hidden Valley. I've been keeping an eye on it, and very few horses are utilizing it. It's important as this fence, is, a year-long supply of water is needed for the horses. Or you'll be killing many animals from the lack of water. We have 3 homeowners which water the horses, 2 in Hidden Valley, 1 on the top of the Hidden Western Skies. I don't know if the horses will even have access to the water once the fence is built. And once the gate closes at the meadows, you will be cutting off the only water some of the horses have used all their lives. And the meadows horses are not using the water access at the $60,000 Alexander site, no matter what you were told. There is no water on the western side of the Virginia Range. And this group, I'll skip that. So my vote is to build a fence, but after finding an adequate supply of water for the horses to survive. That's all I'm asking. So, I don't know, that's me in a nutshell.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me turn it over to our staff. If there's no more comments or questions, Madam Clerk? What's that? Are there, it sounds like there's more comments.
Yes. Terry Farley, followed by Shannon Windle, followed by Laura Fusen.
Hi, good afternoon.
Terry, that moves all the way around. It does anything you need to do to get it to you.
Okay. Obviously, I'm here to support the horses, the funding for the fencing. But I'm going to take a little different tack. I write books about wild horses that are published around the world. And I know that many of my readers are coming to Nevada, are coming to Reno to see wild horses because it's on their bucket list. And I've inadvertently become a travel agent for some of these people because I am what they know about Nevada. And I want to tell you that especially tourists from Germany and the Scandinavian countries, and of course around the US, are just overwhelmed by a beauty they never anticipated. They like sagebrush, they like hills that aren't green, and they like our wildlife. One of my German readers was posting on TikTok every day, just spinning around, looking at our open skies and trying to interpret the smell of sagebrush in German. I didn't understand it, but she told me what she was doing. So what I'm really hoping is that we can rethink the way we look at open land. I hope that we can balance out building and development with wild horse tourism. Talk about low impact. All they're going to do is probably sit in their cars or sit on a hill and watch the wild horses go to water and interact as families. Let me look at my notes because I get off on these readers, and I mean, there are hundreds at least of them that have contacted me saying that wild horses are on their bucket list. Before they die, they want to see wild horses, and they're not just, obviously, not just kids. They're adults who are spending their money in the casinos. They are spending their money in hotels. They are asking me where they can get a good taco. These people are supporting this town. I think that's it.
Okay.
But just rethink the way you're looking at open land, and I know some of you already have, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Terry.
Shannon Windle, followed by Laura Fusen.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Windle. I am president of Hidden Valley Wild Horse Protection Fund. The good people of Hidden Valley back in the 90s saw the situation that they were facing with the wild horses out of the Virginia range. They rallied together. They collected money and volunteers, and they put up a fence all the way around Hidden Valley. And guess what? It worked. What you're looking at today, this money, it will work. I got involved with the wild horses in 2009 as a DeMonte Ranch resident, and I asked, what can I do? We rallied together, a few people, we got the money. We went and installed approximately a quarter mile of fencing. It worked. We had reported our own statistics. The winter of 2009, 2010, we had 18 horses hit and killed in DeMonte Ranch alone. In the spring, we put up the fencing, kept out the horses. That winter, the number dropped to 3 horse-to-vehicle interactions. The 2 winters after that, it dropped to 0 until, once again, development in DeMonte Ranch started up again, and then everything went to hell. But what you're looking at, I can't emphasize enough. It's going to make a huge difference. It's going to make a difference with regard to public safety for the people living in South Reno. It's going to keep our horses safer up on the range where they belong, and that's what all of us believe. Finally, I want to make this short because your day is long. I want you to recognize, each one of you, how grateful we all are for you taking this action, having it come towards the council today, and for you to vote on this. We are so very appreciative of what you're doing. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharon. I know you've been a very, very long-time advocate involved.
Laura Fusen, followed by Kristen Moffitt.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me voice my thoughts. My name is Laura Fusen. I live in Carson City, Nevada, and I have been following this urban sprawl and horse issue. It's dear to my heart. It's heartbreaking, but you guys have a solution, and that makes me very happy. The ball's in your court. If we put up this fence, if you put up this fence, think of the health and safety of the public and the horses. The ball's in your court. I highly, highly hope that you will approve this fence for the future of horses and the future of development of Reno. We know it's sprawling, but let's protect the horses. Let's protect the public. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Laura.
Kristen Moffitt.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Should I
Yeah,
touch that?
great.
Okay. My name is Kristen Moffitt, and I live in Reno. I don't live in South Reno, but I am very concerned and very passionate about what's happening there. I have a lot of friends and family there. But the thing is, I'm new to wild horses. The last couple of years, I've been working with 2 equine therapy groups and a wild horse rescue. My 2 youngest daughters were adopted through Washoe County Social Services, and my youngest of the 2 has benefited so greatly from equine therapy. And I know this sounds a little bit irrelevant. I've heard so many wonderful things that I don't really know what to say more than what's been said already as far as protecting citizens and horses, except for the value of these horses. 2 of our most wanted and most loving therapy horses were once wild horses. I'm not supporting capturing horses and training. I'm just saying that the therapy is in the horses. It's in being there, seeing them. And then someone was talking about tourism, Nevada tourism because of horses, and that was something that I was going to talk about. But the point is that if we create a wall where we can keep horses where they belong, and people where they belong, and we can take away that nuisance or whatever the stigma the horses have, they're a nuisance, they're this, they're that, and take that away from people's minds because they're not out in the public causing problems, but they can look at them for their value. They can look at the horses for what their value is, for their beauty, how they help people, how they help children with needs. You know, we talked about mental health. Oh my gosh, like some of the best mental health comes from standing and looking at wild horses and having the privilege to be near horses that maybe were once wild, those that are sadly being contained, and we don't know quite yet what we can do. But just that feeling with them. I just really want to support building that wall because I think that if we can keep them where they need to be, we can appreciate them again for what they really truly, for their value and what they are. So that's
all right. Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any other public comment registered. For the record, I would like to note that we did receive 37 comments associated with this item today. 37 of them were in favor. Additionally, we did have 2 members of the public register to speak but did not want to actually make a comment, Steve Cochran and Mike Marquardt.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, and we welcome Vicki.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren for the record, Director of Finance. Before you today, you have the final augmentation for our budget for the current year. We do this quarterly to do cleanup that comes along and then also to record anything that comes in during that quarter that needs to be added to the budget. This aligns with the strategic plan that you have of fiscal sustainability as we continue to look at the budget throughout the year and bring these items forward to you quarterly. So for this particular item, we have about a little over $750,000 in augmentations to the general fund. These are mostly grants and reimbursements that have occurred during this quarter. You'll see that the majority are from police and fire between those two, and then we did have some grants and reimbursements that occurred in parks and muni court as well. And then we're going to look at the contingency allocation that you've heard so much about today as well. So if we go on to the contingency item, I want to spend some time on that just to refresh your memory on this. We budgeted $1 million at the beginning of the year. Contingency funds are meant for anything that occurs during the year that we didn't anticipate when we built the budget. So it could be an emergency item, it could be anything that comes up that you don't have funds for, but you feel that is critical and necessary during the budget cycle. This is what this money is meant for. In the current year, U.S. Council, you've approved the city manager search for $75,000 out of this funding, and also emergency horse fencing of the $60,000 at a previous meeting. So right now, you have remaining funds of $865,000 in the contingency dollars to be allocated out. We did talk about during the budget process and the budget cycle as we were building the budget for next year that we did have some needs that we were not able to address with the funds and the money that we anticipate for next year. And some of these items would be good items to propose here because they would be one-time in nature at this point. And so some of these items that we do have proposed, you'll see on your right-hand side for use in that $865,000. We have $100,000 for cold case investigations. This was an item that the mayor brought up during budget cycle. We did not have funding outside of what we had presented, but we're trying to anticipate how we can do this in some other ways using funds that we don't really have allocated for something else at this point. And these would be good funds available for that. Another item would be the hazard e-waste cleanups. These are programs that are currently the city is doing. They've received a great response from the community. With the budget that was approved for next year, council did approve a new position, a neighborhood coordinator, that would be coordinating these cleanups, but we didn't have funding to actually put money toward those cleanups. In the current year, council has donated some of their discretionary funds to do that in the meantime, but this would give some funding to that program for next year. City cameras was actually added to this agenda item here. And this was not discussed during budget, but it is something that has come up. We're currently looking at the infrastructure that we have for security and security cameras. City has around 280 cameras around city facilities, that would be buildings, parks. Use those to monitor security, to also make sure infrastructure is safe, the buildings are safe, people are safe, whether that's the public or employees. And out of those 280 or so cameras that we have, about half of them need repair or maintenance. And this is not something that has been done for a very long time, this inventory of this security area. And so this is kind of an emergency type item that has been added to this list because it's really something that's currently not functioning as it should. And it's been recognized that it would be a security feature here. Emergency horse fencing is back on here again. This would add another $215,000 to the horse fencing program. Mr. Flansburgh is here to explain some additional information on that and what that gets for that money. But with the 215 plus the 60,000 previously allocated, that would be 275,000 for this particular item. And then rapid rehousing was an item that Vice Mayor Dewar brought up at our last meeting when we were adopting the budget, looking at that bridge between when people get into housing and then they're still waiting for a voucher from the Reno Housing Authority. So that could take up to 12 to 18 months depending on where Reno Housing Authority is with their vouchers. And so there was really a need for funding in that space to get someone from a short term in that interim while they're still waiting for a voucher. So that's what that $200,000 here is meant for. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, but I'm going to go back and leave it on this slide so that you can have some conversations on this.
Thank you, Vicki, and I see that the mayor's back, but before I give it back to her, I did want to call up John Flansburgh if we could. You mentioned some changes, and I will just start by saying that yesterday I had a chance to talk to Mr. Flansburgh and Garth Oxel, who's our JUB consultant who's doing the design for the fence. And I found out that there was a potential disconnect between what the two of them thought the total number was needed. And I wonder if we could get Mr. Flansburgh to clarify that.
Thank you. For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure. First off, I just want to say that this council has been very committed to the wild horse fencing. I just want to remind that we have $500,000 in ARPA funds that were set aside for fencing, and that project is now out to bid, and we look forward to bringing that back to you at a future council meeting to award that contract. That will take care of everything from Mariloma Drive, tying into the fence line there, south to Rio Wrangler, and then a couple spot locations that need to be taken care of, including up and around Carmelo Ranch. So I just want to mention that first and foremost, that is all part of work that we have going on. Second of all, the $60,000 for emergency horse fencing that was allocated, that emergency fence was completed last week. And so the horses have access to about 500 feet frontage of water at Alexander Lake Road. And so appreciate that we were able to get that done and make that happen. What we're asking for today, and what was asked for here in the $215,000 additional, would take us from the south end, including from about that Carmelo Ranch or a little further south, tying in Geiger grade. NDOT has committed to putting in a horse guard, a cattle guard on Geiger grade, and then the fencing along there, that they would reimburse the city for that fencing. We need the money up front, but we would get reimbursed for that. And so that's very helpful. And then we would take the fence down to Toll Road and tie in. And that was the plan to where the Nevada Department of Agriculture is planning to bring their 23 miles of fencing from Carson City up over the range to that location. In my discussion with Garth and the disconnect that Councilmember Dura brings up is that when he was having further conversations with NDOT, they wanted to move the location of the cattle guard on Geiger Grade. They didn't like the location that was proposed, and that was going to add about $50,000 more in fencing along Geiger Grade. Now, that's $50,000 more that we need to come up with up front for the contract. We will, of course, would get reimbursed for that $50,000. So it's not a net out of our pocket, but it would be something that we would include in that contract. And then on top of that, there was realization that if there's a long time lag between the Department of Agriculture's fence going in, we could put in an additional cattle guard on Ravaza Road and tie in some additional fencing, and that would add about another $30,000. And so the proposal, or we're going to need more money than we show here, although majority of that would be reimbursed, and it's going to be closer to $315,000 is what we had talked about yesterday. So I just want to bring that up to describe what it is that we're trying to do. I want to recognize that we are working with our partners, NDOT, and with Department of Ag on their fencing, and have come to a better conclusion than what we presented a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. So just to be clear, what you're recommending here is instead of $215,000, $315,000. And you basically just told us where, and you left out a little bit of contingency as well, rounding that up to 100. I wanted to point out to the group that I was actually the one who recommended $75,000 to $100,000 for hazardous and e-waste cleanups because they have been so successful. I started them about 6 years ago, and then the city has really blossomed by moving those to all the wards, and they've put, with the ARPA money, but ARPA money is gone, and so we said, and there was general support for that, could we put some money in next year's budget? The second item was also mentioned that I also supported, which is rapid rehousing program, and I do, and we've already described it. I will tell you that the hazardous waste is very important, but it's more in the nice to do than the must do list, in my opinion. We've had an issue for 10 years with horses. We've heard about the last 5 years with 43 horses being hit and having to either be killed or put to death. I put the 215 and now 315 in the public safety must do category. And I think that it has a higher priority. I know that the staff are very concerned about the rehousing, and that's why I advocated it as well. It's been one of my passions to do more for affordable housing. So my recommendation, based on what you have said, would be, I think what I heard you say, and just to recap, what I understand is that NDOT has offered to reimburse $115,000, my understanding is, of fence that we would install and they would pay for. But we have to include it in the monies when we go out to bid. The money will come back later. So I would be very comfortable making a recommendation. I like all the projects. We heard about the cold case. I'd be very comfortable recommending that we up the number to 315. We hold on the 100,000 for the hazardous waste. I have put about $12,000 of my next year's council funds to 2 hazardous waste cleanups. And I think by that point, we'll either have reimbursement from NDOT or other funds will become available at other times. I've heard from our staff. We do this quarterly, in other words, and we may be able to cover that at that point. The other point is that, I have one second point, and that is that there's not a lot of money in there for contingency. I know you're out to bid on the first phase. If that first phase comes in higher, this phase is going to come in higher. And so I think it's important for the council to make a commitment so that I think every single person spoke here about completing the fence. If we need another $50,000 because bids have come in higher, then I think that should be brought back to the council at that time, and funds should be found to finish off the project. So that's where, my recommendation to you, Madam Mayor, is how to make this whole and still be able to move forward with the projects we've got listed here.
Okay, thank you so much. Quick question, probably for you, Vicki. I'm a little, break this down for me again. So And maybe Flansburgh, you said that there was already $500,000 of ARPA money dedicated to the fence,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So has that been spent?
No, it's out to bid right now.
Okay.
That just went out to bid.
I'm sorry, you said that, Mr. Flansburgh, I apologize. Okay, so we did allocate that. So, and then, is that the same because there was a project that came forward, it was about a $5 million project for expansion of, Neil Road for medical services.
Yes.
Part of that, though, I saw, like, maybe there was furniture included in there, and I asked for a $500,000 to be set aside for fencing as well, instead of, and they were gonna go raise their own money on that project. So is that something, we haven't brought that forward, we're not even talking about that, because contingency funds, because I want to remind everyone, is separate than ARPA funds.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So that's where I wanted the additional money to come from. I didn't want it to even come from contingency. I knew contingency, probably we needed to do the 60,000, but there is that project out there where I wanted to hold back 500,000 and they could go raise the money for furniture, what have you, because I felt like that was just like not do or die. I think this is do or die. So I would just ask staff that that's where I'm thinking the money can come from instead of coming out of contingency if that would help. That's down the road. So I think that is a solution because I know people are like, contingency, and there's a little bit of angst there. It doesn't have to be that way. So I would just say to backfill the contingency funds to make sure when that project comes back to us, and we will have ARPA updates, because remember, ARPA dollars are on timelines, and some of those projects might even not come to fruition. So I want to remind everyone that. I think this is incredibly critical, and when we do this is where I get frustrated, when everyone's like, oh, no, but that's so-and-so's responsibility. That's so-and-so's responsibility. Do you remember how it's the county's responsibility to provide a lot of social services when it comes from the homeless? Well, the city did it for, I think, a couple of decades. And that was the right thing to do because someone needs to do it. Someone's going to get killed. This is a do or die situation. If you have ever seen a horse being hit by a car, you will never, ever, ever, ever forget it. And if it's your child, you would absolutely be horrified, devastated, and you will have nightmares for the rest of your life. It is absolutely horrific. I think, and I hate to hear, oh, that's RTC's responsibility. Yes, but if they don't do it, I hope everyone understands, then it's on us because it is our responsibility to provide safety in this city. So I don't want people to get all crazy about where it comes from, but I know that there is money on the ARPA side that we could backfill this in, and then it would take care of that sort of gap that we're seeing with contingency. So that's just how strongly I feel about it. Okay.
I do think there's an opportunity to do that in the future if you wanted to. I don't think that has been discussed or a motion made on that. I believe the $5 million is still allocated to that project pending some
Thank
working
you.
that out.
And I appreciate you saying that because I don't want to miss the opportunity. So I'm sort of pinging staff right now that opportunity is there, and also the council that the opportunity is there because I don't want it to pass us by. So, okay.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
To speak.
Well, hold on, you can.
Okay.
But let me just go through everyone.
Well,
Yeah, go
she's
ahead.
when we originally, I just want to say that when the original funds were put in for the fence, for the ARPA, we had no idea what it would cost. And someone said, what should I put in as a placeholder? We said 500,000. There was a full commitment at that time to do the project. We didn't know would it come in at 400, 600. Ultimately, we were told by our consultants it was coming in at 1.1 million. I'm really pleased to see that we're able to bring it down to something on the order of less than 1.1 million. I think it's around 900,000 total, just rounding. And I think that shows good work by the staff and our JEB consultants to actually reduce the cost of the project. So I just wanted to go on record for that, that, as recently as a month ago, the total was 1.1 million. Staff have been able to get that down to, looks like 875. So kudos to you. I didn't want that to pass without noting that. I do think it's very important, no matter where the funds come, that we do allocate them today, and here's why. We are getting started on phase 1. Phase 2 has to follow very closely on the heels of phase 1. There can't really be a gap. Until we get the entire fence done, we will not have a complete project, and horses will continue to go around. And that's the challenge. We either do the whole thing or we shouldn't do any of it, I mean, frankly. And this is not a threat, it's just being very practical. It's like building half a road, one side of a road, without building the full project. So I'm very sensitive to what the staff have to go through in the contracting. We're going to be going over timelines for this too, but I just wanted to put that out there. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank
Madam
you
Mayor.
so much. I hope you don't misunderstand that I think that we have to move forward, but I don't want to get in the weeds of
Yeah.
contingency, where it's coming
Yeah.
from and so forth. Okay,
Well,
Councilman.
I must add one thing.
Councilman Reese.
The monies have different processes for which they're allocated.
I understand.
And one is very complex, being federal dollars, and one is incredibly simple, being city dollars.
Yeah, I understand. You're right. Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Buren, thank you so much for the presentation. I, like Councilmember Dewar and Madam Mayor, am very strongly in favor of completing the fence. That being said, I want to make sure I know what the price tag is that is being attached to it and where it comes from. And so I need some of your help to just help me understand. As I understand it today, the fence is now pegged at $875,000. Is that a you question or a Mr. Flansburgh question?
I think that's more of a Mr. Flansburgh question.
Mr. Flansburgh, do I have the numbers right? It's today believed to be 875.
Today, if you're looking at the chart in front of you on proposed allocations, it would go from 215,000 to 315,000.
Right, but the numbers are 500 that was already allocated through the
Correct.
ARPA process. 315 is here proposed today, and we've already spent 60.
Yes.
That's 875.
That would all go combined together, yes,
Okay.
correct.
So I have the numbers there correctly. Now, Ms. Van Buren, I want to make sure. Look, I believe that all of the things on the proposed allocations are very important, and they have been the product of some discussion at this dais over the course of many months. So there's nothing here that I want to see cut, right? So how can we do the emergency horse fencing at 315 under the set of circumstances which I have now described?
Well, we would need to rearrange some of these numbers on here to do that. And so we would have to postpone some of these items, one or potentially more of these items until next year and try to figure that out with next year's budget, because this is our final one for this current year. And so one thing that Vice Mayor Dewar did bring up, that she did use some of her discretionary funds for the hazard and e-waste cleanup. That's potentially
Yeah, I
something
think
that
we've
can
all
be done
done
in the
that.
future too. I mean, there's some options here, but we are locked in at that $865,000 today.
And so let me ask this question. There was this part about the state repaying us some of the funds. So I understand we have to spend it, and then someday they'll give it back.
Yes.
So is that the way that we could delay one of the other line items? Meaning if I think that the state's going to pay us back $100,000, can I take the $100,000 out of the e-hazardous waste for a period of time and then come back to it in 6 months?
Yes, absolutely.
So here is, I think, where the discussion point has to be had at the dais now. I think the hazardous and e-waste is not a nicety. I think it's a must, because when people don't have access to it in the way that we have given them access to it, those things end up in our desert. And they end up on the side of roads, right? Or they get put into the wastebasket, hidden under a tarp or whatever. So I'm not sure that I think that that's the area where we should automatically delay it, but I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' thoughts on it. And again, I now understand that we will get at least 100 to 115,000 back, but I don't know what the time frame for that being given back to us is. And I wonder.
Right, and I don't think we do either.
Yeah.
At this point.
Okay, I do have a second round, but I want to be sensitive of my colleagues, and so I'll pass it back to Madam Mayor. I have a question about the rapid rehousing program.
All right,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why is NDOT asking us, and this is maybe a question for John, to put up the money up front? Why is NDOT asking us to do this? We're putting up money for flashing beacons. Why don't they do? I mean, I don't understand why they're asking us for the money up front.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure. I believe it is economy of scale. We have a project going in. We're going to have fence going in. One contractor, they will reimburse us for the cost of the fence on their right-of-way. I think that's the reason why.
Oh, so it's their right-of-way,
Correct.
and we're going to pay to put fencing on their right-of-way again,
And get reimbursed.
and get reimbursed up to $115,000,
Whatever the cost is on the right-of-way. They will reimburse us our cost for that,
up to $115,000,
whatever the cost.
whatever the cost is on their right-of-way. My other question is, and I guess this is for Assistant City Manager. I mean, I was leaning towards being in favor of this project with the reimbursement costs. Now we're adding another $100,000 to it, and it's not that I fully am supportive of public safety. Last night at my NAB, I had 40 people saying that they were not feeling safe in the streets because of gunshots and because of things that are happening in the alleyways. So I think it's all a matter of priority. But do we have to vote on all of this at one, or can we vote on individually the items? Or is there procedurally some way that, I'm just wondering, do we have to say we vote on it for all 5 things, or can we take things individually?
I'll let. Asking us to approve all those things today?
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
And let me
You
just,
can make changes to it, but we just need to know what you want that $865,000 to go to. So in the motion, you would just need to say, approve these items with these changes or such. This was just a proposal.
Sure, but what I'm getting at
so.
is, if there's a motion and we put $350,000 and take $100,000 away from something,
I mean,
I'm not
honestly-
necessarily sure if I'm going to be in favor of that, but I'm in favor of other things. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to vote on everything individually.
I would have to defer to the attorneys on that one, because I'm not sure of the,
yes.
we can do separate motions on.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, the answer is yes. But I want to circle back to the mayor's comment about the $500,000 in ARPA funds. Assuming that were cleared up at the next council meeting, that would certainly be enough, more than enough, to complete the fence. Then, I guess, John, from a timing perspective, would that work for the project?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure. There's going to be a fair amount of work on that south end that's going to have to take place. So I'm reluctant to commit to a time frame specifically, but it would work with us in terms of when we get the bid out to make sure that we have the proper language and we follow the proper procedures that ARPA requires. And since we're using ARPA funds for the north phase, and our consultant is under that obligation now, it should not be an issue for the south phase.
Okay, thank you.
And just, again, to be clear, it's not that I'm not in favor of horse safety or people safety. I'm just not sure that this is the biggest priority for the city as far as this money. And that's just the reality of it for me. The other question I have is on the $200,000 rapid rehousing program. Do you know if we're going to be getting the $1.4 million from the state at some point for rental assistance that we were allocated last year?
I'm going to ask Jana to come up and address that from housing.
Hi, Jana Litz, Housing Manager. We are receiving it's 1.5 million again for our second allocation this year from the state.
Okay, so we will have and everybody is going to be working together, RHA, City of Reno, on how these rental programs are working to make sure that we are reaching everybody that we possibly can, because I know there's different programs. So I want to make
Yes.
sure there's collaboration is what I'm getting at.
Yes, we collaborate with Reno Housing Authority and the county and Sparks to see what their programs are doing, and we use that funding mainly to serve the entire region.
Okay, so again, we're using $1 million to help people that don't have houses. too, and we're thinking about spending $800,000 on fencing. It's all about priorities. My other question is on the cameras. I talked to Director Ilya about some cameras that had voice-activated stuff. I'm wondering if this camera allocation includes these cameras, or is it just for the maintenance? Okay, thank you, Assistant City Manager Jay Hodge.
And I'm going to cut you off right after that.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. J.W. Hodge, Assistant City Manager. For the record, this covers both the replacement and repair of about 121 cameras. In that could include some updates to cameras, which may include new technology, but right now we have about 95 cameras that need to be replaced. So we could replace them with newer technology cameras.
Okay, I'd be interested in that too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all of my colleagues for the comments so far and helping us get to this point. Before I go on my comments, I do want to publicly apologize to Ms. Wilson for having missed our meeting. I did get your email, and I appreciate you sending that and giving me more information to consider during this process. I appreciate the sensitivity to getting this horse fencing done and making sure that the continuation happens throughout all of the southern portion of Reno, and making sure that we provide healthy transit and safe transit for our residents, which is important. The sticking point for me, I have two things I think that I'm getting challenged getting across is the hazardous and e-waste cleanups are something that we had heard from our community members that they're very interested in us seeing that move forward. And I am appreciative to Vice Mayor Dewar for allocating some of her funds, but not all of us have access to funds to be able to bring those things into our wards. And so having the ability to have this at every single cleanup, regardless of what ward they're being held in, is a priority for me and something that I think our residents would be happy with doing. So I think the other thing I would mention is that we did hear a strong commitment from our leaseholders for the Neil Road Recreation Activity Center for them to meet the Delta. So if that's another way for us to explore the possibility of getting the horse fence finished, I would be in favor of exploring that commitment from our partners and getting that done. And so I'm currently leaning towards still approving $215,000 for the emergency horse fencing and keeping the other allocations as they are as proposed from staff at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, Mr. Flansburgh, the fence, I understand it's going to be on NDOT right-of-way, and then the Mira Loma section, the steamboat section, are those also going to be on right-of-way? Whose property?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure. So there are several different properties, primarily along Veterans Parkway. So it'll be on city property from Mira Loma, where it crosses the Steamboat Creek at Veterans. So a large portion, about a half mile, is going to be along Veterans Parkway to Alexander Lake Road. Then the other parcels are either on city or some private or I'm trying to remember if there's a BLM parcel involved or not. I don't believe so. But we did get a clearance from BLM on work that we'll be doing in their right of way.
So let's talk about this. I mean, the problem, and I do see it emergency, and I agree it's an emergency, is for the motoring public. You know, other people have their lawns chewed up, and I could see that's a problem. You know, and public safety of them and the horses. And have you had discussions with RTC about making these right-of-ways, because they are following right-of-ways, about RTC coming to the table with transportation funds?
We did.
And what happened there?
They did not have any funds that were set aside in the current budget year to do this. And that's the discussions that we've had, and that's why the ARPA funds were set aside, and that's what the ARPA funds have always been allocated for when that was allocated previously. The funds that we're talking about here are actually in the southern phase, which would be near Geiger Grade down to Toll Road and tying in there.
Yeah, I just don't know why transportation funds, and I won't, I don't want to yield my time to my colleagues, but, they go through a budget process over there. They're about to get a jump up on fuel tax. I think it should be there. Ms. Van Buren, what is we have fiscal policies to keep ourselves in good shape. What is our fiscal policy related to the contingency fund?
The contingency fund can be used for two sources. And actually, let me go back. Contingency can, in this case, is out of the general fund and can be used for any source that comes up during the year. As I mentioned, if you have an emergency, in the past, we've used it to buy an emergency fire truck. We've used it for other items that were not budgeted during the year, and they come up, and council has a priority for something, we can use those funds for that. If we do not assign these contingency funds today, what will happen to these based on our fund policy is anything remaining in contingency that's left over at the end of the year goes over to our stabilization fund.
Yeah, and that is very important to me, because I came on at the time when your predecessor was, had maybe 13 days of cash flow to keep the city afloat. We were in auction rate securities, we were struggling, and we worked really hard to make those very difficult policies. One was we're going to fund OPEB, which we haven't done now for 2 budgets, and the other one was to roll this over and build our stabilization. And to me, it's emergency. I will see of these cold case investigations coming out of our largest budget item, police chief. I'm sure she can find $100,000 somewhere. Has waste, what's the growth in the waste management franchises? Let's go there. City cameras, haven't heard much about that. The only one I see is the word emergency. Emergency. And that's the only one that, to me, rises to the level of pulling off of our fiscal prudent policies of letting all this money go to the stabilization. And I'm very concerned. I'll just tell my colleagues, because a lot of you weren't around when we were in real difficult shape, and there weren't options. There weren't options. The only thing was keeping our head above float. We have laid off a third of the city workforce at that time. This place was a shell. This place was empty. And I'm just real troubled with this notion that we're going to put in great things, but non-emergencies. It's kind of playing a little Christmas tree, a little Christmas, and the budget's the time to do that.
All right.
And maybe maybe there was some horse trading going on. Well, if we're doing that. But to me, I see the word emergency, and the only thing I want to do is understand to go into the contingency on emergency. I also have questions about, on my second round,
Okay.
on some of the other
Because you're
items.
2 minutes over, so
Yeah.
I'm going to just move on, because I want to make sure everyone gets a opportunity here. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
So I just wanted to talk about, the hazardous and e-waste allocation. I know that it's important to a lot of us up here, but $100,000 is not that's something that we could cover from our own personal discretionary.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me ask one thing, and I know Councilwoman Dewar, we both worked on the contract together for waste management. And that was part of the contract. We said we want these free dump days. I know a lot of people in the community are getting the free dump days because we pushed for that in the contract.
And 35 bins.
And 35 bins. So this is additional money on top of the allocation we already got?
These are for hazardous waste. That's paint, oil, gas, propane. It is for e-waste.
Is that
That's
waste
batteries.
management, though?
No.
No, it's separate.
It's
Yeah,
outside our
okay.
contract, and
Okay.
people have to go pay. For example, to get rid of a TV, $200 today. You have to find a purveyor, pay them $200 to take your TV. We take the TV in these cleanups.
But, that's something that we could pay
We'd
out
like
of our
to
own.
in the future. In the future, it would be good to include it in our waste management contract. Today, it's not. No, it's a different purveyor.
Hero Environmental.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Well, also just to call out, I've been asking staff if we could put in an RFP for another opportunity for other recycling places to put in a bid for that, or waste removal companies to see if maybe we can get this reduced. But also, again, this is something that we could individually cover from our discretionary funds. If that's something that we individually think is important to us, then we can do that. If that's what it takes, and then everybody else can keep their things that they want. But I also am disappointed to hear, people saying, no, I don't want to do this because it's not important to me specifically in my ward. Again, we're all supposed to care about all of Reno.
No, you're not. Sorry, ward-only voting happened.
Yeah,
That's
I
what the
mean-
voters did. I gotta tell you, it's been a big issue with me. You can thank ward-only voting for what you see up here, how we're playing Hunger Games.
I mean, this is
And it is
something,
gross.
none of this is going to apply to my ward, but I can support the horse fencing.
Yeah.
So I'm just disappointed in that.
Pick and choose based on their wards. And
Yeah.
so everyone can thank, the last election for that. I think it was wrong. I don't think Reno is big enough to where all this council up here should be fighting, for their own kingdoms. And it's so bothersome. So I hope that the people that are watching that push for that ward-only voting can see today how damaging it is to the whole entire city of Reno and puts safety in jeopardy. So don't get me going. All right,
Madam
go
Mayor?
ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, we have to recognize the fall is coming. And numerous of the people that testified spoke that they cannot endure another year like we had last year. They cannot deal with another, let's say in 1 year, 10, 12 horses dead. It's like if we don't fund this, we are ignoring the entire problem. We have a moment here to address it. We have gotten ARPA dollars. We're not asking for $865,000. Yeah, that is the total, or $75,000. That is the total, but $500,000 has come out of ARPA, which is, we've put $25 million out of ARPA for housing. We've put ARPA to pay for city services. We put ARPA to pay for the river, ARPA to pay for placemaking downtown. Now, it is reasonable to pay for something that covers 2 wards, Wards 2 and Wards 3, not 1 ward, but 2 wards, the entire length on the western side, out of these funds. My recommendation, if you don't want to do hazardous waste, because I completely support what Ms. Ebert said, I have been paying for hazardous waste for 6 years. Other people can also pay for it out of their council funds. It's only $6,000 per cleanup. Do it. It's, if you have $40,000, allocate $6,000. If you want to do it twice in a year, allocate $12,000, which is what I've done. But the point is maybe an opportunity here would be to look at the rapid rehousing program, which is just getting started. One idea from my colleague, Mr. Reese, was perhaps we start with $100,000 in rapid rehousing, see what we can do for 2 months, and then in October, when you bring back the next budget allocation, redistribution, whatever you want to call it, put in another $100,000 into rapid rehousing. I agree with Councilmember Breckus. This is an emergency. This has been an emergency. We have tried everything. We have put in the lights, the speed limits, the noticing, the education programs. We have to step up and do it, and one of the speakers said it very well. We pay for signal lights, warning lights, sidewalks, other kinds of fences. This is just one more road safety project that needs to be done. And it's far less. We just paid out of city budget to put in flashers over at Coral Academy over by Home Depot. Should that have been the school district? Probably. Could it have been Coral Academy? Yes. But it had to be done. People were going to get killed if we didn't do it. And I view this in the very same way. We have to tackle it. And we can defer some things, build a program for rapid rehousing, build the cold case investigation. It's not like we're starting in 3 days for that. But we are starting immediately on the fencing. So I would ask my colleagues, I'm comfortable with the allocation. We are not adding 100,000. We are deferring something on this list. We are putting the money in the budget so that we can actually move forward with a contract. You can't move forward with a contract unless you have all the money in the budget. We are going to get reimbursed by NDOT. Good for them that they've stepped up to do this and help us, unlike some other agencies. So I just asked my colleagues, I'm not comfortable with the Hunger Games. I support all of us supporting each other, which we have done. in
Well, you
other
would think,
venues.
but like I said, that system has put this in place, so it's just,
And I
it's
suggest
gross.
we
It's gross.
backfill, if you have to backfill, use the 500,000 from ARPA for housing again.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. You know, I've worked with you for a long time, and everyone that's sitting here listening, I've never heard her that passionate. And very rarely do I hear her raise her voice at all. But so I appreciate it, and thank you for your passion. I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese because I want to say that you had this discussion over RTC. You were fighting for it over there, an allocation, and maybe you can give me an update.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So to our general colleague from Ward 1's inquiry about RTC's role in all of this, I think they will have a future role in it. I don't think they have a current role. We, and the Madam Mayor and I are both advocating for right-of-way issues to be addressed over there, but it just wasn't in the last roll-up of the budget, but it will be in future ones. It doesn't really help us today, but it addresses some concerns in the future.
But you did put that, because I remember.
Yeah, we're
So
having
thank
those
you.
conversations. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I will say, I want to say a couple of comments, and I'll preface it by saying I'm going to support the emergency horse fencing allocation that's been requested today. But I also want to just make a point of a couple of things. One is that the hazardous and e-waste cleanups they benefit all the wards. And quite frankly, I think they may benefit Ward 4 the most, because when people don't have the ability to throw their garbage away, what they do, unfortunately, is they drive into the desert and they throw it into the desert. And the easiest place for them to access that, unfortunately, happens to be in Ward 4. Tires, I mean, I think.
But I can pay for that out of my own discretionary funds. I have $40,000 to do as I please, and I can pay for that myself.
Yeah, but I guess my point is, when I was holding the cleanups in Ward 5, I asked each of the people who were there, where are you from? Where are you coming in from? And they came from all over the city. They weren't just coming from my ward. 100%. They come where they can, where it's convenient. So it benefits our entire city. I think it's a very good program. I think it's hard to allocate it out of the council discretionary funds consistently over time. And what we're trying to do is build a program that has some resilience. I do believe long-term we can go to waste management and ask for more bins, but because the hazardous component isn't waste management, it's hard to make them do the thing. But I think there's room for that, right? I think we can have those conversations. I want to speak about the rapid rehousing program. First of all, I think the allocation is too low, but it is where we are today, right? The idea was to put something there so we could make a step in the right direction. The rapid rehousing program really is, quite frankly, it's a form of UBI. It's a form of universal basic income. It's a commitment to help people with a certain set dollar amount for, I think it's a 2-year period, where maybe they get $200 a month for 2 years to be used on their housing differential when they can't get off the wait list. So it is essentially a version of universal basic income. My thought is that for today's purposes, because we have to allocate a certain dollar amount that Ms. Van Buren is going to hold us to, that we will, perhaps the easiest thing would be for us to say that the rapid rehousing program will get $100,000 less than is identified on the chart here today, with the hope being that in October, we will come back and not only put the other 100,000, but my expectation and hope is that we would fund it more robustly. And maybe that's going to come out of the $500,000 of ARPA money that's floating around. I don't know entirely where it will come from when we come next to it, but it's too low as it is at 200. I think we can delay fully funding it today, but make a commitment. I'm making a commitment in the sort of talking point, not in the motion point, to come back to that. So when the body is through with our rounds, I am prepared to make a motion that would be consistent with what is identified here as the proposed allocations, but moving 100,000 out of the rapid rehousing and into the line item that would be emergency horse fencing. I believe that gets us the total dollar amount we need today. But understanding, my expectation is, and my hope will be that when we get to, we'll have the opportunity to fully fund and more robustly fund the rapid rehousing program.
Second.
Hold on, because I'm going down here.
I appreciate the enthusiasm.
All right, I'm going down here. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I guess I just wanted to clarify that my comments weren't necessarily to my ward, it was to the city. As a city representative, the fencing would not be my top priority. It wasn't just for my ward, just so there's an understanding there. Based on what Councilman Reese said, I mean, I would say almost the cold case investigations might not be something that's a priority to do, that might be able to wait. I just have a hard time allocating $315,000 for emergency horse fencing, especially if we were to take it away from rapid rehousing program for people that are looking to be housed. Again, that's my priorities for the city. sitting as an RHA commissioner, that's what I see as an emergency in the city right now. Additionally, I think, this fence, it just keeps getting more expensive and more expensive and more expensive. Every time it comes back, there's something more. We didn't budget enough, or so when is, now we're asking for $315,000, and then maybe the bids come in higher, so we're going to ask for another $50,000 more. It's not that this isn't an emergency or a priority. It's just when do we start getting help from other people or other entities to help this? And yes, I guess NDOT is going to give us $115,000 at some point. But as a city, not just in Ward 5 downtown, the horse fencing is, in my view, I will just say housing is more important to me than horse fencing right now. But I defer to my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. And I also just want to, mention that in my comments before weren't specific to a single ward either. I think we had talked about during our last meeting how disgruntled some of our community members had been when they showed up to some of our community cleanups and realized that e-waste and hazardous waste were not available to them at those cleanups. And so just making sure that that's uniform throughout all of our offerings was something that I was getting to, and not necessarily for one ward in particular. And the other thing is I do appreciate how staff, especially Mr. Flansburgh, has worked to get the numbers down a little bit and make sure that we have collaboration with other partners to get these done. And again, I'm still in favor of what's being proposed by staff as is with the proposed allocations. So thank you.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so, Ms. Van Buren, there was interest earnings of 1.5 million in this. What were those interest earnings? That's unusual. And then there was also a sale of a fixed asset that was on page 3. And while you all are looking, because my time gets very limited, I just wanted to say, again, we have to be prudent on the not the fun things, which is, the principles of fiscal management. And I'm very concerned that we added 31 positions here. We haven't paid OPEB twice in a year. We're not going to roll over to stabilization as we did in the years that we were being thoughtful on this. Secondly is, the HAZ e-waste, it's great, but as the one who was here when the waste management contract went into effect, it was agreed upon a week before I was elected, is there is a provision for Graymar, which is down on South Virginia Street, to have people, the public can go there on certain days. So we have an e-waste component. I don't know how many people here know that. Not everyone can drive down there, but a number of folks, rather than waiting in line at one of these, cleanups, I think we need to work on publicizing that. The cameras, the chief spending $100,000 to do her cold case investigations when she's got the largest budget in the city, I think those can all be done. It's really a principle of things is, are you going to be a council that takes the contingency very seriously as an emergency thing and not an end of the year play money? And that's what I want to stand on. Very seriously to you all. I see the word emergency on the horse fencing. I do think it's an emergency. It's an emergency really we own because we inherited Damani Ranch, but we started marching up those hillsides, this council. And, we spoke at every one of those hearings. The horse issues was kind of blown off by our staff under the findings and by us in those master plan amendments. And, we do own it, and we've created a big problem. So if I'm the one who's called on to do a motion by Ms. Sheevy, Mayor, I will make a motion that we do with our contingency what, the policy is by default and only spend $15,000 on emergency horse funding. That's what I think is the most prudent under our principles. But could I get the answer, please, from both of you? Because I saw revenue come in that I'm not familiar with. $1.5 million in interest earnings, and then the sale of an asset for $874,000.
I'm not sure what page you're on, because I'm on page 3, and I don't see anything on page 3.
Okay, well, if you bring up your resolution, could you page up, is your resolution able to be viewed?
No, it's not part of the presentation. It's part of the attachments.
Yeah. I mean, it's your state document, right? Your
Yes,
state
if you'll
document?
tell me what page you're on the state
Yeah,
document.
I think I wrote down that page, page 3. And I read off a iPad, but sometimes they don't correspond. Page 3, you had page 3, you had sale of fixed asset under other accounting sources, 878,000. What was that?
That's not an augmentation to the current budget. The current budget is the center column,
Oh,
which
it's
is
the center
empty.
column. Okay.
Correct.
And did you have interest earnings?
Not on this one, no.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I like to sit down with our finance director quarterly and go over these so I know what's coming on, but our city manager has not allowed me to meet with the finance director to go over these details. So sometimes I have to get reminded how to read these things. It's this is a complicated document. I know some of you are here just for $215,000, but this is a document that is in form going to the state on our overall budget, and it's a very big, complex document. And I have asked but been denied the opportunity to sit and go over this in advance. So sometimes I have to take up more time in our meetings than I would like to. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So here's just what I think. I know we will have that money from ARPA on the ARPA side. To fill some of this in, so I don't want to get too crazy, and then the next thing that happens in the media, oh, they're not funding rapid rehousing. I want to also reiterate, because I couldn't follow that closely with the rapid rehousing. I think in total we've spent, I know in emergency assistance, we have spent $7 million. So $200,000 is nothing compared. And I also think that program, it is wonderful. I call it seriously miracle funding on a lot of levels, but it also is very broken, that initiative, in the sense that we might pay for large deposits, which are really necessary because it's very hard for people to save up for large deposits, or just certain issues that we've seen. But you can give someone a deposit, but then that money never goes back to the city. And that is really problematic. So I think, there needs to be a lot of reworking with like rapid rehousing, but I want to put it in perspective. We've spent $7 million, in emergency assistance for housing. So, but I also think all of it is important. I don't think we need to play Hunger Games up here. Vicki, do you think we do?
I do not. I just think
so
looking
we're
at
getting
the
this-
priorities
Yes.
today and what's most important today moving forward, because we know we'll have an opportunity to make some changes when we come back after this year ends on June 30. We'll come back in the first quarter and we'll have some opportunity to do some other things. So I think today's message is kind of what's more critical today to make sure we have those funds available today.
I think all of us care about every single initiative that's on there, and it's giving us absolute anxiety, because you know what the narrative will be. Oh, see, they don't care about this. They don't care about that. They don't care about this. We very much care about this. I don't think, again, that we need to play Hunger Games or Survivor up here. And I trust you, and you're super talented at what you do. So I'm going to leave it in your hands because you are the expert.
Can I make a quick suggestion
Yes,
here
please.
too? Because I think it might help everyone here, is if some of these programs, we know that this money's not going to be used right immediately today. And so could I make the suggestion that potentially you look at doing $50,000 to the hazardous e-waste program? That will get that started when you have that person that potentially could start on July 1 if they're recruiting them right now. They would have funds to work with, and then take $50,000 from city cameras. That would be the 100 that you would be looking for the horse fencing at this point. It would continue those programs. It would get us funding to move forward with city cameras. We know we're not going to be able to jump on and do everything all at once, but it will give us that little bit of breathing room, and we'll come back and revisit those with some final numbers.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate those suggestions. I think they're very helpful. So I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar. Or Councilwoman
I did have
Dewar,
another question. Okay, no, go ahead.
I believe we're on 2 rounds, so I'm going to send it to Councilwoman.
All right, I'll just make a motion
Do
to follow a recommendation of our finance director, and that is to move forward with the proposed allocations as shown, subtracting $50,000 from the waste cleanups and $50,000 from the city cameras at this time, and to look at future funding for those continuing programs.
Yes.
I
And
have a
then,
motion and a
sorry,
second.
and then
We'll-
putting that 100 to the
And putting
emergency
the,
horse
I'm
fencing.
sorry, putting
Okay.
the additional 100 to the emergency horse fencing.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Breckus, I know you're going to chime in for discussion. Hold on one second. I just wanted to say, Councilwoman Dewar, because we worked with Waste Management, I would like to see you reach out to, what is it, Hero?
Hero.
I want you to reach out to them, and also, it's important that the partners that we have, in these initiatives, because they're really important. I could see why people would be pissed when they show up to a cleanup and they can't drop that stuff off. So I'd love to have that conversation with them. I'm going to leave that up to you
Sure.
to reach out, but I want to say thank you to Waste Management for doing those free cleanups for us, because those have been really helpful. So I think that's another area that we probably need to focus on that we haven't quite thought of. Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to support because I believe that the contingency is for unexpected emergency issues. And I think that's consistent with our fiscal policies of having it, if it's unused, go into the stabilization fund, which is a really important fund for when the economy turns, and it will turn because it's cyclical. For that reason, I will not support the motion. I just want to add one last thing about the rapid rehousing program. Great program, a lot of people in need. But to my understanding, that program and ones like it have always been used with federal money. Reno, our city government and our revenue sources just aren't set up to do these sort of things. And I hope my colleagues will go in and understand and look at the history of how Reno uses money for social services like that, because it really has a history of federal money, and we just went through a period of having a lot of federal money, and I just don't know that going forward, there's a lot of backfill money that can come out of and be supported out of the general fund. I'm concerned about our budget right now. I'm very concerned. We've got labor agreements coming up. We've added 31 positions. I think it's time to buckle down on financial.
And lawsuits.
And what? And lawsuits. Yep, we paid $3.5 million out of our risk fund to Mr. Lucas a while ago. So I think, and that's not play money, I do think that we need to really revisit some of those fiscal strategies and spend a lot of time thinking about budget as we move into this year. And really the role of the contingency is one that's not being adhered to in my mind. So I won't support the motion.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to comment that, to another council member's point, that the bids keep going up by thousands, and we know that. I mean, the police station went up by millions. So I think that time is of the essence, because if we stall on this and then we decide later that we need the fence, it is going to be thousands more. And I think ultimately, if we stall on this, we're just kicking the can down the road, because this is a necessity. If we don't do it now, we'll do it later for more money. So I think that we need to do it. We need to do it now, because it will never be cheaper. And with regard to the waste management contract, I just wanted to call out that I have been trying to find out if we could get this on the agenda to discuss, but the contract that we have does have a clause in there that says that if you want to cancel the contract with Waste Management, you have to let them know 5 years in advance. I'm not saying that we should cancel the contract, but that 5-year window is now. The contract ends in 2029. So if we want to have discussions about it, we should start talking about it now. And especially if we want to review anything like adding e-waste or hazardous waste, we need to start talking about that as a council now. We have a 2-year window to discuss it, but after that closes, okay, good. So just wanted to kind of let everybody know about that. I wasn't aware that that was already going to happen, but thank you. All right.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I just want to thank the council for their embracing the hazardous and e-waste cleanups. I mean, we got a tiger by the tail, something our community loves and turn out for. And I love seeing that. And when you get to waste management, don't forget, we've also been experimenting with composting. that needs to be discussed, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus? No. Dewar?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Ebert?
Aye.
Taylor?
Aye.
Reese?
Aye.
Shevey?
Aye.
Madam Mayor, you do have a passing vote.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, motion carries. Thank you. All right, thanks so much. I'm going to ask everyone, we've got to take a break at least for 45 minutes, so we have labor. Okay, so we should probably come back at 3. So letting everyone know we'll resume at 3 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
3:09, and at this point, it looks like Councilmember Dorr is in the room, but she's not present on the dais, so we will count her as absent at this time. If you would like, we're going to go ahead and move into our consent agenda items. Item B1 was pulled by you.
Yeah, thank you. What I'm curious is, is Lance here? Lance, hi. Okay, quick question for you, because I see a couple of them on here. This is change of ownership, and it does have one name on here, Sonny Newman, great guy, know him, full disclosure, love Sonny Newman. But what I'm curious, because I see a few of them on here, is about the process. Why doesn't it have the other, because this is transferring from Mr. Newman to someone else, correct?
Lance Verado, Director of Business License for the record. So it's one entity that's coming in and taking over for another entity. Generally speaking, our licensure and process only requires one name on there. The attachments on there do show all the people. So if you look back to the CCB approval that's attached to this staff report, it does list everybody out there.
Okay.
It's also part of a publicly traded company, so there are obviously many owners that hold a small percentage that wouldn't be listed.
Well, you're going to hate me, because what I would love to see is now on, because you have a few of them on here on change of ownership. It only lists the one individual. I'd like to see it list who it's going to. I think that would be helpful. And then the other.
On all licenses, you're saying?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think anytime we transfer.
Sure.
And especially like the marijuana licenses, because we actually require more for the liquor licenses than we do with the marijuana licenses.
Okay.
So that would be fantastic. Because I do think, and here's why. Let's just say that is someone, or a business that has code violations, things of that nature. And then that was something else I was going to ask, because I don't think, oh my gosh, I think I might have gotten rid of every item that I pulled for B, so Jackie, you might have to back me up. That and
20 and 21.
yeah, was it 21? So I'm sorry, and I didn't want to keep you up here all day. This was like just a short request and ask, just so that there was more transparency on the agenda. And like you said, you can go back and look at it.
Sure.
But I think, when we're reading like this massive binder, it can be just sometimes so hard to sift through and find all the information. But other than that, thank you so much. That was the only reason. I was just curious why we don't provide that.
Of course, yeah, no problem.
I don't think that was your being. I think that was a long time ago.
Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
it's been that way since I've been here.
For a million years. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Lance. Appreciate it. All right, may I get a motion on B1?
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Do you want to go through the rest of consent, or do you want to do the people in the
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item B7, pulled by Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Farrar, I just wanted to confirm, I saw that the
Anything for Lance?
agenda item stated Ward 5, and it is on Lake Street, just making sure that it is that. I know in the past, we've had some challenges just because things weren't itemized the way that they should be, and just making sure we're clear there. I don't have any objections to what is being asked. I just want to make sure that Ward 5 is the exact location for this
Yes.
license.
Lance Verado, Director of Business Licensing for the record. Yes, I actually just checked that this morning. It's right on the border. It's right on that street, but yes, it is technically in Ward 5 right now.
Ward 5? Okay, perfect. Yeah, then with that, I'm ready to motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Hold on, Lance, before you leave, because I just thought why we have you here. And any questions for Mr. Ferrato? Anything? No? Nothing? Okay. Thanks so much. You're good to go.
Thanks, have a good one.
Thanks, Lance.
All right, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, we're on item B12, pulled by Councilmember Ebert.
Okay, go ahead. Councilman Ebert.
Okay, so I don't know if you have a presentation or anything, or? I do. Okay, great.
Okay, hold on, sorry. Before we go down this road, I want to actually get, I think, Jackie, you have taken an inventory of everyone who's here for an item, because I want to be respectful of their time if you're sitting in the gallery today. So before we do this, so let's do C6, C2, what is that, C2 for? Uh-huh.
2 through 4, and E1.
And E1. Okay, so we'll take those first and then come back to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're moving into our public noticing items. Is city staff here for items C2 through C4?
Is that what you said, Mayor? I thought you said C6.
No, C2 through C4.
Okay, do we have city staff here for C6? So, Madam Mayor, can we just stay on item B12 for now, and we'll just get staff back down here for our C items?
No. What do we have next?
We don't have staff here to do presentations for C2 through 4 yet.
And then what do we have next?
C6.
Okay. Do you want to take C6?
We don't have staff here
Oh.
for our C items.
No C items?
Why don't we take a break for a minute?
No, it's fine. We'll go to the item B12. Thanks, Madam Clerk, for
No worries.
keeping me on track. Sorry, just kidding. Nice to see you guys back. She's like, yes, now we can get back to work. All right, take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for Public Works, and I'm here today for the Reno Event Center outdoor video board replacement. This purchase aligns with the following strategic plan for the city. And what we're looking at here today is the Reno Event Center, the outdoor video board display that faces the intersection of University and 4th Avenue has failed. And you can see in this photo, there are several pixels, almost an entire top row of the video board that are no longer functioning, so the board has failed. Staff has put out a request for proposals to purchase and install a new board. We went through the process, and Yesco LLC was the winning proposer. They submitted the lowest responsible bid for our project. Here's the project schedule we're looking at. Last year, the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee prioritized replacement of the outdoor video board and approved up to $350,000 to replace it. We put out a request for proposal earlier this year and are here today asking for approval. And upon approval, we're going to streamline the procurement and installation and hopefully get that done by the end of summer.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Thank you. I had some questions about this process. So when I read through the packet, it seems like there was only actually one application that met the requirements that we put out. Is that true?
Correct, yeah, that's what we call the one responsive and responsible proposal that was submitted. There were two submitted, but the other firm that submitted a proposal, they had several exclusions that tried to work around some of the parameters of this project, like making sure we've got the infrastructure there for the electric and fiber optics and the structure to support a new board. So they were excluded from that process because of all the exclusions that they put in their proposal.
Okay. And it says you received 3 other proposals. Did they fall into that category too?
One of those proposers was the same one, so that was excluded for that reason. The other one, the proposer did not fill out the forms that we had requested correctly. They used their own proposal forms rather than filling out our proposal forms, so they were rejected for that because of the language we specifically state in the request for proposals. So we had to put it back out for a brief time, advertise it to the public again for a brief time to get new proposals that did meet our requirements of the request for proposal.
Was there any communication with that applicant that didn't use the right format or wording
Correct.
or whatever the error was?
Yes,
And they didn't
staff
respond?
worked
And
with the proposals, but the way the request for proposal is written is it need to be submitted on our documentation at the time that proposals are opened.
Okay, so did we give them an opportunity to correct their error?
We did, and that's why we put it back out to proposals, and they
okay, and they did
submitted a
not do that.
correct
Okay, understood.
proposal.
All right, so then my other question is, we had it out there, we put it out May 21st, and the whole process was closed by the 28th. And we give them, it looked like, 3 or 4 days to ask questions and have them answered? Is that typical?
So I think the reason we ran into, or we put it back out for a week, the reason being is we were anticipating the proposals that originally proposed to correct their documentation, get it on the correct forms, and submit it back to us. So the proposers that submitted the first time, 2 of them also submitted again the second time.
Okay. Did anybody from the first batch reach out after that, the May 28th, and say, hey, sorry, we missed a deadline or anything?
They had reached out after the time the proposal period closed.
Okay. I will have more questions, but I don't know if anybody else has anything right now.
All right, any further questions? Saying it back to you.
All right. I don't know if I'm really comfortable saying that this is the best and lowest price bid. If we have, you know, essentially one bid that we said met the qualifications, and we basically gave them 7 days to do this. And I'm also wondering why, you know, council voted on this, or I'm trying to find the date here. It was voted on in June 29th of 2023. I can't remember what body voted on it, and we didn't put it out until May. Why, is there a reason why there was such a gap there?
So it was the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee.
Yeah,
that
that's
voted
it.
on putting it out to bid. And staff had to work with RSCVA to identify the parameters of the video board to get something
Okay.
out to bid, and work with finance on identifying the proper way. Do we put it out as a request for proposal or request for qualifications? And that took a little bit of time for staff to identify the best way to get the best response from the local sign vendors in the area.
Okay, so the first, if you could just help me with the timeline. The first time we put it out and the 3 people didn't do it right, what date was that?
Let me look at my notes. I believe the
April 25th. Okay, I got it. So
April
essentially, people had from April 25th to May 28th.
So we had about a month that first time.
Okay.
And the reason for the long duration between those is we had pre-proposal meetings, and we gave vendors the time to come out and inspect the board, get up and actually physically look at the board, move the board out and look behind it and identify what it's going to take for them to remove and replace the screen. Because we're not asking for that whole wall to be replaced. It's just the actual video screen that you see.
Okay.
And at that time, let me look at my notes, May 28th, 3 proposals were submitted.
Okay.
First proposal, they did not submit on our RFP documents, which was a requirement. The second proposer, they're the ones with all of the exclusions that made us reject their bid. And then the third proposer, their bonding limit for a procurement and install of this size didn't meet the requirements. Their proposed amount was above their bonding limits. So
Okay.
they were not responsive for that reason.
Got it. Okay. So I guess I just have one more question, if I can just have another second here. Is this going to be a replacement of the same size, or are we going to go bigger or anything like that?
We're going for the same size. The
Okay.
reason being is we've got a nice size board there, and if we were to go larger, we would have to do a lot of architectural and structural upgrades. And it's to try to keep costs low. So we're putting in the same exact size, trying to put back a board that fits the size or the space available.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing there are none?
All right. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say
Madam
aye.
Mayor, if
All
I could
those-
just
Go
have a little
ahead.
comment on the motion.
Yes,
I'm not going to support it. This is the capital project surcharge that comes from room tax in the downtown area. It can be used for a variety of purposes. We've fulfilled all the obligations we had under the bowling agreement. This is nice add-ons of this fund, which I think had $1 million, and now maybe it's down to $750,000. And I'm not going to support anything more until at this table, we prioritize our priorities for how these funds can be used. We just had a lot of drama about money for cameras. I think it was cameras in the downtown area. This money could be used for improvements in the downtown area like cameras. So I don't know why RSCVA staff gets to be the consult on uses for these funds, but I'd like the city council to be the consult for the use of these funds, and I'll continue to vote against these until we have a discussion at this table on our priorities for these funds for downtown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. All right.
Thank you.
C2. Okay.
Where's my C2?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you like to open the public hearing for items C2 through C4?
Thank you so much. I will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect the council is opening the public hearing. Please, can you confirm, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For items C2, C3, and C4, proper notice was given, and we did receive various correspondence on each item. They have been recorded into the record. There were 6 comments, 5 in opposition and 1 concern on item C2. There were 5 comments on item C3, 5 in opposition, and there were 5 comments on item C4. 4 comments on item C4, 3 in opposition, and 1 of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. Do any council members need to make any disclosures?
I'll just.
Please do.
Note that I had a chance, excuse me, to meet with the applicant prior to today.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the staff.
Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered on these items.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, I can't speak today. City Attorney Carl Hall. Do you have to read the ordinance, my friend?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is item C2, ordinance introduction, bill number 7270, case number ANX 23-00002, Valley View Estates, ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described property being plus or minus 81.81 acres of property consisting of 2 parcels located plus or minus 350 feet southwest of the intersection of Claim Jumper Way and Tulare Mine Drive, and directly east of the Truckee Meadows Water Authority reservoir tank. The subject site is adjacent to the City of Reno jurisdictional boundary located within the sphere of influence and has a master plan land use designation of unincorporated transition together with other matters properly related thereto in Ward 2.
Okay, thank you. All right, that being said, are you ready? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Nice to see you.
The same, thank you. Are we not reading opening all 3 of them, all 4 of them? Okay.
Everything is open, Jeff.
Okay, everything's open, just reading that one. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. Bringing you today Valley View Estates. You might recall this came to you on October 25th of last year. That item was continued, and so here we are bringing it to you again today.
I'm sorry, for the record, Madam Mayor, we're opening items C2 through C5. That was my error.
Okay, so the subject site is about an 81.81 acre site. You can see it here in the yellow boxes. This is in Ward 2, nestled up against the Virginia foothills. As a frame of reference, you can see here is Damani Ranch High School, and there is the Damani Ranch D. Just to the north of the site in that gray box is approximately 160 acres. That's the Canyons Planned Unit Development. Also wanted to point out that there are a couple of roads that are clearly stubbed out to the west there for the Canyons and Valley View contemplating development in these areas. The request before you today is an annexation, a master plan amendment, and a zoning map amendment to planned unit development. The reason the PUD request exists is to provide some flexibility while incorporating critical code elements such as hillside development standards so that future development is carried out in a coherent and contextually appropriate way. So as far as the annexation goes, the first thing that we look at is whether or not the subject site is contiguous, and as you can see, the blue cross hatching represents the current city limits, and therefore the subject site is contiguous. Next, we look at the sphere of influence. You can see that clearly the subject site is within the city's sphere of influence. This is a voluntary annexation, the site having been within the city's sphere since at least 2002. Annexation by the city was clearly contemplated and perhaps essentially assumed Development is governed by the city of Reno, even though since it's in our sphere, not within the city limits, it is governed by the city of Reno. Washoe County would essentially tell the applicant that they would need to come to the city, were the applicant to go to them for proposed development, and so therefore they're kind of in the middle if the city does not annex the property. Looking next, the regional tier designation. The subject site is Tier 2, which is land that is suitable for development. Utilities and services are either available or are nearby. And Tier 3, which is east of the site, is less suitable. An annexation requires an accompanying master plan amendment and zoning map amendment if changes are intended, and that is to facilitate transparency. Also noting that there's a fiscal impact analysis that was conducted and recently updated. This FIA was prepared in accordance with city guidelines and requirements and was reviewed by the city's finance department, which concurred with the calculations. And it does show a positive impact to the city over a 20-year time frame. Looking next at the master plan land use, you can see that the current site is UT, unincorporated transition, which is unincorporated land within the sphere of influence. Unincorporated land generally does not have immediate access to municipal services, but will likely develop within 20 years. You can also see that there are single family, parks, greenways, and open space, and NOLU, which is no land use, which simply indicates that a master plan designation has not been assigned yet. Looking at the proposed master plan land use, you can see that the development areas are proposed to be single family, and then the remainder of the site would be parks, greenways, and open space. On the right-hand side, you see the existing zoning, which is large lot residential 2.5 and UT 40. These are translations from the current county zoning. And of course, the request is to rezone the site to planned unit development. Note that the county zoning would translate to about 6 acres of allowed, 6 units allowed on the site, whereas the proposed PUD is for 43 units, which is about 1 unit per dwelling, 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres, and that's close to the LLR 2.5. Last but not least, a master plan amendment will require the regional governing board, the regional TMRPA, to review for conformance. TMRPA has not identified any potential issues at this point in time. So a planned unit development is intended to implement the master plan, and I will be doing a deeper dive on alignment with the master plan on a later slide. PUDs encourage flexibility. They promote compatible uses such as the single family attached and detached uses that are proposed in the PUD handbook. Design is improved, services and utilities are provided, and open space is preserved. Staff has worked with the applicant to bring to you responsible foothill development in terms of connectivity. It connects to the adjacent canyons PUD, both in terms of the roadway network as well as the trails network. The PUD handbook allows for recreational opportunities. The open space areas will be deed restricted with public access easement, so they will be open to the public in perpetuity. The PUD handbook has context-sensitive architecture, which is architecture reflecting topography. It also has a mixture of housing types, including ADUs, and there will be an affordable housing agreement with the city per the PUD handbook. The last 3 issues are the wildland-urban interface, wildlife, and the Virginia Range. Those will be discussed further on a subsequent slides. So from October 25th of last year, I wanted to just bring to you the summary of the issues that were discussed and go over them in further detail. Council discussed annexation timing, the need for the proposed type of homes, comparisons to the Canyons project, earthquakes, WUI, the wildland urban interface, traffic, feral horses, special status species, steep slopes and how suitable development islands are accessed, the trail and road network connectivity, drainage crossing to connect to the canyons for secondary access, and master plan conformance. So diving into the ones that are highlighted in bold on this slide and subsequent slides. So earthquakes, as is typical, well, we all know earthquakes are a fact of life in this area, right? Earthquakes will be addressed as they customarily are in terms of geotechnical studies done at a tentative map stage down the road, and that's the way things are typically done here. The wildland urban interface is addressed in the PUD handbook, and per the fire marshal, the proposed secondary access is good, and the homes will need to be sprinklered due to being outside of the 6-minute response time. On traffic, the applicant had a trip generation letter prepared recently that shows no significant impacts on the roadway network and no mitigation measures are required. Most traffic will use Macaulay Ranch Road and Rio Wrangler Parkway. The intersection there is planned for a roundabout by RTC, which will help improve traffic flow in that area. As far as feral horses go, I wanted to point out that the staff and the applicant worked with the American Wild Horse Conservation Group to specifically review the PUD handbook. Their specific requests have been incorporated in the PUD handbook, which conforms with Title 18. For example, as you can see, the green outline is the horse fencing. One of their requests was to tuck the horse fencing around the development areas, and that was specifically done. So again, just to point out that the applicant has been responsive in dealing with the wild horse issue and in the PUD handbook. Special status species. The Nevada Department of Wildlife and Nevada Division of Natural Heritage were consulted. NDOW noted only mule deer distribution in this area. The Nevada Division of Natural Heritage research indicates no at-risk taxa are recorded in the area, and that's a 2-kilometer radius around the subject site. Steep slopes, road network, and trails. Here you can see the slope analysis, and in the PUD handbook, this shows where development is appropriate. Obviously, those green areas are where the development pods are proposed. Connecting roads will be properly designed with tentative maps and building permits. And also this, again, I've mentioned the trails connection to the canyons. As far as the secondary access and drainage crossing, the proposed secondary access connection to canyons was rerouted to address the drainage crossing issue in the northeast corner. So I provided this slide so you can see clearly the area outlined in blue. That is a drainage way. It's actually a major drainage way. It drains approximately 1,400 acres above the canyons and Valley View subject sites. The drainage way contains no identified wetlands or riparian vegetation. In fact, water rarely flows through it. Recognize, however, that as a major drainage way, any disturbance to the drainage way as a part of a future tentative map would require the review and approval by the city of a major site plan review. Also wanted to show you on the next slide, this is a before and after the previous development plan on the left and the current development plan on the right. So here is that same blue area, the major drainage way, and this is another drainage way that also merges there in that northeast corner. You can see on the previous land use plan that there was a development pod and road in that area. On the current development plan, here are the same two areas, and as you can see, the development pod has been moved out of that area, and the roadway crossing has been realigned to cross the drainage way in a perpendicular fashion, which would minimize the amount of potential impact to the drainage way. Okay, almost there. The master plan conformance. These 4 policies are discussed in the annexation staff report, but there are a whole litany of other policies that the project is in conformance with or are supported by the project. And these are the various policies from the master plan that the project lines up with. So the annexation findings, staff has reviewed and can make all of the findings for an annexation, similar for the master plan amendment and the zoning map amendment. Here are the recommended motions. Again, we have an annexation, a master plan amendment, and a zoning map amendment. So here are the 3 recommended motions, and I'm available for questions.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious, is there anyone else making a presentation, Mr. Krompottek?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Thank you. John Krompottek for the record. I'm representing the owners that are with me this afternoon, Chris Tormey and Chico McCauley. They both own one of the 40-acre properties. I'm always sensitive to being redundant to staff, so we're going to buzz through this.
Sure.
Jeff did a very deep dive. Mine is focused on the efforts since we continued last October.
Yeah.
And I would start with the 2.5-hour meeting we had with Councilwoman Doer in the field with our development team.
Oh, good.
And we learned a lot from that. I think Councilwoman Doer would agree. Huge kudos to her, because I remember standing on top of this big nose that's kind of the highest point of the property, and she pointed to that northeast corner and says, John, what can you do about that? I'd like to see those lots reconfigured, that development area relocated, whatever it takes to get that open for horses and for less impact into the drainage way. So that was the big focus of our effort. By way of reference, you see the Canyons PUD there and Valley View to the south of it.
And I just want to remind,
Yes.
this project came back, it was when? When did we look at this first?
Late October, I think it was the 25th, we continued it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was in late October, so.
Working a lot with staff since then, particularly on the PUD and design.
And then you went back to the drawing board and then you're back. I just
That's
want people
correct,
to know, because sometimes we might see you on a different project and think it's a
Yeah, no, I
different project.
appreciate that. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
There's the PUD to the north, the Canyons again by reference, and then the Valley View PUD. Staff touched on this. I think it's critical and significant to the annexation policy. Annexation findings is that we are in Tier 2, we are in the sphere. And, Chris Tormey told me today that he bought his property 20 years ago when the TMSA was established, when the Tier 2 was established, when the sphere of influence said this is going into the city of Reno. And so you wonder why 20 years later here we are. Well, it's taken a certain level of maturity of the adjacent development to get it to this point to then propose this level of planning. Similar to the maps, identical to the maps that staff showed, but one other thing I'd like to point out, the little on the revised plan, kind of the intense neon green is a lookout area. That's for obviously public access. Then you see a lot more squiggly black lines. In this case, what we did to prepare for the tentative map, if the council is supportive at this level, we basically have the development pods and the roadway network entirely worked out, engineered, which was not a PUD thing, but in preparation for future subdivision. So it's all over there right in front of you, a lot more black lines. Key issues on that postponement hearing, I'll go through them again. Some of them staff has touched on. Engineered roads. Specific to hillside development, we actually crafted with the engineering staff some standards for narrower roads because we want to be sensitive to disturbance and grading in this kind of environment at the end of development at the city of Reno. Lots in the northeast corner, as I touched, redesigned and relocated. Crossing of the drainage way, it's square to the drainage way now, it's less disruptive, and it's generally the way you want to do a crossing of a drainage way. Also coordinated with the Canyons people so that it's really sensitive to how we deal with that crossing environmentally. Feral horse management, it has been vetted and approved by the advocacy groups, and then addition to their review and approval has been the fencing, of which staff touched on. Updated fiscal studies, I'll be glad to talk to you about. I want to deal with this head on. Traffic was, frankly, nothing's trivial in this, but there's 43 lots and they are accommodated easily in the roadway network and in the traffic study as represented by the traffic engineer. On the fiscal, Barry Duplantis, who's a respectable leader in the community, he and I spoke yesterday because of his public record. I learned of it from staff about his letter. It was very articulate. I know Barry for many years, and I've worked with him on this kind of work. We work together in a church environment. And he brought up some really valid concerns without knowing the criteria that goes into the fiscal study. Eugenia Larmore is a PhD fiscal consultant. I'm sure all of you know her. And she said, he brings up a good point, but the reason she did what she did is because the criteria is established by the economic model that was established by the consultant that the city hired. And so set forth, for example, those criteria for inflation on costs and on revenue. When I shared that with him following up this morning, he was completely satisfied and said it made perfect sense that she was doing it per the guidelines of the city of Reno and their economic consultant. WUI Fire Marshal, I understand, has approved this plan we have secondary access, again, coordinated with the Canyons Project and over to the west. Geotechnical study, that is a tentative map issue. There's been a fair amount discussed about the soil concerns, quality, and and earthquake potential here. So that would be deferred to the tentative map. And then wildlife, as staff touched on, we have a response from NDOW and Nevada Natural Heritage. There are no specific concerns identified on this property. Comprehensive planning, I think that's really important again, because I'm calling this confidently the end of the end. There's nowhere to go further to the east as it relates to this part of the city. You can see we don't have a stub out road. This is it. There's a reason for that. It's a closed loop that goes to the canyons. But the comprehensive planning that kind of looks at all of this remaining area is the roadway network, the water planning with the Tumwa tank over on the north property there on the east side of the canyons, and then the trail connections thought out and made for public access and good connections between the properties. And then there's our development plan, a little more detail. Basically, 23% of the site becomes development pods, 77% is open space. Obviously, that's a product of the hillside development ordinance that we deal with. And then that density is one home per 1.9 acres of gross density. I think, there's the horse fencing exhibit. Again, we close it in tight to the development footprint, and so all of the open space on the exterior of that fence would be accessible for the feral horse environment. When I say there's no going further east, just to share in a photo image of what it really looks like. In the foreground there is the Macaulay property. You can see it's flatter. Just behind it off the property is the mountainside that defines a completely different topographic environment. With that, that's all I have, council members. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council, for your time, and I'd be here for any question. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm seeing all the additions, and I'm really, really glad to see that. Really helpful, John. Thank you. All right. Any other presentations? Nothing? Okay. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman, do our
All right.
3 minutes, and I'm
Yeah.
going to keep going around.
And then do you have, when do we do public comment? I'm just not sure.
We already did public comment. We didn't have any registered in the audience.
On this one? Okay, great.
On
That's-
C2 through C5.
We did that first.
Okay, great. Okay, I wanted to thank John and the developers for meeting with me out on the site and for making some changes in response to what we saw. So I have two different sets of comments. One is specifically, and we've lost the maps, but in the upper northeast corner, last time we met, John, we talked about also having the horse fence hug that road, because that's why you moved the development pod. You were there. You were there at the orange, yeah. So on the left-hand one was before, and the right is after. And now on the left, the before, you can see development in the upper northeast corner. And so that was removed so that it wouldn't be sitting in the middle of the drainage and also blocking up for horses or any other kind of wildlife because you're kind of crammed in with the canyon there. But when you had the fencing plan, you moved some of the fencing, but not in that section, and I think we discussed that you would, when you come back, that, or if it's revised, that's what you would do. My big question, I have a couple questions. I want to start with the annexation, if I want to, Jeff. Well, they haven't moved it yet, right? But what's your plan?
We'll be glad to. I just got client approval today to do it as you suggested.
Yeah.
We'll revise that.
I thought they
fencing.
agreed.
Yes.
Yeah. But can you clue the rest of us in on what,
You got a
like,
pointer,
deals are
Jeff?
being made here? Or have been made?
It's not a deal, Jenny. It is a recommendation that they move it. He's saying that they have agreed. That's a good idea.
I know, you were out negotiating, I'm not following.
Okay, can you point it out, please? You had the
Is there a
first
pointer
exhibit.
for this?
The mouse.
Yeah, John, there should be a mouse, or Jeff, is there a mouse up there? Oh, it's on the desk. If you want to point to it. Perfect.
Councilwoman and I agreed to this the other day, so you can see, okay. Boy, that's a real weird, what do they call it, roll space. You see the fence here. What we're talking about, consistent with the rest, is to hug the exterior of the road. See there? You can see it's sort of blending with that property line as it sits today. And what we would do is basically hug the road.
And the
for
point
that.
was to get both the development and the road and the fence out of the major drainage, which would come up in your tentative map anyway.
Yeah, sure.
And,
It's another good thought.
Yeah, and then the question I had was, you mentioned the traffic and that the traffic's minimal, but a couple of weeks ago or months ago, I'm losing track, we had some church right at the base of Macaulay Ranch Road, and the council decided to approve that and to work with, my understanding was work with RTC on 2 different roundabouts, but I'm not aware that any progress has been made. But yet you said it was in the RTC plan, Jeff, and I got confused by that. Could you address that?
Sure. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. I was also the planner on the Life Church minor conditional use permit that went to council on appeal. The RTC has 2 roundabouts programmed, one at Steamboat and Rio Wrangler, and the other at Rio Wrangler and what's the name of the other street there? Anyway.
Macaulay Ranch?
Yeah, Macaulay Ranch, thank you.
Is this a new agreement? You say they haven't planned. When they were here a few weeks ago, they had nothing planned. And they got the director online, and he said it was not in a 5-year plan.
So based on our conversations, based on engineering staff's conversations with, and Public Works conversations with RTC, they had indicated to the applicant and the applicant's traffic engineer on that project that there were roundabouts programmed at those 2 intersections. There may not be planned in terms of a specific timeline. They had indicated somewhere maybe in the next 5 years, but that they are planned in the larger scheme of things at those 2 intersections.
Okay, so at some point.
At some point.
But not in any plan or approved plan or
Not a
funded.
specific timeframe that we
Okay.
can pinpoint, no.
All right, so I am concerned because I had already voted no on the church because of my concern that there was no plan to move forward. And I don't know how to add additional traffic right on this very same road. I understand it's de minimis, but what happens is you end up with cumulative impacts, right? It's just a little bit here, it's just a little bit there, it's just a little from Demonte High School, it's just this development. We haven't factored in the Canyons development, to my knowledge, and where does it end? You know, when is it too much? And when do we have concurrency? You know, when do we have the roads being built at the same time that the impacts are being experienced? Because to my knowledge, the impacts are already being experienced before the church school's even built, before the Canyons is built, and before this is built. So that's a concern I have. I wanted to just take a moment to go back to the, annexation, and I just want to understand this. And it doesn't have a page number, but it has a number, 7. And this is about the, I'm asking questions on this project. Oh, Okay. All right, on number 7, it says street fund impacts. Over the 20-year analysis period, the project's estimated to generate a revenue deficit for the City of Reno street fund in the amount of $985,000. So that's a deficit. Do we care about that? How does that factor in the fiscal analysis for the annexation?
So the way is Eugenia here? No, okay. Anyway, my understanding is the way that the finance department looks at it, and remember that Mark Stone in the city finance department did review the fiscal impact analysis and concurred with the calculations. So I say that just as a background, that we did have this FIA reviewed. So the general fund impact is about 1.1 to the positive, and the street fund is about 985,000, as you mentioned, to the negative. So the net
I got you.
is about
Okay.
1.15.
I thought in the previous comment about general fund impacts, it said 1.1 million, and then it said 1.8 million, and then it came up with the 697 net. So these was treated separately?
Yes.
And are they combined?
They're treated separately in terms of how the analysis is done. My understanding is that the city looks at it as a net overall between the two numbers.
Okay, well, one is positive, one's negative, so I'm not sure how to interpret that. So I'll stop there, and I think there'll probably be some other questions.
To the left of me, Councilwoman Ebert, anything?
I think this is for staff. Hi, I have some questions for you. So this is in the sphere of influence, but if this doesn't get annexed or the zone change doesn't happen, what could happen with this land?
It would just sit
Okay.
because it's not within the county. It's within the county, but it's in our sphere. So essentially, that's what I mentioned earlier, is if nothing happens to annex it into the city, they're kind of in a hinterland of some sort where they can't do anything because the county would tell them to come to the city, and the city's saying we can't do anything because you haven't been annexed.
Okay, all right. That's it for this round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suppose for my part, I want to just resituate ourselves. And Mr. Foster, I don't think I have questions, but what I observe is that in October of last year, this project came before us, and there were lots of questions. We spent a considerable amount of time at that time saying what those concerns were. And we asked the developer and their team to go back to the drawing board, because sometimes when the projects come to us, we feel as though they are not fully baked. And so for my part, then what has happened over the last 8 months is the developer, their team of experts, and our city staff and various other agencies and outside advocacy groups have worked to make a better project. And from all accounts, what I can see is a better project, right? Things are moved to various areas where they're less environmentally difficult. They have been, we've taken into account certain impacts on fire safety, road configurations, and the like. And ultimately, that's what we want at this diocese. We know that we have some legal obligations around annexation. We know that we have private property rights that are attendant to people who own property. And obviously, because this has been in the sphere of influence for 20 years, it was anticipated that it would someday be developed. I think, as my colleague to the left is fond of saying, all the easy land has been developed. Now we're talking about more challenging land. This is a challenging area, no doubt about it. But I think that the developer and the folks who have worked on this have done everything they can to answer the questions we raised and have built a better project. And so for my part, I think all the concerns that I raised back in October have now been addressed. I think that, again, if I had a magic wand and we never were cutting into the hillsides of any of the communities where we are, maybe I wouldn't be in favor of it. But because we have some other obligations under our various legal obligations and roles, I am happy to have seen a project which has turned into a better project through the process of having come here. And so for my part, I will be supportive of the staff's recommendations and believe that all the things that have happened to get us to this point have made for that better project. So I thank everybody who's been involved in it, and I'll be interested to hear the council colleagues.
All right. Councilwoman Taylor. Councilman Martinez.
Nothing from me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm just going to talk on the annexation, then I'll be given an opportunity, if we vote on the annexation, to have my questions answered on the other two items, correct? Yeah, thank you. So I'll just be narrow on the annexation. Mr. Foster, is this in our program of annexation, this more specific 7-year plan that says where we're going to annex?
Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. Unfortunately, I don't know that exact information. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, because you say it's 20 years. It's been in for 20 years.
Correct.
Okay. But does that
Since
mean,
2002.
by virtue of that, does it mean it's time for it to come into the suburban footprint? In and of itself, is the calculation of years enough to say?
No.
Okay.
Simply just acknowledging that it was at least contemplated since 2002.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, there's a lot of dominoes to line up to go, to expand your footprint. And, some of
Yeah,
those are the
and
services and so on.
Certainly, a lot of the homes
Yeah,
right below
yeah.
it were not developed 20 years ago.
Sure. And another question, and maybe you need to go back and check on that, is I really don't see a world where, nothing can happen with this property and it's in this catch-21 because, they do have property rights for the 6 units. They should be able to get a building permit for the 6 units. So I'm pretty unsure of, like you don't know about our 7-year annexation program. I think that there's a world where the city or the county would issue a building permit for what their current property rights are for 6 units. In the past, and you might want to go check this, the city had an agreement that we would process things in the sphere or within the 7-year annexation program, but that's not the case right now. So I don't want that, because I think that's not correct, to be a basis for annexation.
The PUD would not be able to be moved forward without the annexation, correct?
Well, of course, the PUD. But there are development property rights for 6 units right here. And I would submit to the council on the findings that I see of, the logical extension of the municipal boundaries, that 6 units is the right way to go. Because I heard a whole lot of people worried about horses. And while Ms. Dewar was up negotiating fence lines, I'm really worried about water for the horses. There was a gentleman who talked about the water. And an area that has 20 years to plan for growth should have done a complete survey of this sphere and wherever and look to this important component. Fencing out is maybe the emergency we have right now down where people are in Damani, but it is certainly not a solution to planning. And that's what we're trying to do, is planning. So I have problems with that. And then I really want to take, Ms. Stewart got onto it a little bit about the road impact. Okay, I will on my second round of the annexation considerations.
Perfect. Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, one of the things that was a concern, one slide I actually would love for you to bring up is the slide of the things that you have accomplished. I noticed on there was sign off from our horse advocacy groups. Is that correct?
Our participation was in placement of gates and fencing.
Can you come out, Tracy? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Tracy Wilson for the record. Our participation, I can't even talk today, was as far as on this, looking at this project, where is the best place for gates, for fencing, for the type of gates to go in. So that was where we put our input in. Obviously, when we do a development like this, we always want to plan for the unforeseen, which includes if a horse is to get inside there, how do we get it out? The best kind of pedestrian gates so they don't get left open by somebody who doesn't bother to close it, and we don't have horses coming in. So those are the things that we worked with them on.
Okay, thank you. And what about the water?
This particular project does not have water impact, other than tucking the fence in to allow the horses to pass. We worked really hard with the Canyon's Edge project to get them to agree to grade a path above their fencing so that the horses could get past. Our big concern with this one was if they fenced the property, the horses were now going to get down that path and not be able to get around. And that's why we asked for that fence to get tucked in next to the homes and not on the property line.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And again, just for the record, that was agreed to.
Yeah,
Okay.
to bring that in,
All right.
correct.
I just want to make sure on the record.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to be very clear because I don't like the way it was represented. We do not approve of the project, right? Like, we worked with them on the horse mitigations. That's what
That's what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. No, I know what you meant. Thanks. And then the next question that, because it was brought up and it was obviously a big sticking point for me, and that was public safety emergency access. Do we have someone from fire here? Talk a little bit about that. Have you signed off on it? Why? Give me.
John Beck, Fire Marshal for the record, Reno Fire Department. Yes, ma'am. We've taken a hard look at the secondary access and.
Was added, correct? Is that, based on the presentation, that was added to this
Correct.
new, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was contiguous of the project that is actually going to be completed to the north. So the connection through that provided ample separation distance for that secondary access.
Okay, do the secondary access.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and Jeff, did you want to add anything?
No, just
Wanna
bringing
show
up a
it?
figure to show that.
Okay, show it. Please.
Yeah, so the connection up through the canyon.
Bless
is that-
you.
And then the additional secondary access there.
Okay. All right, so because of that secondary access, you feel comfortable that there is enough
Yes, ma'am. So the intent of the
of
code.
access to get in and out?
Correct. The intent of the code is to ensure that there's not one single event that could cut off access, either evacuating or allowing our fire suppression to apparatus to access that area, and that's far enough apart where that intent is preserved.
Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I think some of my questions actually got answered. It was about the horses, but also what other kind of wildlife was up there? Did you say it was mule deer?
Yeah, Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. NDOW, the Nevada Department of Wildlife, identified mule deer habitat within the area.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And what kind of impact is that on them? Is a horse fencing and a?
It's simply to acknowledge that it exists. At the tentative map phase, the PUD handbook requires that NDOW be consulted with and critical habitat identified and worked on requirements working with NDOW.
Okay, so this won't interfere with where they need to go to get to anything if we have this
No,
fencing up
no.
or anything?
No.
And then also, so it sounds like they could do 6 units, but they'd rather do the 43, obviously. And then roads, you said RTC is working on the improvements, but you don't specifically know the timelines further down.
For the intersection of Macaulay and Rio Wrangler, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And simply, that intersection is brought up because most of the traffic, the 43 units, however many trips would be generated by that, would use that intersection. So it was acknowledged in the trip generation letter that RTC plans a roundabout at that intersection in order to improve traffic flow in the area.
Okay. And did this project trigger any kind of traffic study? Or was it
No,
just too
no,
small
the trip
to warrant
generation,
one?
the trip generation letter is the amount, is
That's
what's
it?
required, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And how many was that again? Just,
The trip generation letter? Let's see here, I've got it right here. So, I apologize, it's not on this screen. It's 43 units. John, do you know the? What is it? 40 peak hour trips.
40 peak hour trips? Okay, so that's not
It's-
a lot
it's-
of vehicles.
To use Councilwoman Doerr's word, de minimis.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Doer.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm still on the annexation, and I just want to make sure the criteria are met. In order for this to pencil, so to come in positive, my understanding is they had to set a base rate of at least $1.5 million per home or higher. Is that correct? Because that's what they've informed me.
I won't be able to answer that question. I think the applicant can speak to that.
Okay. Well, I just wonder, I mean, we base the annexation on this whole fiscal analysis. So is there someone at the city, like in the finance area, that does it?
Yeah, so Mark Stone reviewed the fiscal
Is he
impact
here?
analysis.
Is he
I'm not sure if, no.
No? Okay. All right.
And
Well,
Eugenia,
I
the
know
consultant, was
Eugenia.
going to be here, but she's unfortunately at a deposition, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, my question is just, there's the very, excuse me, at the beginning, we talk about the need for expansion to accommodate planned regional growth. We're talking about 43 homes that are, I guess, $1.5 to $2 million apiece. And my question is just, do we get into, no one told me we needed houses of this level, this expense I know we need houses at all levels, but I would say this would be out of the reach of most people in the Reno area that I know of. But in doing these analysis, we base it on, we set a house price. And one of the things that people have consistently, including right in the same area, have asked me about is they said, Naomi, what we're concerned about is they'll do something like this, annex, they'll do a master plan, but then they come in to change a master plan. So the annexation's done on the basis of, let's say, a home price of, John told me earlier, $1.75 to $2 million. But then maybe they decide they want to do condos that cost half of that, or some other housing product. I don't understand if we come in with one thing, but then we change it to be a different mix of housing, does that get reevaluated in the fiscal analysis for the annexation?
No, because the annexation would already be done. The PUD handbook contemplated a mixture of housing types, single-family attached, single-family detached, even ADUs. So the allowed housing moving forward, if this is annexed, and the master plan amendment goes through and the zone change goes through to PUD, then the subsequent development based on the PUD handbook would only allow development in conformance with the handbook, i.e. the types of homes, the sizes of the lots, the quantity of
43,
homes.
but people come here all the time and ask for amendments. I mean, they get amendment to the PUD and the master plan.
In theory, the PUD handbook could be requested to be amended. You're
Yeah.
correct. Yep.
Okay, well, I just wanted to know where we stand because we're making a decision to annex something. The future's unknown. All of those proposals will come in later. You said the tentative map will come in later and so on, which lays down the specifics. And I really appreciate, I'm going to reiterate, the work that was done to provide more definition. And why was this done? Because it's a PUD, right? PUD.
Why was what done? I'm sorry.
More detail. I mean, you're asking us, we're being asked to approve
Yeah.
an annexation, a master plan, and PUD. PUDs generally lay out the details of a project, right?
In a broad brush, correct. Yes, they don't define exactly,
Okay.
where the homes are going to go
Yeah,
and
right.
things like that.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm okay. I'm going to let it go there.
Thanks. All right, Councilman Reese? Any questions? Councilwoman Taylor, I guess you're not there. Councilman Martinez? Councilwoman Breckus?
Still on the annexation, I'll have other questions when we talk about, if the annexation vote goes, the other ones. The need, one of the criteria is the need for expansion to accommodate planned regional growth. And then you have two paragraphs, and it just seems to, this logic that I was talking about is, well, it's in the sphere, and, so that's why. But then you also said, well, it's 43 units, that would be the comparative of the LLR 2.5. Well, the LLR 2.5, back when we did our analysis, and this is from the technical analysis to the master plan, showed that we had a 3,600 dwelling unit surplus in that area. These are the real big expensive ones. I looked on homes.com and I couldn't see a home under $900,000 in adjacent Palisades, and these are even larger lot there. So I guess what I'm saying to you is I think your logic and your reasoning to help us make the decision is not up to the caliber it needs to be, because we were going to divvy down what this product was and how this is needed to plan regional growth. No one walks around and tells me, Jenny, we need more $1 million homes on 2.5-acre lots. I hear, Jenny, we need 800 square foot apartments, very affordable. We need the low. So, when you say it's for expansion for planned growth, the evidence I have is we have a surplus of this. So then you have to weigh it out, and this is where I go to the next one of the, the infrastructure and services. And you're telling me, on the regional network, we're going to get a road in, some improvements in for something downstream that's not working. So, to me, your argument falls apart there. But the big concerning one to me is to see your the proposal of how much linear foot of roads you have. How many, do you have a number of how much road that is to those 43 houses? Because it does curve around quite a bit.
In terms of mileage?
Yeah.
Let me ask the consultant.
Yeah.
John?
Okay, because,
Yeah.
it's big. And, on the one hand, you've got sensitive area, so we're only doing 43 units. On the other hand, that's 43 units spread out on a lot of road network that we have to maintain, because it'll be public, right?
Correct. It's
Okay.
proposed to be dedicated to the, yes.
Okay, so it's public dedicated road that doesn't serve a lot of people that have to compete with deteriorating roads in other parts of the city where you got a lot of people, more people on those roads. And it's got some snowplow considerations because we're high up, right? We're pretty high up. We're above 5,500 maybe.
Perhaps.
We're not plowing 5,500 in a timely consideration now. I'm being, lit up for a week, 2 weeks after a snow event in lower elevations. And I don't know if my colleagues are either having snowplow concerns. Do you hear snowplow concerns, colleagues? So here we have, it looks to me like maybe it's 2-3 miles of road network coming in. And to serve 43 homes. And we've got to deal with rebuilding those when they fail and the cuts of the right-of-way, and we've got to plow it. I don't see how it makes the condition.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off.
For
Thanks
this
so
growth.
much.
I just don't.
Okay, moving along. Thanks so much. All right, sending it back down to you, Councilwoman Ebert. Mr. Krompatek, you're sort of raising your hand. Is there something that you want to?
Just wanted to respond. Councilwoman Breckus was talking about how much roadway, 3 miles. There's actually 1.2 total from the fiscal study. That's directly from the engineering. So it's much less than 3. I think it's of significance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I was just going to ask about that. Is there a way to keep it so that it's maintained by the HOA or anything like that, so it wouldn't be a burden?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And not only that, it may only be 1.2, but when you get into those cuts, guess who's dealing with those slopes on a rebuild? We're not just milling and paving. We're dealing with slope stabilization.
Councilwoman Breckus, okay. Any more questions, Councilwoman Ebert?
No, I think that was it, just if
Okay.
we can do that, so that we don't have to take that on,
All
because
right,
it is kind of far out.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, are you done with your rounds?
No,
Oh,
I'm going through.
no, I'll come back.
Okay. Councilman? No? Councilwoman Taylor? Councilman Martinez? Councilwoman Breckus? And then I'm going to send it back to you, okay?
All right, so here's my struggle. I think the developer did a good job in trying to address the questions and spent several months, although I personally didn't know they were done, and this is something I think we need to fix with our process is when they're done, I think we need a heads up that they're coming back in, not just a week or two ahead or 3 weeks, but some notice, just like the public gets, Where my challenge is with the annexation. I don't think I can make all the findings, and so I don't think I'm the right person to make a motion. And I think I'll just, for the record, say, maybe at this moment, what findings I can't make. That doesn't mean it doesn't get annexed. I mean, someone else here or the body at large may think that it should be annexed. And I'm trying to keep the annexation separate from the project. So where I'm struggling is we have to make a finding on accommodating planned regional growth, and I can't. That's 3. 5 is about community goals that would be met by the proposed annexation. And there's an A that talks about coordinated expansion of city infrastructure and efficient provision of services. And a C that has to do with existing or funded adequate facilities to support growth. I just don't see it there now. And this is the same reasons that I haven't supported a few other annexations. Some the council supported and some they haven't. And then there's just a few others. My challenge is with about creating a fiscal burden and mitigating fiscal burdens. On mitigation, I see actually a fiscal burden that's identified right in the report of almost $1 million, and it's separate from the general fund impacts. And I think one of the challenges is with the street fund impacts, they aren't escalated for inflation like the general fund ones are, and I think that's probably an error in our analysis, but that's the way it's done now. And then finally, there's a concurrency management system, policy 21B under J, and that's providing a timely, ordinary, and efficient arrangement of adequate public facilities and infrastructure that support existing and planned land use patterns. I know they've been in the wings for 20 years. It's taken all that time to develop other parts of this area. I don't know that we're ready to handle this, so that's where I'm at. But I'm not trying to put a kibosh on it for others. I just personally can't make the findings.
Councilwoman, I appreciate your comments. Okay, at large, Councilmember Reese.
Madam Mayor, I can make all the findings under NRS 268.670 and therefore move to refer.
All right, I have a motion to refer. I have a second. Any discussion, Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I mean, I just, at what point is this council going to stop daisy chaining, someone's 80 acres up to the Story County line? I mean, the arguments that, well, this is it, this is where it goes, does not buy any traction because it's just been daisy chained up. And the problem is it's not planning. The path forward is to deal with this area of the valley cooperatively with the county and all the infrastructure providers, so you're not in, crises mode when you've got people at risk of dying, with, hitting horses, or you're blowing the fiscal, analysis with $43 million plus homes that are going to require 1.2 miles of snow plowing at high elevation. I mean, it really is. It is. And it doesn't meet the housing needs. You can't have it both ways. You can't be saying we're addressing the housing problems and, only so many homes are going to get built. And the more $1 million plus ones at the far reaches of the valley happen, the less you want to have the resources to rebuild the core and build the other type of housing we need. So I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that staff's analysis is so, elliptical, I guess I would say, or so lax in really probing big decisions like expanding the footprint of the municipality. So I think 6 units is really what this region, us, and the county can afford up there in terms of service delivery and responses, and most prudent. So I won't support the annexation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I left one thing out when I gave my list, and that was my concern about fire. A couple weeks ago, there was a proposal to change Verdi development, Santerra, and to move the fire station, to remove it as a condition, and to buy a fire ambulance and move it to South Reno, which, I should be cheering. I mean, I'm the, council member for South Reno, but what I was really concerned about was, well, how do they provide services in the Verdi area or the Santerra area? What I'm concerned about is our fire's already telling us they have a deficit of fire ambulances, I guess, is what they were going to buy. And that's remains. And so I just wanted to make sure I amended my findings and just put that on the record that I'm concerned. They've already told us.
Okay, and I specifically brought up our
That was
fire
about escape routes?
department.
Yeah, that was about alternate routes, 2 routes in, 2 routes out. But you weren't here when I don't believe, when they were talking about doing away with the fire building out at Santerra and putting it as an ambulance down in South Reno. And so that told me that they already felt there was a need. And do you understand what I'm saying? We didn't address fire ambulances.
I want to make sure that, you're talking about a different project.
I'm talking about this project. Our staff told us they wanted to get a fire ambulance for South Reno to respond to current needs.
Okay.
You weren't happened to be here, but we had a long conversation about it at council. And so it's just another concern
Not
I
relevant.
have.
I
What's
got
that?
it. I said I don't know if that's relevant.
Well, it is because it's.
You say
deals
you
with
want one, but that wasn't proposed here today.
I don't want one. They told us they need one.
Okay.
So I'm just concerned still. I hear them. I think they do need it. And I think this isn't exacerbates the need. That's all. It's just an amendment. I'm not trying to add whole new ideas, but it's just in here about growth, okay?
No, I understand. It's just frustrating. I also think whenever, first of all, I appreciate Mr. Krampotic and all the work that you put into this. I think that's important. It speaks volumes. Do you not feel like this project is much better since you went back to the drawing board? Those are the kinds of things that I think we want to see beforehand instead of like after the fact. So
Right.
just to sort of send a little bit of a message to what those things can be done. I think that you used a really good model and are a model project for that. So I think very nicely done. The other thing is, I think we got to quit attacking council members when we don't agree with each other. It's okay to disagree, but I mean, some of this stuff gets a little bit old, and I keep looking back at it and saying, oh, word only voting. So there you go. Whenever you feel like, maybe everyone's not rowing in the same direction. Again, it's funny because we saw that earlier, and I think it's more stark now than ever. So I do have I'm not going to continue to berate this, but I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on. We have something much more lighthearted and exciting.
Well, I think
Or
we
do
have two other
we're gonna-
parts.
Do the rest of them.
Oh, okay.
Madam Mayor,
go ahead.
on
Sorry.
item Charlie 3, I move to uphold the recommendations of the Planning Commission subject to compliance with Condition 1, which include changes to the PUD handbook, including the tucking in of the roadway adjacent to the fence to the roadway.
Okay.
And I think for my part, I'll add to that the master plan amendment, moving to adopt the resolution once, and then for the zoning map amendment, I need to wait till it's read?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have some questions. I thought we were going to be given a chance to talk about the master plan amendment separately, so I do have questions on the master plan amendment. The master plan amendment.
I'll second just for.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Your discussion, go ahead.
Well, you're going out of process because our rules,
No, I don't think so. I think we can
let's look
go
at the
under
rules.
one.
Rules,
I will
because-
have, why don't, City Attorney, you guys want to weigh in? Because I think we have the ability to vote on if we're going to expand that. It was under my impression we were taking these all at once.
We did open them all at once, but we're taking the votes individually. So that's what we're doing. So
But
there's a
that's
motion and a
votes, but
second
not bringing it
on,
back to the dais.
What, I thought once a motion was on the table,
Yes.
we're not to ask questions. So if we've already got the motion on the table, then I'm prevented from asking the questions that I want to ask.
just want to.
All right, we're in
Motion.
discussion, so go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
In order, I think it says, after all members desiring to speak on a motion have had an opportunity to, I'm sorry. So I am allowed to ask questions under our rules of staff on a motion? Do the rules specify that?
I thought discussion was you could ask questions, you could,
Go ahead and ask a
Basically
question.
say
Let's-
anything
Let's
you
just
want.
move it on.
I thought I got, okay. So, Mr. Foster, what particularly is the master plan item? I'm sorry, can you outline what it is? You said several times in your annexation presentation you were going to discuss it again, so I'd like to see what your presentation on the master plan amendment had.
That was this whole section right here, the master plan
And
conformance.
how is it described as?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The acreage of, how many acres are being changed from what to what?
So 81.81 acres
Okay, of?
All right, we'll go all the way
Unincorporated
back.
transition.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry,
So-
this is,
right, so
this is
you-
how it's always been done.
Unincorporated transition,
Unincorporated transition, okay.
right? And then that's going to It's about 17 acres of single-family and about 18 acres of single-family and 63 acres of parks, greenways, and open space.
Okay, so for existing, it has LLR 2.5.
That's the zoning. That's on the
the
right-hand
zoning.
side.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're going from completely UT to some single family.
Correct.
And is the single family, when it went to the planning commission, is it the same acreage of single family?
No, it's slightly increased.
It's increased. So-
And the reason is because the overall acreage went from 80 to 81.81 based on the surveys.
Oh,
So it
so
was-
the planning commission saw a lesser project of acres?
Approximately 1.81 acres difference, yes.
Okay, so that's, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so you've got it refined in here.
Yeah, so we just updated the numbers.
Okay, that was one of my, questions. Now, the PGOS,
Correct.
public, what is it called?
Parks, greenways, and open space.
You made a comment about how that land would be used. What is the use on that land?
It's effectively left as open space.
What does that mean? Who owns it?
It's owned by the HOA. It's the overall property.
And who is entitled to access that?
It's open to the public.
Okay, so the public will always be entitled to walk, and can they drive up there too?
There are some Jeep roads up there, yes.
Okay.
May not be encouraged, but yeah, there are Jeep roads up there.
There are Jeep roads up there. I'm just, okay, so here's a issue I have with taking this to open space, is it just doesn't seem like it's open space. I mean, if it's Jeep roads, the public can use it. I just, does it tie into other open space that the public has access to? Does it back up to BLM or anything? Is there a trailhead?
There's Washoe County land to the south. There's trails. My understanding, there's a comprehensive trail network that's in the process of being developed that Canyons is tying into. You can see the dashed green lines, and those are also coming down into the Valley View project as well.
Okay.
So it's an integrated trails network, yes.
Okay. And who's gonna maintain the trails?
To further point out on that, you can see the yellow line with that's going to the left here.
Yeah.
That's actually going out of the development area to kind of a scenic overlook area. So it's a trail that's kind of going out, to the adjacent property there.
Who owns that property? And
I'm
what's
sorry,
that
I don't
property
remember the
master
name, but
Huh?
Yeah.
Brad.
Okay,
Brad.
thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. We're a minute and
no
a half
problem.
over, so we are still in discussion.
Yep.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just have one comment about the trail network. So if we want to recall that we did an ARPA project, and we asked the Parks Foundation to do an open space plan, a trail plan through this area as well as the others. And so when we say there's open space, I think the anticipation, because I asked about the trails when I met with John, it didn't sound like they were all laid out, but it sounded like coordination was going to be happening. Is that right, John? Along with the Parks Foundation on their trail network they're proposing?
I don't know about the Parks Foundation.
You don't know about the project undergoing on the Virginia Range?
I didn't know that reference to the Virginia
Yeah.
Range, yes.
My understanding was when you come in with a tentative map, you're going to propose a trail network that would be consistent with the Parks Foundation overall trail network.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I believe it is. I don't want to overstate this, but we're coordinating with adjacent property owners, with stub outs, with advocacy groups on trail planning, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor,
say
I'm
aye.
not going to support because the single-family land use up there, I think it's at the very far extent of what's buildable, and we need to keep at a rural transition master plan. So I think the existing master plan land use there is the most appropriate. And I just want to comment on the single-family nature of it, because I did in my annexation, is putting single family up there is also putting our firefighters at risk up there in very extreme wildland situation for 43 homes where those fires will be coming through. And I think sometimes we lose that. You know we have evacuations. We know the same hills burn over and over, and I think this is one of them. And so single family is just not appropriate at that elevation with that canyon network, that remote to the valley. So for that reason, I can't make
All
the
right,
finding.
thank you. I appreciate that. I would just like to ask our fire marshal, please come up and address that. Do you feel that those are appropriate comments?
For the record, John Beck, sorry about that. I'm short also. John Beck, Fire Marshal, Reno Fire Department. We don't really get too much into the weeds on as far as how many or who. We just go and do our job as we're lined out to go into protection and life safety.
And you would approve this project based on safety, access, in and out?
As far as this project is concerned with the fire code, it meets all of the code requirements as far as access and code compliance, yes. And the wildland urban interface, I've actually looked through this PUD and examined it myself. I examined this about a month ago.
Okay.
And it adheres to everything that's code compliant, absolutely.
Because hearing from you is really important to me because you're the expert.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, we got to go to the city attorney. Mr. Hall, go ahead, read the ordinance. Or where are we? C5.
021,
Sorry.
Valley View Estates.
Can you make sure your mic is on and that you're speaking into it? Because I don't think we can hear you. It's not getting recorded.
Okay.
Thank
I guess
you.
that's a little better. Sorry about that. I'll start over again. Bill number 7271, case number LDC 23-00021, Valley View Estates, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 81.81 acre site consisting of two parcels located plus or minus 350 feet southeast of the intersection of Claim Jumper Way and Tulare Mine Drive, directly east of the Truckee Meadows Water Authority Reservoir Tank, from plus or minus 71.19 acres of unincorporated transition, 40 acres UT 40, and plus or minus 10.62 acres of large lot residential, 2.5 acres LLR 2.5 to 81.81 acres of planned unit development, PUD, Valley View Estates, together with matters which are properly related thereto, Ward 2.
All right, thank you very much. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
A cautionary note for the developers going forward. When we talked about fire, it's just something to be aware of. It's not addressed by our rules, which is why I did not bring it up earlier. But one of the comments that's been brought up that you need to be aware of is that apparently insurance companies are retracting fire coverage in areas that are susceptible to fire or charging extraordinary premiums. And so when you're doing your planning, you have to think about that. Will they be able to get insurance? So up near Verdi, they're withdrawing insurance coverages. The Santera area that's proposed, it was one of the reasons I didn't support that project, was fire concerns. But I just think it needs to be put on the record. This is happening in our community right now, much like because of hurricane impacts, they've raised the price for insurance for those kind of things in Florida. And this is being driven by the PG&E fires, California, Oregon, all the areas. So it's coming here. And so we just need to be aware of it as you move forward.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall, C6, Charlie 6, do we have an ordinance to introduce there as well?
Sorry, Councilmember
C4,
Reese. Can I
Madam
just
Clerk.
confirm who were nays on that last vote?
Councilwoman Breckus.
Just Breckus?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have questions on the PUD before we go to a motion. It's a rather involved, 73-page document, custom zoning ordinance.
All right, any questions other than Councilwoman Breckus?
Madam Clerk, for my purposes, which item are we now opening? I thought we opened all of them at
Six.
once.
We did. I just needed to record them because you went through them very quickly.
I
So
did.
now we're moving on to item C6.
Okay, Charlie 6, which is an ordinance introduction first. I'm just trying to help out where I can.
Appreciate it. All right. Item C6, ordinance introduction, or bill number 7272, case number LDC 24-00044, Riverside Drive, SPD. A request has been made for a zoning map amendment for multifamily, 30 units per acre, MF 32 specific plan district, SPD. The plus or minus 1.39 acre site is located west of the terminus of Riverside Drive, north of the Truckee River. The site has master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, SMU, Ward 1.
Wait a second, did we do the PUD?
Yes.
Yes.
We did
My
the
motion
master plan.
included all of them.
You keep trying to go out
Wait,
of order.
how many votes did we take?
So-
2 or 3?
No,
All right. We took
We're moving
2,
on.
but we should be taking 3.
He's looking for C4. Oh.
I mean,
Okay,
this
we're
is-
going to move on. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
you know, did we take a vote on C4?
Okay,
don't
we're
think
going to
so.
just move ahead because you're trying to go in a totally different direction and it's just getting to the point where we need to move on.
Okay,
with
well,
the
we've done a
meeting.
master plan and
Okay.
an annexation. We haven't done a
All right.
zoning change.
Councilman Breckus, thank you, please.
C4 is actually a reservoir
Okay.
tank.
Go ahead. Do we have any public comment on this item? Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, did you open the public hearing?
Oh,
Did I miss that?
we did earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So for the record, proper notice was given on this item. We do have one public commenter, Rhonda Tyson. And for the record, as Rhonda makes her way up, we did receive 7 comments, 6 in opposition and 1 of concern. Those have been distributed to Reno City Council. Additionally, if you're in public, or if you're in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment on item C6, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, hi, I'm Rhonda Tyson. You own this parcel. You wrote a condition of the sale of this parcel that you change the zoning. So I'm not so foolhardy to think that you won't grant your own motion so that you can complete your sale. So I only have 2 requests of you, well, maybe 3. The same things I asked of the Planning Commission. Don't make this decision until you have complete and accurate information. We can start with the traffic study. It was done on a random day in November. It did not even include the time of day when Reno High School students flood the intersection at Booth Street and Riverside. It concluded that Riverside Drive could handle another 802 traffic events from that property. That was a study that only the Postmaster General could love because he doesn't recognize there's a difference between January and June. There is a difference between November and April, November and July. Do that traffic study on a Food Truck Friday, and then you'll have complete information. But the accurate information is that the planning map that's been presented to you relies on a throughway through 1200 Riverside Drive. The applicant has been advised he doesn't get to do that. We have not given him permission. That is owned by 100 owners, and they do not see any benefit for using our property so that you can overburden that lot. So due diligence requires you to even find out if this project can be built as designed. I have another little niggling thing, and that has to do with you want to relieve him of meeting the landscape requirements that you impose on everybody else because of the possibility that someday there might be a flood wall built down on the river. Well, a flood wall is not going to be built up on the buildable property. All of these 3 things have in common this. You want to use our property as a throughway. You want not to pay attention to the actual traffic patterns in that area, and you want to minimize the landscaping, all so that you can build all four corners of the lot in concrete and cement. I just want you to consider the long-term effects, the short-term effects. on Idlewild, on Riverside Drive, and understand what actually can be built on this lot. And if I might just make one gratuitous comment, it is so nice to see someone sitting in the city manager's seat who actually looks engaged and interested in what people in this room are saying.
Thank you, Rhonda. Additionally, we have Sally Tate via Zoom.
Well, as far as this goes, number one, the parliamentary procedure in this meeting today has just been kind of very confusing to me. I used to run meetings and I feel like maybe everybody needs to take a look at the book to see every single parliamentary procedure that goes on and how you conduct a meeting. But aside from that, this particular Riverside development, I walk this street all the time, and I agree with this lady who just spoke. It is just overextending the whole river. I mean, our Truckee River is going to be inundated with these apartments and condos that are all, again, not geared for affordable housing. And let's protect our Truckee Meadow area and make it beautiful, not concrete and cement. And let's make really wise decisions about building in the hills. And I have had a major headache listening to all this stuff that happened today. I'm glad I wasn't there in person, but those are my comments.
Okay, Sally, thank you so much. Great comments. Couldn't agree more. Okay. Any more further public comment?
No, Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment on this item.
Okay. Grace, how are you? How are you doing?
Good.
You hanging in there?
I'm hanging in there.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Grace McAdin, Senior Management Analyst for the Record, here to discuss the Riverside SPD. So the 1.39 acre site is located abutting the Truckee River across from Idlewild Park, west of the terminus of Riverside Drive. The applicant is requesting a zone change from multifamily 30 units per acre to a specific plan district. Key issues analyzed with this request were compatibility, availability of services and infrastructure, and conformance with the master plan. I also think it's important to point out some background with this site. Currently, the site is owned by the City of Reno. In 2022, the city issued a request for proposals to find a party that would develop this site. The city entered a purchase and sale agreement with Built for this proposed project. The proposed change from MF30 to SPD will allow for the development of up to a 65-foot tall, 180-unit building. Although the applicant is only planning for about 123 units at 55 feet tall, to provide some flexibility for the future without requiring an amendment for the applicant to come back here, the applicant proposed development standards based on that larger project. As discussed, the overall development plan for this project is 65 feet tall with 180 units and 109 parking spaces. All other items will defer to Title 18 as amended. Something else this handbook will allow is to exempt them from our shadowing ordinance. This shadowing ordinance requires all structures that are outside of downtown and exceed 45 feet in height shall not cast a shadow on residentially zoned property between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on December 21st. Due to the proximity of this project to downtown, the height of existing surrounding buildings, and opportunity for infill, staff supports this exemption of shadowing. As mentioned previously, all development that is not addressed in this handbook will defer to MF30 standards and RMC as amended. Here's a comparison of RMC standards and the development standards within this handbook. As you can see, it's fairly comparable aside from that density. I'd also like to point out that although the front setback is a minimum of 10 feet, due to the access to the river and them fronting the river, it will be significantly larger than this. In conclusion, here are the findings for a zoning map amendment. Here are the findings for a specific plan district. The project does not conflict with state law, conforms to multiple master plan policies, and provides a project for a unique parcel with infill development. That concludes my presentation. The proposed motion is on your screen. I'm available for questions. The applicant is also here. They have a minor amendment or change to the proposed handbook that staff is in support of, and so I will let them kind of go over that proposed change.
Thank you so much. You know, I was just reflecting that you have a really hard job because I get all the time people calling my office and complaining about our planning staff. That, oh, you guys are, too strict, you're too strict, they're making me do this, they're making me do that, all these things, right? And then when you come up before us, then you get accused by the public, that you can't get it right, even council members criticize you. You have a tough job. You really do.
Super fun.
Well, you're very, very good at it. And
Thank you.
I hear you're incredibly thoughtful, you have a lot of respect from people in the community. You need to know that, but I was just thinking about it, how difficult, and Chris, I don't think Pingree is down here, but, oh, there you are.
Oh, he is.
He is. You should be very proud, because that also is a balance. And when you're hearing on both sides, that you guys are making people go back to the drawing board, but then you come before us, it makes me also feel like how thoughtful you are, that you really thought about this. The reason being is you don't want to come back up here and be criticized and belittled, correct?
It's great motivation.
So my point is, you're not going to go out there and approve something if you don't feel like in your heart of hearts it's the best thing. Look at how critical some council members can be, right?
Yeah.
And I know how tough that is. We've actually had even people in your departments quit over that criticism. So I was just thinking about that it has to be difficult to get up here and present and believe in your heart of hearts that you believe in what you're doing. Because we're always called, we're on the take, or it's not enough affordable housing. Oh, and it's $1 million housing. We can't win. We cannot win. So I just want to say thank you, because it can't be easy, your job at all.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Okay. All right, your turn.
Madam Mayor, Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting here on behalf of the applicant. Thanks for having us now this afternoon. Again, I echo your comments about Grace. She's been great to work with. I'm not going to go through a full presentation here. Grace did a great job, and I know you guys have had a long day. Again, this is city-owned property. There was an RFP that the applicant responded to, was awarded. There's a purchase and sale agreement, and this SPD is a condition of such. Really what we've done, like Grace indicated, is just use the base MF 30 zoning as our baseline, and where the city's goals differed, mainly increased density. We incorporated the mixed suburban, which is the next tier up in your own zoning code. We've incorporated those, and we've used really two designations that you're familiar with, kind of combine the two of those to achieve your own strategic goals. There is one modification, and Rhonda actually discussed it. On the initial site plan, there was improvements, an increase in the adjacent property's drive aisle width for secondary access. We've actually since taken that off. We do still believe and are still efforting that there's mutual benefit and some synergy between these properties, and hopefully we can come to an agreement. But obviously we can't assume that there is an agreement in place. Since those discussions have kind of flatlined, I guess, we're in a situation where we've met with the fire department out on site, and we're confident that we can include elements that are consistent with the SPD that we've put forth and can meet fire code independent of them. So with that, we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm actually going to call up Mr. Stitzer. Come on up. I think Rhonda had some really, really good points. Can you address some of those, because they are concerning?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, as far as the traffic study goes, I'm not a certified traffic engineer. And sorry, for the record, Kurt
You're not?
Stitzer.
Okay.
With Built.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I can defer to Manhart to address that one specifically. As far as the proposed access through 1200 Riverside, to clarify, that was not meant to be an access for everyday use, for tenant use, or anything of the such. What we had proposed doing was widening the road through their property such that their property is now compliant with current fire code, as well as providing a gate at the property line that would limit access for my tenants to go onto their property, but would still allow for their homeowners to use access through our property or to ingress or egress theirs. So that was the proposal on the board. And again, we think that that is a mutual benefit to both properties. But we have come up with design solutions with the current building configuration and a redesign of the site plan on the south end of the property that satisfies fire code, and we have our secondary access as well. So that is resolved. Like Chris said, we still hope to be able to be collaborative neighbors and to create mutual benefit for both properties, but if we can't get there.
Yeah, you don't need it, correct?
Correct, don't need it.
So why are you offering to do that?
Because I still think it's the right thing to do for both properties. I think it enhances their property, and it does make our property work a little better, but we've got an alternate solution. So, again, I'm doing what I'm trying to do and as a developer and be a good neighbor and a steward of the community. And if it doesn't get through their HOA, there's only so much I can do.
And I know, one of the things that I hear about you, I don't know you that well, but I hear that you always have a very open door policy. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You're actually one of the good ones.
Anybody can get a hold of me.
No, I shouldn't say that. All the other developers are going to call me. How dare you?
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, and we've done a lot of effort. I've participated in 2 HOA meetings and a number of one-on-one meetings with Rhonda and other owners of property within 1200 Riverside to get to this point. So,
Right.
we're trying our best.
Thank you. We really appreciate that.
Of course,
That's super important.
Yeah.
Okay, traffic. Let's talk about traffic. Is that true? When did you do the traffic study, and why do you do it then and not in the summer months where there are more people, and also whenever school gets out? I would also say, I would think events probably don't qualify because events are usually sometimes they're continuous and sometimes they're not, and sometimes they're seasonal. So I bet that might be hard to factor in and say, oh, because you have this one event a year, then we have a different outcome. Am I correct?
That's correct. So this is David Jockman, Kimley Horn, traffic engineer for the project. So when we do a traffic study, we first scope this with the city and we look at standard weekday times between 7 and 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. So we do not look at food truck Fridays or what's going on with the high school. We look at standard times and we analyze the traffic with this project.
Mm-hmm. And wait, go back to, maybe I missed it.
And we used a Wednesday, the week before Thanksgiving on November. We don't.
Why? Why do you do that in November and not in heavier summer months? Because I would think in the summer months more people are down there.
So we look at count stations from the nearby area, and there isn't actually that much difference between those times of day. Depending on the time of year. There might be busier times in the summer, but not necessarily on that time of day during a standard weekday.
Okay. Okay. I guess I still, sometimes I just don't understand traffic studies. I'm not the expert, so I can't tell you or feel like I can tell you that's a good or bad thing, so. But I appreciate the answer. So
sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Newbert. We're going to go from starting with you and on down.
Yeah, I have to agree that's a little odd with the traffic study. I don't know, are you familiar with the area? Do you know, the events that we have here in the warmer months?
Yeah, so David Jockman again. I used to live downtown back in 2015 to 2018. I will say, I now live in Damani, and I love living downtown.
I was going to say, when you were 5? You look so young.
I was in my 20s, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you look so young. I was like, when was that?
So, to answer your question, I am familiar with the area, and this is a standard time of day on a standard weekday to analyze traffic, which is what you're supposed to do in a traffic study. You do not necessarily look at specific events that fall in the summertime or with a high school, which may be egressing at an earlier time in the afternoon. You look at the standard times, which are defined as 4 to 6 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and not adjacent to a holiday, preferably not on a week of a holiday. So that's what we did.
Okay, so I understand that you want to find like a true baseline, right? Not something that's, a parade going by or something. But the reality is there's a lot of stuff that does go on there. And the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, is that what you said?
The week before Thanksgiving.
before
Happens to be a
Thanksgiving.
Wednesday, not the week of Thanksgiving.
Okay, so I mean, theoretically, like people could also be gone traveling too. Like, I just don't know that that's necessarily a good, even just baseline. I don't know.
can't speak to
We-
everybody's personal travel plans, but I personally seldom travel the entire
Well,
week
yeah,
before
okay,
Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'll give you that. But still,
Okay.
we have a lot of stuff in the summer downtown. So I don't know. I have concerns about that. Okay, that's it for now.
Councilwoman Dorr.
My biggest question about this is this upzoning. Who am I talking to? This upzoning from 30 units per acre, and you said this is a little over an acre?
Correct, it's 1.39.
Okay, call it 1.4. It's almost 1.5 acre, but going to 180 units.
Correct.
So what I'm really concerned about, I brought this up before, so it should be no surprise. I'm extremely concerned about the parking and the fact that we don't even have one parking unit per resident. And the idea that I heard floated when we discussed this was, well, they'll bike and they'll walk and they'll take a bus. And I'm not aware that there's buses that go right here. Maybe it's over on Keystone. I'm not really sure. Shaking the head.
Yep, I have a map for you if you want to see it.
I don't agree building a brand-new apartment complex without sufficient parking. And what I had brought up then was not just the residents, the people that work there, the people that have to come service the building, whether it's mowing or maintenance of a particular unit, which there's almost always maintenance people, and they always end up parking in random odd spots. Maybe there's overflow or staff parking that you didn't mention. Do you want to address that?
Yes, so this is the proposed bus route, or the existing bus route. I think the existing site is right around here. They're less than a mile from a bus stop, so I
Yeah.
did kind of map that. As far as our parking goes, they exceed the parking based on our zoning code. So our zoning code, if you're within a certain distance from the downtown, you can provide parking at 60% of our normal
Right.
ratio.
And my concern is that Idlewild is our second busiest park after Wingfield and before Virginia Lake. And what I'm concerned about is you already can't park. And what I'm concerned about is that people that live here will want to go parking on the bridge or across the way to park their car. They may have visitors come. There's no place to park. It's maxed out. And I heard that there was a proposal to create some parking on an alley. I don't know if that's really part of this plan or not. But it's my perspective, and it's based on 10 years of seeing developments built that our code maybe say something, but what I see our developers do is they exceed the code, right? They tend to say, well, I understand the code, but I also understand our people. And our people, this is a very car-centric community in a very car-centric state, Western Nevada. And it is, I think it's short-sighted. If the developer really plans to do this, I think they're going to have constant challenges. Pretty soon, we're going to have to set up designated parking spots like we've done over by the university, just to cover the apartment complex. It'll be out on the road by the Idlewild. I mean, I think we've set ourselves up. It may work in downtown Reno. I don't think it works adjacent to our second busiest out of 87 parks. So that's my thought, my perspective. I think there should be more parking.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. McAdam, can you just resituate our colleagues and the public on this particular site? The city of Reno owned it, or owns it today, correct? And we put out a request for proposals to the universe.
Correct.
And then those proposals came back, And then this body voted to accept one of those proposals. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was that vote? Do you recall?
I do not recall the exact vote.
Okay.
6-1, I heard.
Yeah, and so it was a 6-1 vote, and there were lots of concerns about parking raised, and fire ingress and egress, and we still voted to approve it. And then we arrived at today, which is now a whole nother set of issues to be resolved, but not to relitigate all the things that we've already resolved previously, correct?
Correct. The idea.
It's the creation of the SPD, so that handbook that allows them to then go out and carry the vision that we've already approved 6-1 into the future, correct?
Correct.
That was also reviewed by the Planning Commission and unanimously approved, correct?
Correct.
So this is where I'm having some disconnect with what we're doing then today, because I'm hearing people who are saying, I had these issues before, I still have them today. This is fine, this can happen. But ultimately, we've also gone through a day worth of hearings in which we've said we can't build here. Last week, we said you can't build there. The week before that, it was don't build in the North Valleys. Then it was don't build next to Mount Rose Elementary School. And at some point in time, we are going to have to acknowledge that that we live in a challenged environment. The built environment is not getting any different. And some people are going to vote no matter what we do on every project. And so I am a bit frustrated for our development community who is trying to bring the vision that we ask them to bring to us. And we just keep having hearing after hearing, roadblock after roadblock. I know that there's a new group that's formed here in Reno called Strong Towns. They had their inaugural meeting last week, and it really was a lot of people who showed up to that meeting who I think are going to start showing up to our meetings, and they're really just trying to push back on the idea that we need to have the same parking requirements that we had in 1952. We need to have the same density issues that we had in 1972. We've heard public commenters. One of the dear commenters who I had the privilege of going and sitting and breaking bread with, Sally Tate and her husband, who are understandably concerned about changes, but they also have their plot of land and they've got their home. And so I grow concerned that we listen sometimes to the voices that are the loudest and can make that concern known, but yet there's a whole group of people who want to get into a micro unit that's beautiful on Riverside Drive in a building that will have great amenities and will activate a parcel that's been vacant for 40 years. So for my part, I am going to recommend that we move to adopt this zoning map amendment and move this project forward and continue to believe that it's an awesome project and that this developer is really doing what we asked them to do. And so the idea that we continue to try to interpose barriers to their success really is frustrating to me, and I think it would be frustrating to anyone who's watching.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be very brief. I am excited about this project, and I'm happy to second any motion that would come to the table for approval. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to get ahead, and I have specific questions. So someone handed me this. What is this?
It's the
It says
ordinance.
C6 on it. It's the ordinance. How is it different than the ordinance that I had in the packet?
I don't think there is an ordinance in the packet.
Oh,
That's
you
the-
didn't put the ordinance in the packet? Okay. There were some things I did have questions about in the packet, but Mr. Attorney, are we sitting quasi-judicial? Can't hear you. I can't really see you guys.
No.
Okay. That's fine. So a couple things is, do you have a copy of the SPD with you?
Yes.
Can you put up page 6 of the traffic study?
Oh, I don't think I have the full traffic study.
Because that's the document we're adopting. It's so we're adopting a document. It's a custom zoning ordinance. It's not SF6. This is really it. It's a hybrid. It's special privilege rights. And let me just expand is, this does show the private property improvements on someone else's property.
Yes.
And I don't think that we can put and adopt a document that shows private property improvements on someone else's property. Because we advertise we're working on this, and if we have a document that shows we're doing and I think it's showed as proposed asphalt pavement on a neighbor's document.
Correct, and that was the change that was recommended by the applicant. That will be reflected by the second reading.
It will be,
Yes.
okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yep.
I was confused, I was like, is this,
Oh,
because
no,
that
no,
not
no.
mismatched what you told me, so I just, okay, now I
Correct.
understand that clarification. I'd also like to know if that and the other documents that show that, will they then be changing the improvement on the parcel to show some sort of hammerhead or something, or will that configuration be changed?
I don't, and I can defer to the applicant, but I don't believe that that needs to change. I think that the configuration was appropriate when they met with the fire marshal on site, but I can defer to appropriate parties for that.
Well, let's get the fire marshal up and ask him. Fire Marshal Beck, because this is a long document with a lot of different exhibits, I don't want any lack of clarity. I mean, we don't have the right, we did not advertise, we don't have an application from the adjoiner. So we can't show improvements on their property, okay? And so this shows improvements on their property. And so take that off, that shaded line that says asphalt pavement. We're not gonna give anyone approval to go over and trespass on someone's property and improve something. Does the drive aisle there then, without that, satisfy?
So, for the record, John Beck, Fire Marshal, Reno Fire Department. So that the exhibit, as I see it right there, on the south end, which is our fire aerial apparatus access, that's existing on the property, and that's all in play. As far as I'm not really sure what you're saying is not.
Well, I mean, it's really not existing because it's just a dirt road, you know? You have a lot of turnaround room right now. So my question is, how it is designed to the western boundary of that property, does that give you what you need for maneuvering? You know, presuming you could even say there's a brick wall there at the next, you know, that you can't get past.
So I've talked to the developers and the engineers. What you're seeing here is merely a proposal. It's not the final product. And there are changes that can be made. Basically, what we came up with is the available space with that structure allows us to create fire apparatus access and turnaround, which will meet IFC Appendix D as far as apparatus access.
Okay, well, I think what we need for the second reading, if we move forward, is all reference to improving other people's property, you know, not on
Deleted.
there.
Okay.
And I think we need reference that we do have, you know, that this is conceptual to the degree of that they will meet that standard you just mentioned.
Okay.
Yes, we spoke about that, and there are options that we can get there.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I just don't want, Madam Mayor, I really think.
Breckus, we're 1:45 over.
Oh, I apologize,
I
Madam
know.
Mayor. I will, on my second round, discuss the shading.
Sure, that'd be great. Okay.
I think you're up.
Did you want to include something? Okay, go ahead.
I think you're good. Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting, for the record. What you're actually looking at now is the updated document. Again, based on conversations we had over the week and based on public comment that you heard today and public comment that was drafted, we took off any proposed improvements. What you're looking at there, the shaded area, that's the existing road. Before, in the area on the northern portion of that, we showed expanding that, this area here. To 20 feet to meet current fire code. Again, that's the synergy between the two properties, mutual benefit. But since there isn't an agreement in place, we have since taken that off. All of the exhibits have been updated and provided to staff. So the document that Councilman Breckus has requested is already in staff's possession and is ready for the second reading. On a couple other things, there was parking. Councilwoman Dewar, we kind of anticipated this.
Yeah.
Again, what's in front of you today is a zoning code, right? So we're putting forward a hybrid zoning code essentially to meet your own goals, the goals of your RFP and the goals of your purchase and sale agreement. And we used only your current zoning designations and we made a hybrid, right? So there was no new stuff. There's no gimmick here. But we did obviously, because there is a 0.6 allowance for parking, and it's a busy area in the summer. We wanted to make sure and be cognizant of that. So we went out and did an inventory. There's actually 984 stalls that are all either on or off street, no pay stalls. They're all public within 1/4 mile of this project. So when I hear things like, that's great downtown, there's significantly more parking in this area than anywhere downtown, especially because it's all free and it's all open to the public. So at any point, we were bird dogging these. These typically are about 30% full on a weekday, and even during events, don't ever get to full capacity. So there's available parking, and it's great because it's all city parking that you guys currently provide. So we're just utilizing the resource that you guys already pay for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you know what? I should just ask really quickly, and maybe this is for you, Grace. I know one of the things that Mr. Thornley was talking about, he said, oh, Hillary, we need to take an inventory of the parking in that whole area because there's something where it will say, like, this is all parking reserved for this address. And then we're coming to find out that, like, that hasn't changed in, 2 decades. And, the building, like, is not even, it's not even something where people are using it for parking. It's, obsolete. There's a lot of spaces like that. Have we done that inventory yet? Because I'm not so sure. I don't know if we have.
Not to my knowledge. I know that there's some parking that's on private property.
Yeah, this is all, and it has signage from the city, and it says, this is reserved for,
Right. And
this address, and it's all over down there. And I know there's a lot of, there's red zones, there's yellow zones. I also think that could help tremendously because during that walk along that we did, that we noticed that a lot of those spaces were being reserved and didn't need to be.
Yeah, it's a little outdated.
Yeah.
I think I would have to defer to our Public Works Department on the parking that's in the public right away with the City of Reno signs. I'm not sure if they've done that inventory. I know that it was in the works, though.
Okay. Yeah, it was something we talked about. I just thought it was interesting that there was that much inventory out there that we weren't utilizing. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just quite a while back in this conversation, comments were made that everything was resolved and then we're just supposed to approve today. What I recall being told was when it comes in for the SPD, you can work through all the issues. That's the right time to do it. And that's what we're reviewing here today. And that's why I gave a heads up that it was a concern. And when we got to the SPD, I would bring it up. So I'm just being clear that I am trying to bring this up at exactly the right time and not say we litigated it before and now we're relitigating it again. We didn't know the specifics. There wasn't a design. There was a theory of a concept, but for example, this entire project, or at least 2/3 of the property floods. That's one reason it stood vacant so long. At the previous conversations, I asked, are we providing parking below? Is that what we're doing so that those areas can flood? And are they being built, with all the venting and that needs to be done to allow for flooding parking?
Yes.
Okay. And then the reason I'm concerned too, and I want to ask this, PUDs don't expire.
SPDs, but yes.
And I was about to say, SPDs also don't expire.
And yes, correct. So
Well,
the zoning will stick
it's
with
not
the land.
It's not a zoning, it's not a regular straight zoning. SPD gives you an extra privilege. It doesn't expire. When you get zoning, when you come in with tentative maps, they last 4 years, my understanding. But this is in lieu of that. And so I think it's appropriate to dive in and make sure we know what we're doing. It's our own property. And I don't want to create a super congested area at a L turn on a Riverside, going over the Booth Street Bridge into this very visited park. I find it a very congested area. And I think it's legitimate that I bring up my concerns. So and at this moment, during the SPD, that's when we're supposed to do it. So I'm just sharing with you. I think it's too dense. It may be too high. I don't think the fire issues are worked out, but I do see good space to potentially work something out. When does that happen? And do you come back with a tentative map when you have all these details?
It would not be a tentative map if it's a multifamily apartment complex. It would go straight to a building permit, and at that point, we would review it for anything that's not in this handbook. We would review it for standard zoning
Okay.
code.
Well, speaking of standard, I heard that a lot of vegetation requirement would be removed over some theoretical flood project, which we, myself and Miguel have gone round and round with the flood project and a third party trying to even figure out what they might build someday. My proposal would be to leave our vegetation requirements the same, and if and when something came in, they can get modified at that time.
Okay.
Tell me.
Two things, sorry, that's what I was looking for. Previously, when you said it doesn't expire, we have been working in like a sunset clause into some of these PUDs and SPDs, and so I just wanted to verify it.
So what is it?
It is in here for 5 years. If significant progress has not been made at that time, then they will come back to this, they can come back.
Okay. And
then as far, what was
the vegetation?
The vegetation. So this was actually a recommendation because if this proposed flood wall is built, we don't know where it will be built. So
Right.
although that they are planning on 20% landscaping, if it's a requirement that we are placing on them to build this flood wall on their property and it requires them to remove landscaping, we wanted to make sure that there was flexibility so we aren't imposing something on them that.
What I see is a property that looks like it's about 90% covered with hardscape. There's very narrow little road around the edge. There's a turnaround area, and we're talking about not having landscaping. That concerns me. I think property should have an appropriate setback, an appropriate vegetation. Given that, we're fast warming, vegetation is one of the things that can help cool. So, I would like to see that changed. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a quick question. I know when we had spoken about this, when we were going to sell the property at first, there was some talk about affordable housing units going in this, and I just want to get reminded of that since there was comment about it earlier.
So this particular proposal does not have affordable housing projects within the handbook. Part of that is kind of the hurdles with getting these projects to be subsidized affordable units. And so I think just the sheer number of units and the density and the infill was kind of what we heard was the primary concern and the priority of council. And so that will just, by the nature of them, provide some sort of mobility of units and diversity of housing types.
And then going back to the vegetation questions that were being asked, I guess, are they being required to build a flood wall, or is it contingent on what the Flood Management Authority Board decides to do?
So, and forgive me, because this is definitely within our utility services for the details of what this flood wall will look like. This would be, from my understanding, built by the city of Reno, and so we would get a relocatable easement from this developer when we sell this property to build this flood wall somewhere on their property. Since we don't know exactly where that will be, we propose providing some flexibility with the landscaping in case we, as a city, have to remove landscaping as part of that flood wall development. And so this flood wall is in the very early stages. I don't know that we have any drawings of where this will be, what it will look like, or when it will be built.
Okay, that's it for
Right,
now.
Councilman
Thank you.
Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So back to the point about the what we would see on second reading. You have a copy. It's not loaded up, is it?
No, it is
Okay.
not. This is
But-
very, yeah.
But it will, because I hate to do a second reading on something I haven't seen, that has changes to it. But I understand from you that, we won't be showing any improvements on property that's not part of the request.
Correct. The only changes that will be made is any reference on the site plans to any improvements on a different property.
Okay, and then the fire marshal will have an exhibit that meets what he needs to meet I'd hate these things, I administered these things, so I know. And I'd hate for an exhibit to be shown that is inconsistent, but say, well, the applicant comes in and says, points to it, and then fire is doesn't have their APF, whatever standard they need. It needs to say explicitly on there that the APF, whatever standard of turnaround is in there. It needs to say that, because they will have a property right with that exhibit. So that, I'll be looking for that in the second reading.
Okay.
Now, the parking, I'm not so worried about it. You know, although, you know, it's moral hazard. And I know he knows about that because we've discussed it on other areas, is, you know, there was an underparking and, when you underpark and you say there's 100 or 90 parking spots around, there may be. And that's great. Streets should be used for car storage. But when your residents start screaming about, you know, well, my car's getting scraped or I'm getting break-ins, then someone who's owning and leasing something up has a problem. But we've made the decision, and I think it's the right one, to let, you know, apartment people, builders, you know, have that role and that decision. Because they're not gonna, you know, they're gonna play with that. And I think that's the right decision, it's the right path, but, you know, I don't see anyone leasing out there and telling someone they're gonna park over on Idlewild or Vine Street, when, you know, parking security is gonna be an issue. So, you know, but I'm comfortable with letting them deal with it. Now, the shade ordinance is really a problem for me because we always said the SPDs were not gonna do variances. And I didn't catch it originally in my read. And did you look into what the design would have involved with a step back or something to meet the shade ordinance? Did you have a design of that?
I don't have conceptually what that would look like because with this SPD, all of our drawings are conceptual anyways. But when we briefly talked about it, it would have been a significant amount of units that would have been cut out. And the shadowing pattern developed in this area already doesn't meet the shadowing ordinance. And so that was what was analyzed at the time to make that justification.
I don't understand what you mean by that. The shadowing pattern isn't met. By what property?
The property to the west shadows on this property.
Oh, it shadows.
Mhm.
Okay, because it's the solstice on?
Correct. December 21st.
Okay, and so it is a western setting sun issue.
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, here's just a point is, I think for analysis purposes, I think it would have been an appropriate exercise to make them, you know, show that or demonstrate the shadowing. However, I think I can be comfortable with that because the existing improvement, and I noticed it, you know, because you got a bunch of parcel numbers here, is there is a high-rise condominium on this property already.
Correct.
I would have liked to have seen how that staff planner at that time dealt with the shadowing ordinance discussion in that staff report. Did you read that staff report?
Yep, it was exempt from I think they did a variance at the
They
time.
did a variance.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is helpful. I could be
Okay,
comfortable.
Councilwoman Breckus, I'm going to send it back to you. We've exhausted 3 rounds now, and so it's your word. Give me a motion.
Yeah, I will make a motion to move forward to a second reading, and I have comfort in what I've heard. I'm going to see. I'm having issues with like what's loaded up on, you know, for our reading, not always matching what's on the table. And I know things kind of come in last minute, but if you have it, you know, we have copy machines, we could have had it run through here.
Okay.
But I can move to a second reading, but I'm really going to be looking for those exhibits to outline what you said they'd
Okay, so
do.
is that your motion?
Well, it's a referral. Yeah,
Okay.
so I do
And I have a
refer.
second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. Okay. All right, on to something a little bit more lighthearted, and I'm really excited to see an old-time friend, and many of you will remember, and I am just shocked, because you guys, the last time you were here, you were about this big, well, this big. You were tiny. But anyway, so this is Reno Scout Troop 1. How do you get to be number 1? And that's got to be a lot of pressure. Like, we are number 1, Scout Troop number 1. Like, I would be full of pressure there to outperform all the other troops, right? Anyway, so we have former Councilman David Bobzian with us today. He is their troop leader. And what else should I tell you? You guys your area is downtown and northwest Reno, correct? Okay, kind of? I kind of know you'll just, okay, all right. And your troop is working on, am I right? It's called the Citizenship in the Community Merit Badge. Is that true? So what do you have to do? You have to come and subject yourself to long council meetings where you're like, why am I here? They're laughing. They're like, yes. These are both yours in front. I cannot believe. Stand up. How tall have you gotten? Oh my gosh, let me see. Wow, it's amazing. You're taller than Dad. No, I'm just kidding. He's not having that. But why don't you come up and introduce everyone, David or whoever. Yeah, I would love for everyone to come up and introduce yourselves and tell me, something that this council should know about your troop or what you're working on or what, just anything because I know you do community-driven initiatives, right? And obviously with the dad, your dad who's ingrained in public service, I know you guys are all probably doing something that's
I'm going to put these guys on the spot,
yes,
but I'm
please.
going to get them ready for it so that they're ready. So, Madam Mayor, for the record, David Bobzan, I'm currently the Troop Committee Chairman for Troop 1. I'm not going to introduce all the scouts other than we do have Mr. Todd Markey, who is the Scout Master. So he's actually the guy that really makes it all happen. Come on forward, guys. Come on forward. Everybody, up.
I guess I'm sorry for the record. My name is Todd Markey. Being Scoutmaster, I guess I get the yay or nay, the yes or no, the final check off, I suppose. But yeah, it's not just me. There is a whole host of parents and Dave that support Troop 1 for the American Legion. So yep.
But I will say, to put them on the spot, David Bobson, for the record, I'll task Luca to do this, and maybe Finnegan can jump in, and other scouts can as well. If you guys could say a couple quick words about our relationship with the American Legion Post, and particularly what we do every year at Memorial Day. Which we just did, right? And that's part of our community service. And certainly this council has a long history with Hillside Cemetery, so you can relate to a lot of this because it all feeds together. So, all right, Luca, you're on the spot. Do it.
Take it away, Luca. You got this.
Introduce yourself. Say your name for the record.
Luca Cornty Bobson for the record. So, recently, this past Memorial Day, this day before, we did a cleanup of the cemetery that is managed by the American Legion.
Grand Army of the Republic.
Grand Army of the Republic Cemetery. And then we held a color ceremony on the day of Memorial Day, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's incredible.
And let's see, all right, you're going to do it. What are we doing this weekend?
For the record, this week, my name is Y. James Markey, for the record. And this weekend, we're going to a scout camp, Camp Royane in California. And it's a summer camp.
California?
Yeah.
What's that about?
I don't know.
Are you supposed to stay
It's
in
gross.
Nevada?
It's gross.
Well, so here, let's get another scout and talk about Camp Fleischman and where we are with Camp Fleischman. Come on up, Cruz, come on up. Tell about Camp Fleischman and our council camp in that situation.
Cruz Mueller. Fleischman, it has a lot of different opportunities for us, ranging from everything that can be available at different camps, from ATV to crafts, or learning about the environment more. There's a bunch of different aspects that we can
But what
learn
happened to
about.
Fleischman?
Huh?
Why are you not going to
Oh, Fleischman? Oh, it burned down.
Dixie Fire. So the Nevada Area Council is currently without a camp, so we rotate around. But we'll be back. But even Camp Fleischman is in California. So just, anyways. Yeah. should we ask? Matthew should say something. Come on, Matthew's not going to say something.
No?
Okay, all right.
Do you know how to, like, build a fire? Real thing? Like you learn how to, I always
Finnegan,
wonder,
step
like,
on
is
up.
this really
Come on,
happening? And
Come on.
tell me about your,
Talk about some skills.
come on, I want to hear about your skills.
Give them 5 things that you learned.
Yeah,
Three.
so
Introduce yourself.
Finnegan, Cornsey, Boston for the record. So like some of the things that we, like some of the things we work on at like meetings and at camp are like, we've done like we like put up our tents every once in a while to check that everything, like we have all the parts and stuff. We do a bunch of knot tying, and then at the end of each meeting, we do like some games and stuff like that.
Oh, you do? Cool. Okay, how would one get involved if we wanted to be part of your troop, Troop 1? I bet everyone wants to be involved with Troop 1. How do we do that?
Yeah. So beascout.org, and then I think we sign up through there, and then like coming to check out some of our meetings and some of the like, or like a service project that we do and stuff like that.
Okay.
Would be a good way to get involved.
How, and what's like the requirement? Like, I obviously probably have to live in that area, certain age, what's the deal?
So like 6th grade to be in Boy Scouts, and then like in the area, yeah.
And you're in 6th grade?
No.
I was gonna say, you seem a lot older.
You're not ready for this.
Oh, what grade do
No,
you?
no, you have to be in 6th grade to join minimum.
Oh, minimum, so 6 to what? 12?
To 6 through 8, like 6, and then the maximum when you age out is 18.
Oh, okay, yeah, so you could literally go through high school.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's what I was wondering, because I was gonna say, you seem a lot older than
So like
6th grade.
most of us are like freshmen in high
Freshmen.
school, and then
Love it.
this cohort is. And then next year we're going to be sophomores.
Sophomores. And where are you going to school?
Yeah. Reno High.
Nice, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Okay, tell me where you're going to school. Everyone introduce yourselves, because your parents are probably here. Your name, it seems a little complicated. Say it slowly.
For the record, Wyatt Markey. I go to
Wyatt. Love it.
I go to McQueen High School.
McQueen.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's cool, because everyone's from different high schools then, correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a dirty Reno kid, so.
Okay, go ahead. Next.
Matthew Taliano for the record. I go to McQueen High School. Yeah.
And that's his school, Lancer Pride. Okay.
Interim adult, I'm going to go to McQueen.
You're going, where are you going now?
Well, I just graduated 8th grade.
What's your name?
Andrew Madole.
I love your hair.
Thank you.
It's kick-ass. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else you want to tell us?
No.
Are you hiding back there and you haven't come on? He's like, I don't want to.
Lewis, I go to Reno High School.
Yay, Huskies, go Huskies. Good job.
My bad. Austin Mejia, and I'm gonna be going to McQueen.
All right, nice to meet you, Austin.
I go to Reno High. Yeah.
All right. And Wyatt. That's Wyatt. Okay, do you want to do a picture?
Be great.
Yeah, okay,
awesome.
come on, so you can get your citizenship, citizenship in the community merit badge. All right, come on up.
We'll have you squeeze in just a little bit. There we are. Good stuff. 3, 2, 1. Hold your smiles. Good stuff. That's awesome.
Are you excited to go to camp? So much for coming. We appreciate you. All right, good luck. Let us know. Let us know if you ended up getting your badge. Yeah. Okay, we are gonna do E1. Let's get to E1 because we have someone in. We might not have enough people here. You do. 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay, let's hurry and get to E1 because I know that we had told some people that were sitting here. There was public comment. Am I right, Madam Clerk, public comment on E1? Aiden.
Madam Mayor, we did have someone in the audience for E1, but they are not present at this time. We do have someone here for D as in David 1 if you'd like, or we can go back in order.
Okay, so.
We do have a lot of staff that are here for B items.
Perfect. Let's get them out of the room. But I think, are we just reading this one? Is this one? Let me look. Carl? You want to?
Are we doing E1?
Yeah.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7273, case number TXT 24-00001, Title 18, Affordable Housing Initiatives, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, specifically in Chapter 18.03, Use Regulations, Section 18.03.206, Table of Allowed Uses, Section 18.03.302, Residential Uses, Chapter 18.04, Development Standards, Section 18.04.905, Additional Standards for Multiple District, Section 18.04.1503, Initiatives for Affordable Housing, Section 18.04.1504, Density Bonuses, Initiatives for Small Unit Sizes in order to expand which zoning districts multifamily and single-family attached uses are allowed, amend use standards for residential uses, relocate the standards for density bonuses in multifamily districts and certain multi-use districts to a different section of the zoning code, and an expedited building permit process for affordable housing projects, increase the density bonuses for affordable housing projects, and to increase the density bonuses for small units ranging in size from 800 square feet up to 1,200 square feet, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at large.
Good job. I'm gonna, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment? You did, but they.
We did, but we don't have anyone present.
Okay.
If you're in, we do have one via Zoom, Jarrett
They
Singh.
come back, then that'll be fine.
We have one via Zoom.
Okay.
Jarrett Singh, please unmute, state your name for the record, and begin speaking.
Hi, Jarrett.
Hello, this is Jarrett Singh. I actually was in the audience earlier, but I had to leave. But I do have some comment on this. One moment. So I'm actually here. I'm part of the Ward 3 NAB, and then I'm also representing the Towns group in Reno as well. So today I'm speaking to express my strong disappointment with the recent decision not to increase the construction of new housing in Reno. It's my understanding that the City Council expressed their lack of desire to upzone for duplex, triplex, and fourplex units, to allow housing by right, and to allow for increased height of affordable projects. These are exactly the type of things that Reno needs to be doing to allow more housing to be built in order to bring down costs. President, I believe this decision does not align with the needs of our growing community, and this is our opportunity to address our housing crisis more effectively. The recommendations provided by city planning staff were well considered and aimed at improving housing availability. Expanding zoning for multiple dwellings would have been a significant step towards increasing affordable housing options and promoting sustainable growth. By limiting these changes, stifling necessary development and perpetuating the challenges faced seeking affordable housing, I urge the council to reconsider staff recommendations and take more decisive action to support zoning expansions at this council meeting. Doing so would demonstrate a strong commitment to addressing the housing needs of all Reno residents. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. I look forward to seeing you take more proactive measures in the future. I also wanted to, that was my prepared remarks, I also wanted to make a comment that if we do plan on expanding westward or anywhere else, and in terms of if it's single family homes, we kind of end up in the same situation that we end up with the horses in South Reno. But now we're looking, there's bobcats, mountain lions to the west. So it is important that we're thinking about how we can develop densely to fit our housing needs and not continue to sprawl out, supporting a need going to be in the higher price ranges. I would imagine a home with mountain views is not going to be in affordable housing, but it's a single family home. So those are just some other things to consider outside of immediate need for demand of affordable, but also the wildlife ramifications that we just have to deal with that are innate to our area. So that's what I have for you all today. I appreciate the time. Thank you all.
All right, thank you so much. Great comments. Okay. Where are we at? It's been one of those days.
That's okay. So, Madam Mayor, for the record, we also received correspondence on this item. One letter of support, which has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Thank you so much. I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I move to refer.
What, we're not going to have questions on this item?
Well,
Is
we've
this an
had questions
adoption?
on this item for the past 6 meetings that we've covered this.
You know, in the minutes, I asked to have a meeting with staff on this, and they had said months ago they would, and no one met with me in the interim. Ms. Stewart asked for a checklist on this. I mean, I have substantive questions on this, and I really find it, the management of this, just jumping ahead. I mean, are we just here running through some
No.
mechanics and,
Okay, hold on.
just having pictures with people?
Okay, we're going to get up and do recess because today has been very, very challenging. We'll continue to come back until everyone can be respectful. This has been a little interesting today that everyone's kind of going in their own different directions. You guys all know the process. We have done this for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden, you want it to work a different way whenever it sort of appeases the direction you want to go. It's got to be that everyone's respectful of each other and their time, and it's not about one or the other. It's got to be working together. And that's not what's happening today. So we're going to take 5 minutes, and everyone can come back with a different mindset. And if we can't, then we'll take another 5 minutes. If we can't do that, we'll take another 5 minutes until everyone can get along and work together. All right, thanks. Okay, they are in the room. Okay.
All right, Madam
No,
Mayor, we're
hold on one
reconvening the meeting at 5:54, and at this time, Councilmember Ebert and Councilmember Doer are absent.
Okay, just to recap, ordinance, I believe, was read, and then Councilman Reese had his hand up, and then we moved forward, and then Councilwoman Breckus wanted to weigh in. Usually I go from this side to this side, so I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus. You get 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, 2 rounds.
Yeah, I have questions about this, and I have, because this is code, I have actual documents. I think it's section 1804, 1503. If you don't have that up or can't put it on the display, I took photos of it on my iPod, and I'm happy to hand you that to look at it. It's the one that starts subsection where it says 8B, expedited building permit processing. Yeah, right there, expedited. I'm wondering why, a kind of an operational issue decided to go into code. We did say that we wanted, and we wanted a person assigned, but I didn't think that you were going to drop it into code, because it's kind of a binding thing for you.
It is. And so, for the record, Angela Foos, Assistant Director with Development Services, again, per that AB 213 that we are trying to comply with, we have been tasked with adopting an ordinance by July 1st that deals with expediting and also incentivizing affordable housing. And so, because we don't have anything else that we have supported that expedites affordable housing, we felt that this is something we can put in the code that we can do, and it guarantees that we have the ability then to expedite building permit review for affordable housing projects.
Yeah, I mean, that was the checklist that Ms. Dewar asked for, and that I was looking for too, was to see, AB 2014 says this. I was looking for that. It wasn't in the motion, but it was.
Did you want to go back and do a presentation, and we can
No,
show you that
I want
checklist?
to, because the next page, though, when it says, and these are more my specific ones, sub C, now it's sub D, that average total gross income project calculation is based on existing units plus new proposed units. What does that mean? The average, no. I don't see it here. It's D. It's the next page over. Yeah. The average total gross income project calculation is based on existing units. Yeah, what does that refer to? What is gross income project calculation?
We've had some challenges with interpreting how we base, when we're looking at density bonuses, and we have different projects that have come forward. So let's take an example of an affordable housing project, let's say has 10 units. And 5 units are at 50% of the area median income, and maybe 2 units are at 30% of the area median income, and maybe the remaining 7 units or 2 units have no affordable housing. So from a staff perspective, we needed something to clarify how we come up with the average income. Again, the challenge that we have had is there's nothing clear to define, well, what if I have a project that has 1 unit that's affordable? Do I get all these density bonuses for affordable housing if I just do 1 unit that's affordable? So we said, no, let's clarify what that means. So the intent was for us to better understand how to interpret when there's multiple units at different income levels. How do we define that?
Well, I mean, here's the question, is you got...
Councilwoman Breckus, I'm going to cut you off.
Yes, you
we're at
are.
3 minutes. Yes, I am. Okay. I'm going to send it to you. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead. Nothing? Okay. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Foos, I want to just thank you for the team effort that you've led, because I know that this has been the outgrowth and sort of almost like a culmination moment for it's not just one meeting or two meetings. It's literally been several years of effort by your team, whether it's involved the bringing of experts from outside the community, as Shane Phillips came and visited with us, whether it's the individual workshops that you all have spent, whether it's the Planning Commission's efforts to improve a lot of the different minutia. None of this happens alone, right? It's not done in a vacuum, and it's been a really incredible and transformative process. In many ways, certainly, and you heard one of the public commenters, I think, comment on it, we haven't gotten everything that everyone wanted. We haven't gotten nothing that no one wanted, right? I mean, I just think there's been a lot of balancing, and I can't say that any specific singular item is going to move our needle in some immeasurable way, but I can say that the totality of the things that your group and it really has brought to the forefront will make an impact. And so all of the things that are identified here have been the product of a lot of conversation, and where you have laid them now into the various code provisions, I think makes sense. In many ways, it's an art, not a science, right? And I think oftentimes people are looking for a scientific explanation for the problem, and then they would address it in a science-y way. And that's not really a word, I suppose, but you get my drift. I appreciate that we have taken kind of the all tools and the toolbox approach. And again, some of them I might have preferred that we went further. Some of them I would have preferred maybe we didn't do it all. And we've taken a lot of time to approach the community's interests, and we've had full rooms of people who have been interested. We've had people comment 1,000 times on Nextdoor and the like. And all of that's to say that, again, you've gotten us to a good place. I'm very happy with the work that your team has done. And of course, it's always a choice between the many things that we've tasked you with doing. And sometimes I think we've tasked you with more than anyone could measurably do as one human being. But your team has really pitched in to make it work. So from my point and my thought process, all of these things seem appropriate and where they are placed in the code and how we've changed some of the language to fit the reflections that we've had over these past many years of conversation, I think is really good work product. And it really speaks to a lot of the efforts that we've made. I think we'll continue to refine them as we go forward, because I do think also that under your leadership, we've really tried to stretch and grow as a city, right? The mayor is fond of saying that we are a growing city. We're not a small city anymore. We're a medium-sized city, and we have some medium and big city problems, right? And so we're trying to address them. Again, I think the Planning Commission also deserves a lot of credit for the work that they did in getting us to this point. And they probably would say, hey, you didn't go far enough and you didn't do some of the things we did. But it's a collaborative process, and there's a lot of balancing that goes on. So thank you for that.
Great. Councilwoman Taylor.
I'm going to show my appreciation by not making any comments. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Just like to echo some of the comments that were already made. I know the work that you and your team have already done to get us to this place. And personally, I've already shared this in the past, but I think that, some of the recommendations that were made by the Planning Commission would have gotten us a little bit further than I would have liked. But I understand that as a council overall, this is where we're deciding to head in the direction. And the progress that we're making today will hopefully get us closer to bringing more affordable and more housing in general into the market today. So thank you for your efforts.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, could we just go back to that discussion about gross income and show that up on the screen, please? So I'm struggling with this. So you're going to take the average gross income. If you take your example where you had maybe a 10-unit complex and 3 people are 30 AMI and one is 5 AMI, 50 AMI, that's 4. So do the other 6 people have to demonstrate their income and then you average it out? Is that what you're doing?
When a project comes in and they want to get this density bonus, they have to show us, and again on item, at the very bottom, item F, they have to deed restrict this property. So when they show us, they are also tying it to a deed restriction of that affordability. So they will show us how, if it's 10 units, which units will come in at 60% AMI or 50% AMI, and then we're able to calculate. I will also add that language, average total gross income, came from state law. When state law came up with that enabling legislation that allowed us to do the fee waivers, that we do for sewer connection fees and building permit fees, that specific language was in state law.
So the average is based on existing units plus new promotes. I don't understand. So what does it mean, existing units plus new proposed?
So as another example, we had a project approach us that had an existing, already built project.
Okay.
And that was not affordable. And they said, hey, we want to use this density bonus and add 10 new units. So they wanted to construct 10 new units. And they said, well, we want to use the density bonus. So we said, whoa, whoa, whoa. You have to look at how many units are actually affordable to use this density bonus. Because they were trying to say, no, we have a project and we're going to add 10 affordable units. So you should give us the full density bonus as if the whole project had this affordability component, and it did not. So this hopefully will clarify what is in state law, that specific terminology. As staff, now we have something to help us understand what that means.
So is there going to be in these deeds or covenants a requirement every year to make sure that everyone through the 20 years in the 4 units is within those income parameters?
No, when it's deed restricted, it's specific to the property, and so that is for 20 years. So if you are building a building and you want it to have this density bonus incentive, you are deed restricted for 20 years to always have that affordability.
On 4 units?
If that's what you've committed to, then yes.
That, whatever your increment is. Okay, so it doesn't, the other folks, they don't have it to demonstrate income or anything.
This section here is specific to the affordable housing density bonus.
The density bonus, okay. And then can the unit, is it unit 6 and unit 7, or can the property owner say, well, unit 6 and 7 I leased out to a market rate person, now it's unit 3? Are they going to be able to do that?
They can, yes.
Okay. But, and you're going to check these every year?
So again, we talked about this last time. The housing department, Monica's team, they have a program set up where they are monitoring all of our affordable housing projects. So this falls within the purview of what they do.
Yeah, well, they do it under the federal guidelines, and so we're setting up our own program, so they're going to have to set up their own program. Okay, well, I guess is based on existing units. That reads a little tough for me, but okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Councilman Reese, or Councilwoman Ebert, anything?
Yeah, just kind of questions on timing of things. You said we have to submit or pass something by July 1st. And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we already have some stuff in place to kind of qualify for this?
The way that the state legislature adopted that regulation was they said state of Nevada as a whole, jurisdictions are not doing enough. And Reno was part of that discussion.
Okay.
They didn't say, Reno, you guys are good. You
Yeah.
don't have to do anything more. They specifically said, do more.
Okay.
And so they put that language in so that we have the ability as a city to do what council wants to do. They're not requiring anything specific, but the two things they said is come up with something that incentivizes affordable housing and speeds up the process to review affordable housing. Those are the two kind of thresholds that they gave us.
Okay. So did they give us like any list of options or anything like that? Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese? Nothing? All right, Councilwoman Taylor? Councilman Martinez? Councilwoman Breckus? Nope, okay, Councilman,
I think I've made a motion.
okay. You,
To refer.
Okay.
And it was seconded.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you would like to get back in order, or we can see.
Let's go to B items. Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're on item B13, Boy 13.
Okay. That was pulled by.
Madam Mayor, this was pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Oh, she's not here, so let's,
So I'll make a motion to approve.
okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up is item 17.
Yep, B17, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, it might take me a second to bring this up because I
Okay,
had it up and then we juggle around and so, but I think my point was this interlocal agreement with, I'll bring it up on this device, this interlocal agreement with a couple other folks about the hazmat. It brings on a position a battalion level position, which I'm a little uncomfortable doing budgeting outside of budget. And particularly new positions, particularly one as high level as a battalion. Whose employee is that going to be?
David Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So I'd like to start by pointing out Reno has no responsibility for that position. And we would have brought that to council as part of the budgeting process if we were going to be responsible for that. It's a Sparks employee. Yes, it is at the battalion chief level, but Sparks and Truckee Meadows are solely responsible for that position and the funding of that position.
Where does it say that in the agreement? It does? I didn't see this.
It's in there.
It's explicit?
Yeah.
Okay, then I can support it. So it's talking about a Sparks level battalion.
A Sparks level battalion chief that will act as a hazmat coordinator for the region, for the triad hazmat team.
Yeah, I sure think it should say Sparks level battalion in the agreement. Because who's got the most battalion chiefs?
Truckee Meadows.
Anyway, well, with that, I'll support. Okay, thank you.
From Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, next. 18.
Items, 18 pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I'm going to let staff get up here and introduce themselves. I'm uncertain of your name.
Hi, Adria White, risk manager for the record.
Adrian, I'm sorry. White.
It's okay.
Yeah. Hey, so this was a little odd. I mean, it's something we've long-standing, the ARC for the, bringing on the folks. But why'd you decide to leave the Washoe County joinder?
We did this for continuity of medical services with our employees currently. So, excuse me. Sorry, I have something in my throat.
Here's a water. Here's a water if you want.
Oh, good, thank you. So Washoe County recently went out to RFP, and they were still in the midst of that. So we did it this way so we could move forward with our employees.
Okay. So the joinder went away.
Correct.
So how'd you do this? Did you do sole sources? Did you do a professional service?
Professional services.
Contract. Okay.
Yes.
And it's continuity. Okay.
Yes.
I get that. It's just odd. We're always doing joinders. We're rarely separating from a joinder. So that's what threw me. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman, give me a motion, please.
Move to, staff report, approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Breckus 19. Hi.
Good evening.
You guys have stayed here all day long.
We have.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name again?
Oh, for the record, I'm Angela Davis. your
Angela
benefits
Davis.
manager.
Sorry. I got you guys mixed
Oh,
up.
I love you, Angela. You're amazing. Thank you for your service.
Oh, you're welcome.
So great.
So you mentioned a no laser provision in here?
Yeah.
I read these things diligently for a decade and have never heard of a no laser provision.
This is a wonderful provision and truly a gift. So a laser on your stop loss is when they call out like a high dollar claim that they know is going to be expensive. And they say, I will cover this at this rate, except for this high dollar claim. We won't cover, or we'll cover it at an attachment point of $1 million instead of $400,000. So to have a no laser when we do have some known risk is a big deal.
Okay.
They're putting their confidence in us to manage our plan as we have in the past.
Okay.
And really make that viable.
Okay, I think I remember this. They were always worried about transplants, and maybe that would be an example of one. We know those are big, so we'll laser that out of your stop loss.
And stop loss is
Ms.
based
Davis,
on your known risk.
Will you turn the mic so that it's so we can get you on record?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that term of the art of the, what do they call it? Art of the field or something? went over my head. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Anybody else?
Madam Mayor, I don't want Ms. Davis to go away without me saying thank you so much for all the help that you've been to me in my needs as a city employee. It's a very complicated area of work that you do, and often very difficult for other people who don't have the head knowledge that you do to navigate. And so there has not been an email that has gone unanswered, a claim that has not been processed, and it's always done with such a glad heart. So thank you so very much for all the hard
That
work
makes
you
me
did.
feel wonderful.
Well, you are wonderful. You make us healthy, right? You have done so many good things for the employees of this organization. And because we don't get to see it in chambers enough, it's just nice for me to be able to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, you are welcome. It is totally my pleasure and my passion, so hopefully that comes through.
And it shines through, because I got to tell you, we know you by phone, not by, so had I known earlier, thank you for everything that you've done, because I know you've been on the phone a lot with sort of the transition.
Yep.
And you have done a wonderful job. You call back people immediately, but other people have come to me and have just sang your praises too. So it's not just me, because I know, you know, we always think that, oh, are we getting better treatment? But no, you have just treated everyone so wonderfully, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
You're
It is
amazing.
my pleasure to serve our people.
Both
so.
you guys, thank you.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
Have a good night.
Okay, Councilwoman,
I'll move to approve.
I got a motion, I have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next.
U20.
20, I just wanted to know, really quickly, this was just super quick. The EFSP.
Yes.
Explain that.
Hi, Jana Litz for the record. EFSP is the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. It's a federal program that's administered by the United Way, and our local board administers a small amount of money that local nonprofits and government entities can apply for things like shelter, food services like the food bank, and different kinds of housing.
I've
So-
never heard of this.
Yes,
How come,
we've-
like, all of a sudden, I mean, we've been in this massive crisis, and all of a sudden it just pops up, and I'm like, what is this? Because we know all our players in the space. Where have they been?
We
Explain
actually
this, like-
we have been awarded this before. It has never come before council.
How much?
It's usually around 50,000. We used to apply for it to help with our contribution to the shelter operations.
Okay.
And since we don't have that obligation anymore, we saw a need for this interim hotel assistance for some of our deposit and rental assistance applicants
Yeah.
that are without housing until their unit is ready. So we applied for it, and this will be our second year running that program.
Okay, I just wanted to know, I've never heard of it, and it's through the United Way?
Yes.
Okay, and just, it's important that we should put it on there so we can recognize them, so that they know how grateful we are, because I'm like, who is this? Never heard of this. But it is really important, because, you know, you wonder, well, where is this going, and what are we doing? But, and so grateful for anyone that helps us in this space, because you know it's so needed, so.
Yeah.
Good job, I'm excited,
And
thank you.
It might not seem like a lot of money, but we did help 37 households with that amount of money last year. And in addition to this, we have another 50,000 from United Healthcare going to the program this year, so.
Yeah,
it's
they're
double.
getting a match, right?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And it is a lot of money, but I don't think people understand that it just pales in comparison whenever you help one family get into permanent housing, because you can take that money to afford to get down deposits and get them out of really horrible situations. So
Yeah.
it's like game changer for people. So
Yeah.
any amount of money we're grateful for. So good job. Thank you so
Thanks.
much. Okay, I'll make a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay.
U21.
21, so I'm just curious, when we put the joinders on there, it doesn't say who with when we do that. Is there a reason?
Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. It does not, it's whoever has the contracts that are out there. So if there's a contract with the state that we can join on to and meets our needs, then that would allow us to be able to do that. And this would allow it for 5 years. You previously saw this in 2019. And these are services that we use on a daily basis, like the mats at the doors, the facilities, shirts, pants, and things that they use at Fleet in those areas, aprons that they have to wear that are OSHA regulated for welding. I mean, there's a lot of different areas where we use services like that.
Okay, because there's a lot of them on here, joinder, 1,
Yes.
2, 3, 4.
They are, and they all previously came
This
5
must
years,
be-
5 years ago in
The time is up,
2019.
right?
Yeah,
I
and it's
just
like
would like to see-
tires
yeah.
and,
Yeah,
you know.
I know, it's like nothing. But I'm
stuff
just
we
always
need every day.
curious of like, who we're partnering with. Is it the county? Is it Sparks? Is it the state?
Most
Like,
of them are the state.
State?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if that, like, when you see joinder is always state or, because we've done them
We
with
can
county.
do them with county.
County,
It just
yeah.
depends on who has the services that we need and what meets the needs of the department. And these are like this because these are things that we need on a daily basis for these departments to operate and run efficiently.
Yeah, and it's nice just to see collaboration because I know it also saves us money and
Yes.
it's good. So
Yes,
thank you so
absolutely.
much. Okay, I'll make a motion. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Ebert, 26.
Councilwoman Ebert, you're 26, go ahead.
Hey, Megan.
Hi, Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record.
Hi. It's Megan time. So I just wanted to just kind of talk about this a little bit, if you can share.
Sure, yeah, I don't have a presentation.
Yeah.
But
No, but
this
you
is
got Eric Burke is what you got.
This is, an approval of an artist, Eric
Amazing.
Burke, for the Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center mural project. There was previously a mural on this building, over 20 years old, that was in total disrepair. We could not repair it because the paint was literally peeling off of the building. And so we are replacing the mural, and did a call for artists, and the Public Art Committee landed on Eric Burke based on those applications. We don't actually have the design for the artwork just yet because we are doing a process similar to Teglia's Paradise Park Activity Center. Yes, where the artist will work closely with the community to create that design.
Great. And then will you come back before council once we have kind of like a mock-up or something to show us what's going to happen, or?
That can happen if y'all would like, but that's not the idea. We can update you on it, like through a memo process potentially.
Yeah, how
but
about that? Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I guess motion to accept.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Good job.
I'm
Okay,
staying up
Ebert,
here.
back to you, 27.
Same thing again, just want to talk about it.
Okay, yeah. Megan Berner again, Arts and Culture Manager. For the record, this is an approval of another artist for the North Valley Sky Vista Roundabout project. This is a similar situation. We did actually do community engagement at the beginning with this. We narrowed it down to 3 finalists, and we have been talking to like the Ward 4 NAB throughout this process and also doing community surveys. And so the Public Art Committee and the Arts Commission recommended this artist, James Dinn, based on the community surveys as well. He held a margin over the other 2 artists, and he's going to work with the community. So as soon as we get this approval, we'll start on scheduling multiple community engagement sessions to design that artwork.
Great, thank you. Motion to approve?
All right,
or-
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries. All right, thanks, Megan. We are going back to Councilwoman Ebert, 35.
Oh my gosh. They're probably not here, but I just wanted to say that they do a great job. My kids used to go there, they don't anymore, but I'm just trying to recognize all the schools in Ward 4 and just show them that I appreciate the work that they do and try and build relationships there. I know we're not the school board, but we're all members of a community, so just want to have them, see some appreciation from the city council, so.
Appreciate your donation of the council discretionary funds. We had one student who was here in the building today from the youth city council that said they attended. I
Yeah.
don't know which campus.
Yeah.
But I thought that was cool that they got to be here to see it
Yeah.
because they were noticing it and when I
Okay.
was talking to them in the hall.
Yeah. All
Give
right.
me a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm now sending it back to you. We're going to item, am I right, C1?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
Do you have any public comment on this item?
I do not have any public comment, and additionally, I have
Public
not
hearing.
received any correspondence on this item.
Okay, yeah, so just for the record, we're opening the public hearing, so let the record reflect that the council has, let's see, was proper notice given, any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right, any council members with disclosures? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it right on back to you. Okay,
Thank
take it
you.
away.
Hi, good evening, Jana Litz for the record. This is our presentation and public hearing for the annual action plan. Every year, we have to do the annual action plan and submit it to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's one of our 2 required public hearings each year, and it outlines our goals and plans for the coming year with our 3 entitlement grants. This aligns with the strategic plan under economic and community development and economic opportunity, homelessness, and affordable housing. So the City of Reno is an entitlement jurisdiction, and we received 3 grants from the Department of Housing and Urban Development each year. The Community Development Block Grant, Home Investments Partnership Grant, and Emergency Solutions Grant. As you can see, the numbers, the dollar amounts on the slide represent our allocations for the 2024 to 2025 year. So about $2 million for CDBG, $1.3 million for home, and $176,000 for ESG. The purpose of these federal funds is a little bit different for each grant. For Community Development Block Grant, there's a high focus on neighborhood development. All the grants focus on low to moderate income households. But with CDBG, it's a focus on providing decent housing, suitable living environments, and expanding economic opportunities. We do this through projects such as park improvements, accessibility improvements around the city, and public facility improvements. Home Investment Partnerships has a high focus on affordable housing. We do that through the Washoe County Home Consortium as the lead entity, and we do development, we fund development and rehabilitation of affordable housing for rental purposes currently with that one. The Emergency Solutions Grant has a high focus on stability for those making 30% and below area median income. We do that through outreach. We used to use this for sheltering, and we currently use it for homelessness prevention and rapid rehousing services for homeless and at-risk households. The timeline for us to get to the submission of the annual action plan starts in the fall of the previous year. So last November, we solicited interest from other departments in the city for CDBG projects. The Affordable Housing Municipal Loan Program application for home also went out during that time. In March, staff with CIP and the city manager reviewed the CDBG projects and made recommendations based on their review. From February to April, the Washoe County Home Consortium Technical Review Committee had 3 meetings to review applications from developers for rehabilitation and development of affordable housing. On April 17th, the Home Directors Meeting, which consists of the managers of the 3 jurisdictions that are part of the Home Consortium, met to make a final recommendation. That recommendation for home funds goes to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board tomorrow for ratification. And on April 18th, the CDBG subcommittee met and made their final recommendation for the action plan projects that are included in the draft, which is being brought before you today. This also requires us to advertise the draft plan for a 30-day public comment period, which started on May 24th. And today, we're bringing the plan before you for adoption. All right, so let me talk about more fun stuff, which is what we're going to do with the funds. For Community Development Block Grant, the Wilkinson Park Playground and Dog Park, it's a dual project, so they're two separate projects in the same place. But staff found that this was a high priority because it's a high-need area. Residents that live around that park use it as a dog park, but it's not fenced. It's just a big grass area, and it hasn't had a new playground in a long time. So Canyon Creek Park Pathway, sorry, I always get nervous up here.
No, you're fine.
We just redid
you're doing great.
Thanks.
Matter of fact, honestly, you seem like super calm and chill. Normally, you can kind of tell. I wouldn't have known at all. So you're doing great. Just take your time.
We just funded...
I mean, these are exciting, so it's good.
Yes, thank you. We just funded some playground improvements at Canyon Creek, so staff thought that doing the pathway would just wrap this project up and finish it nicely. There is a significant backlog of ADA pedestrian ramps and audible pedestrian signals, so they always try to chip away at it using CDBG funding when possible. So those are on there. School zone flashing beacon signals. Those are a high need right now. They're trying to get those all knocked out. And then the California building ADA improvements. This actually includes a kitchen remodel, and they're going to be doing some stuff to the patio. And with this $150,000, this is not enough to do the project. They got an earmark award from the community project funding grants in $870,000. So this little bit is really helping that project to be able to get done. All right, so we've got our 4 home investment partnerships grant projects that are going to Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board tomorrow. Thanks. Arrowleaf on Harvard, it's a proposed 168-unit affordable complex. It's over off near Kitski and Vassar. The Hawkview Apartments it's going to be a rehabilitation of a 100-unit multifamily development into 199 units. And that one is an RHA project. Okay, Sutro Street Senior Sanctuary. This is a 170-unit new development, and it's located on 2 different parcels on Sutro. The Empowerment Center 2 is a proposed 43-unit, all-studio new construction development. So the total number of affordable units between all 4 of these projects is 580.
Amazing.
And Emergency Solutions Grant, small but mighty. We're going to use it for rental assistance again under the homelessness prevention category. So
there you go.
Yes. And all of these things that we're doing align with our departmental goals to increase affordable housing stock, increase residents' access to housing stability, invest in low to moderate income neighborhoods, and keep and improve affordable housing. And here's your recommended motion.
You did a great job. You made it.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Good.
You should, because those are really, really good projects. I'm so happy to see the Empowerment Center on there. That's huge.
Yeah.
We need to be doing more of that. I'm so, so glad to see it on there. That's incredible. I love all this. The only thing that I would just ask is that, especially like with CDBG money, we have that that wonderful advocate, now her name is drawing a blank, but she comes and she talks about the slides in the parks, and she's exactly right. So I want to make sure that we're allocating money to get that done and not get it done like 3 or 4 months from now because we still are in summer, but the sooner the better. But, and there's probably already an allocation for it, but I just would like to make sure like that's super important too with those CDBG funds, because we've done it in the past, but anyway, so, all right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 questions. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is all great. And my questions are just more because I don't understand fully, but on school zone flashing beacon signals, which I think are very important, but I see that we're picking money up from different places. I know some members are allocating council funds. They're coming from other places. Whose actual responsibility is that? Is it the cities? Is it NDOT? Is it everybody's? And the reason why I'm asking is when it is budget time for whatever organization is responsible, I think we need to start maybe advocating for more of them.
Totally agree.
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to, and I'm looking. I think
Everyone
everyone's
sort of
gone
has a
home.
different idea, but I just me personally, I think it's the responsibility of RTC, quite honestly. I really, really do. And I think to your point that you just said, we need to be pushing over there much, much more. It's always been like this. Who's doing what and why does that qualify for that? And, you know, they get money over there for that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I can follow up with somebody after that. And then the other question I had is the 20% of the 2024 allocation is for grant administration. Is that the cost that the city takes to implement the program? So it's almost $400,000. Is that going to a person or staff time? And if you could just clarify that for me, please.
Yes, each of the grants has an administrative allocation that we take because our department is primarily grant funded. So that is majorly to pay staff salaries, as well as training, supplies, or software, like our rental assistance software that we purchase, pay for those licenses, things like that.
So it's kind of the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to give you all kudos for spending some money in Wilkinson Park. I know that's one thing that I've heard from a lot of the neighbors in that area, especially with dogs. And as you mentioned, a lot of folks do use that space as a dog park, and sometimes there's children playing soccer or baseball or whatever, and they'll start sliding, and all of a sudden they're in some substance that they don't want to be in, that they're covered in. And so I appreciate that. I mean, you may not know at this point, but just kind of give an understanding where the dog park will be if you know, and if not, that's fine. I can follow up at a later time about that.
I don't yet, so we don't have, it's kind of preliminary. Parks and Public Works submit applications to me for the subcommittee, for the CDBG subcommittee. And I think they're pretty preliminary until they know if they're going to get approved. And then they don't have to submit their scope of work with their plans until we get our awards and we're doing the environmental reviews. So they might not quite know yet, but I can follow up with Matt Brazina on that.
Yeah, if you get any more info, I just appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so the commenters this morning who asked for their comments to come in, will those be recorded and put into the, as the public comments?
Yes, there's a couple of sections in the plan where we have to put a summary of the public comments.
Public comments,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I asked my comments here to be included in those, and theirs will be also, because I incorporate their comments into my comments, and I add on that page 43, where we talk about helping homeless persons make the transition to permanent independent living. I absolutely believe that the CAC facility is perfectly designed for that, and I've been asking to go in that building for over a year, but having looked at the photos, and I remember being in that building is absolutely suited to meet the charge and number on page 43 on the heading Helping Homeless Persons. On page 28, where it talks about public facilities, I think the draft is inadequate in that it says something like, if appropriate, describe publicly owned land or property located within the jurisdiction that may be used to address the needs identified in the plan. The CAC is perfectly suited for that purpose. It's served it in before. And it says here, the city of Reno maintains a list of city-owned properties. They may be used, sold, or traded in the future to help address both affordable housing and community development needs. We're continuously searching for additional properties. Well, we have one. It should be mentioned in here that we have one that can serve the purposes. So I would like that to be incorporated into the draft. If my colleagues don't incorporate that into the draft, as we adopt it, I want it as a standalone comment that I think that there's a miss on this page in not discussing the CAC. And then I do have some additional questions on the, let me continue on because I get cut off a lot. The beacons, that's $600,000. I really don't think that should come through the Community Development Block Grant. I know the council wants them, but we need to get the transportation agency to do that. Because our money, this is money that can be used very specifically for poverty, and that is a mega $1 million transportation network need. And I really wish that traction was being made over at RTC on this and other issues. But I have a question about the empowerment zone and that 900,000. They just are not thriving on that. Is there a drop dead date on that for them? Because we've been rolling it over quite a bit, and that project is not under construction.
What project?
The Empowerment Center. Is that the one, wait, is that the one on West 4th Street?
The Empowerment Center?
Showed it up, you showed it up on your list.
Let me grab it.
It was on your slide.
Yep, so, where is that one? Hold on a second, sorry. I don't have the home projects memorized like I do the CDBG ones. Julie? Okay, I've got a home person here, our
Home
management
person, okay.
assistant, Julie Henderson, who can answer that question.
Okay.
Hi, Julie Henderson from Housing and Neighborhood Development. It's on Marble Way.
Oh, it's on Marble Way.
Yeah.
Which is the one on West 4th Street? The YEP or something?
I'm not sure about that one.
NYEP, the NYEP. Is the NYEP mentioned in this plan?
No, not that I.
Are you talking about the
aware of.
multi-gen project that they're trying to build? Yeah, I don't think it's, yeah.
Through a previous annual allocation, I'll inquire, if it's not in the plan, it's not on the list, that's fine. I hate, just for everyone's information, I've been on the longest with the council member, with the mayor, and we used to get HUD audit after HUD audit for not spending down and letting money hang around, and I have a concern that money is hanging out there somewhere.
Well, as far as the Empowerment Center goes, this was the last funding they were waiting on. I think they're pretty much ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the NYEP.
And
Okay,
if
thank you.
anyone has the opportunity to go and see the Empowerment Center, it is absolutely phenomenal. It is amazing. Okay, we're 2 minutes over, almost 2 minutes over, with Councilwoman Brecka, so I'm going to go to you, Councilwoman Ebert. Anything? No? Okay. Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. So first of all, we're in hour 9 of being here, so I want to just sort of apologize to your team. This is important work, and probably one of the more impactful things that we will do today is decide on these allocations. So in that regard, I want to say thank you to Housing and Neighborhood Development for the work that you're doing. I wish the room was filled with people who could hear all of this stuff. And it's by no fault of yours or ours, it's just how the nature of our meetings can sometimes go. But I think everything on this is just something to be jumping up and down and be excited about, whether it's the home investment partnerships, because each of these projects, and I think you said it was 509 units or right around there?
580.
580, that's crazy good, and that's very exciting, but for this activity, it wouldn't happen. I want to focus on the CDBG side of it, because I've had the privilege of serving on that committee for the last several years, and each year when the action plan comes to the subcommittee, it always comes with so much work done by the staff who are each prioritizing projects and trying to mix and match where we're trying to get funds from. And I always marvel at how much work you all have done to just get it to that point. And then you got all of us who have different priorities and different interests in different wards of the city. So I think that what you've done here is a really good mix of the different priorities we have. I sort of, for my part, I've never been a huge fan of the ADA pedestrian signals, but I know we have to do them, right? And we kind of take a bite at it each year. And the school zone flashing beacons, yeah, I believe that that should be the responsibility of RTC or the school district or some combination. But I sort of surmise that we're here because we have to be. And so I have appreciated that. I will also say, because I'm absolutely supportive of everything you've done here tonight and would be supportive of the recommended motion, but I want to flag for our colleagues who don't serve on the CDBG subcommittee that there is a project that keeps getting kicked around in CDBG, and that is the restoration work that would happen at Virginia Lake Park. And part of the reason why it gets kicked around is because the price tag is so large that we don't have a way to take our very limited money and even make it cover it. So we'd basically have to put on pause everything for a couple of years to make it happen. So I flag it because as a council, I think we should figure out a way, and maybe I'm also speaking very specifically to Ms. Bryant, because I want to see us find a way to get to that project at some point in time, and I don't want it to only live inside of CDBG land. So both our Parks Director, Mr. Uliat, and our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Bryant, know that I'm coming for those funds. And if Ms. Dewar was here, she would be coming for it. I think Ms. Ebert has been very supportive of it as well. And it's just something that we get the practicality of our inability to fund it all. So we've got to move it out probably of CDBG and try to look for money in other places. But kudos to your team. You're doing incredible work. It's so much joy on these pages. And I wish we could just jump up and down about each one of them, but the hour is long and late. And so I'll just say thank you again.
Thanks. Okay. Anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, that was something that I just mentioned with Councilmember Reese a second ago, that I know that the Virginia Lake project is going to be a big financial burden, but it's something that we really need to do. So I just wanted to, repeat that. But also, I share Councilmember Breckus's concerns about the Record Street facility. I think that's a really important thing too. So, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor? Councilman Martinez? Councilman Breckus? No.
Okay, I'll move to approve the 2024-2025 annual action plan and related materials as submitted.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Yeah,
All those
Madam
in favor
Mayor,
say
I'll just comment. I just want to reiterate, since the mayor didn't call on me to make the motion did include those changes on page 28 and 43 discussing the CAC. My public comments are recorded on those, that the CAC is an important component answering those charges of using the funds for those purposes.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to jump to item C7, C9.
8.
What is it?
C7,
7 to 9,
C8,
yeah.
yeah.
And then we'll take separate motions for each. Good.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. Norma Santoyo, HR Director. That is correct. We do need separate motions for each of the items since I'm presenting 3 different collective bargaining agreements. So I'm happy to share that we have gotten to yes with 3 of our labor groups, the sergeants, lieutenants, and captains. So I am presenting to you our tentative agreement and requesting your approval.
Okay, thank you. Before I do that,
Yes.
just for the record, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to just double check with Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. Let's see, at almost 10 to 7. Has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice has been given and no correspondence was received on items C6, C7, C8, and C9.
Thank you so much. Any disclosures from council? Seeing there are none, sending it right back to you, Norma. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you so much. All right, very good. So just real quick, collectively, sergeants, lieutenants, and captains comprise about 60% of our workforce over at the police department. We did come to a 3-year agreement, and so these are the highlights in front of you. Year 1 includes a 4% cost of living adjustment. Also in year 1, we do have a compaction correction between lieutenants and captains that is going into effect, as well as deferred compensation. So this group does not have deferred comp, but the police officers do, so it's just a minimal $20 per individual that can be matched. We did also employ a percentage-based shift differential, which is industry standard with our competitors, and it actually doesn't net any additional cost because the percentage is the same amount of money we're spending this fiscal year in a flat dollar amount. Additionally, we are implementing a post-certification pay for lieutenant unit, and this is minimal cost because I think only one lieutenant is impacted. In year 2, we did agree on a 4% increase in salary with a very limited reopener to the salary article when we learn more about the Nevada PERS contribution rate increase. And then lastly, on year 3, it's a 3% cost of living adjustment. In front of you is the costing for year 1, year 2, and year 3, and then the total contract cost right there in front of you. I'm not going to read all those numbers for you, but you do have them in front of you. Lastly is a recommended motion. If you could make individual motions, that would be much appreciated. I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Norma. Great job. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I do have some questions. Number one is you mentioned that there was a letter of agreement executed between the city on January 24th about this. What was the context of that letter?
Yeah, so our police chief, Nance, did implement a reorganization of her department, which included creating 2 assistant police chiefs and reclassifying the deputy chief classification into a captain classification, and essentially all the benefits and pay of the deputy chiefs remained in effect. All we did was a title change. That was executed through a side letter that is under the authority of the city manager.
Under what? How does the city manager get side letter authority?
I'll defer to legal on that. There wasn't any additional benefits or pay extended to membership. It was solely a classification change of the position. It's my understanding that that is under the city manager's authority to administer the operations of the city.
Are there any other side letters with this agreement?
Not with this agreement, no.
And we now have an assistant chief?
We have 2 assistant chiefs of police.
Okay, but they're not bargained.
That's correct. They're unrepresented.
So the deputy chiefs are now called captains.
That's correct.
Okay, how many captains do we have?
4.
We have 4.
I think it's 4. Yes.
Okay, so we have 4 deputy
Which
chiefs.
is the same number of positions we had as a deputy chief.
Okay. Now, they get additional 3 personal days?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
What was the basis for that?
In the side letter, one of the agreement's points was that there would be a differential between top step lieutenant and captain of about 16.7%, which is essentially the differential that exists right now prior to this collective bargaining agreement. Through our negotiation process, we were able to agree to reduce that percentage separation in exchange for personal days, these additional personal days.
And then their cash out is increased up to 1,000 for employees after 2011?
That's correct. We did increase their cash out on sick leave for those employees after 2011.
And then the reopener for PERS, what is the reopener provision on page 16 specify?
It specifically says the salary article, which I don't recall which article it is, can be opened once we know what the PERS, the Nevada pension increases will be. The goal here is, last time we saw significant increases in the pension, all of our labor force is significantly concerned with the pension increases eating up the cost of living adjustment, so they'd like an opportunity to sit at the table to see if the city is able to, at that time, help with those increases.
When will we get the increase? When will we get the word on that?
Typically, the Nevada PERS board has a decision by the end of this calendar year. But the Nevada legislature also may have influence, so it might be during the legislative process. I don't have a specific date.
Are you on the PERS board?
I am on the PERS board.
And then the 6.5.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off, sorry, because I need to make sure that everyone has equal time. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, do you have any questions? Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my part, I want to say thank you, Ms. Santoyo, to you and your team for the excellent job in negotiations. You've been keeping us very well apprised, and I appreciate that very much. Look, it's no secret that I think very highly of our RPSALE folks. I think that they have a tough job, and they are working very hard to keep this community safe. And there's a lot of changes that have happened in the profession over the last, I'll just even say 10 years. And those changes, I think, are bringing us where we've got just great people in the profession. And these are folks who have been in that profession a long time, and so they've had to make choices about whether they're going to change and adapt and move on, or where they want to go with their professional careers. And I see this group of people every day just leaving all out there for this community and working very hard to keep us safe and protect us. So I'm very honored to support them, especially in light of all the work that they put in every day to keep this community safe. So great work by your team. These folks are certainly deserving of what's been proposed.
Thanks.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor, do you have any comments? No, okay. Councilman Martinez? Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, on page 26, there's a 6.5% for special assignments.
That is actually the shift differential. So currently, we are the only one in our region between Sparks and Washoe that for shift differential, that means if an employee that works, I think 6 p.m. through 6 a.m., the majority of that shift, is eligible for $3.50 an hour. And we've converted that into a percentage base, which is industry standard and keeps us competitive. That's what that's for.
Well, but I thought it was, and I get the night differential, but I thought this was for special assignments, like.
No, that's just the night,
It's just a night shift thing?
Yes,
And then, is there a daisy chain on here to what we haven't seen yet, which is the RPSA one that's still under negotiation? Isn't there a provision in here that's on the other ones we'll see that says that if RPSA gets this, then the other ones get these?
The only thing in this agreement is we did agree, and that's because police officers promote up to sergeant, lieutenant, and captain, is the deferred compensation is the only, we did agree that if Police Officers Association gets more in their deferred comp, that we would offer this group the same. They currently get $20 a pay period per member. Other than that, there is no other follow-along type of language.
I don't like building them up upon, and this is only for four individuals?
No, that would be for the collective of the 3 units, which is about 56 members, I believe.
Well, I thought there were, wait, we are opening these all individually, C7, correct? So this is, we're doing C7. You wanted.
No, Councilmember, we opened up all 3 together, and we need 3 different individual votes.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just asking on C7, and, because I have different questions about the other ones, but this C7 is just for 4 individuals, correct?
The captains is correct.
The captains used to be deputy chiefs. Okay, and they are getting, I support the compaction, but the other factors I am troubled by, and I'm troubled by putting a daisy chain on the agreement we hadn't seen already. So I'm struggling with this one, but I'm happy to take the vote and then move on to C8.
Councilman Reese, go ahead, give me
Well,
motion.
Madam Mayor, let me get clarity from either Madam Clerk or Mr. Hall. We opened 7, 8, and 9 all together, but we want to vote on each one individually. Is that what you'd like?
Yes.
Okay, so as to C7, which is with regard to the agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Police Supervisory Administrative Police Captain employees, I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, next.
Now, with regard to item Charlie 8, This is a motion now for an agreement between the City of Reno and Police Supervisor Administrative Lieutenant employees. And I'll move for staff recommendations as to that group.
Can I ask
All right.
questions?
I have a
on the-
motion.
Can I ask questions on this one?
Yeah,
Because
hold
they're
on,
all
we'll get to
different.
discussion. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second, Councilman Breckus, 3
Okay.
minutes.
I am still struggling on the shift differential. I think that and it's on page 26. And there weren't any side letters on this one.
No.
Correct? Okay.
Not for this agreement, no.
Okay, the city agrees to 6.5% of base pay plus special assignments, with exception of second watch. So 6.5 a base pay plus special assignments. What are the special assignments? Could that be special events, for example?
No. A special assignment would be if they're on SWAT. And if you get an incentive to be on the SWAT team, then that would be incorporated as your base to build on your 6.5. And so that, again, is the standard that we are in the market.
So is it SWAT? Is SWAT, okay, say I'm a SWAT officer.
Yeah.
Do I get special pay when I'm on that assignment, activated for that assignment, or do I get it all the time?
I don't recall specifically on special assignment. I think they get it all the time, but I don't recall specifically. There's a series of special assignments that are called out in their contract, and that's just one example.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just don't see a consistency of costing when you're going 6.5% of base pay plus special assignments. So, with the exception of the second watch, what does that mean? Why are you accepting the second watch?
Well, the second watch is day shift, so you shouldn't get extra pay if you're...
Okay, so we're taking the other shifts, the night shifts, which I support, at 6.5 base pay plus special assignments. Why'd you rope in
Why did
the
we
other
agree with that?
special assignments? Because that really, there's special assignments all over the place.
Yeah, we already include special assignments and other special pay, so it really is consistent throughout the CBA, and that's also industry standard. So it's a consistency in the collective bargaining agreement on other pays. I can't think of one right now as an example, but...
Yeah, I really am having a hard time with that one. And then on page 27, you daisy chain into what the RPPA may or may not get. We don't know what the RPPA may or may not get, but you have a tight relationship here to RPPA. So they get 20 on the deferred comp, which we just gave them last agreement, correct?
This group does not have deferred comp, and the only language that we agreed would change would be if police frontline officers get more in deferred comp, that we would offer these 60 members the same. That's it.
I am having a real hard time with this, in having this one in here and not having RPPA. I want to get RPPA done. We've never done it this way, of bringing in a daisy chain to one that we have hanging out there.
We're being more intentional about having a developmental process to be able to get officers to want to promote up the ranks. And so it's intentionally to make sure that we have people wanting to take on sergeant and lieutenant and up the ranks. That's, I think, critical operational need.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we do have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, on item Charlie 9, this will be my motion to approve staff recommendations with regard to the Reno Police Supervisor Administrative Sergeant employees, consistent with staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, this one I am inclined to support, although I think I've made my point on the daisy chain of the other ones, which, do you have do we have a markup on the RPPA one showing the deferred comp?
Just recall that we are still in active
Oh, we're still in
negotiations
active.
with RPPA.
Okay. Can you bring down the this on page 17, you have a lot of language that isn't redlined but is in italics, and I just didn't understand that.
Okay, I don't know which one we're referring to, so.
Huh?
I don't have it in front of me. What are we talking about?
Well, I'm asking staff to.
Can you tell us what attachment you'd like pulled up? Because I,
The red line of the CBA, please.
thank you.
Yeah, when we put motions on the table, it populates with the vote rather than letting me bring up the
Page
attachment.
number, did you say?
I said page 17.
Ms. Breckus, are you referring to a Me Too clause? You keep using a word that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, well, I defer to your expertise
Is it-
because you
so I
you
just
have a
wanna
law
make
partner
sure-
who bargains for the
It's
groups.
a daisy
Me
chain, I
Too
think, has a
clause,
very
yeah.
different
Okay,
connotation.
okay, I
Probably one
appreciate-
we don't want to have discussed in
Okay,
council.
Yeah, just.
So I just,
Okay, yeah,
me
just like.
too?
Yeah, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Just
Thank you
like
so much.
laser provision, no, that, why, could you scroll up a little bit? Why is this in italics? Article 17, compensation upon promotion.
You know, I would say that's an error. The only, there's no changes to this article. This is
Okay.
exactly the way the article was before. The changes are in redlined, so I'm not sure why it's italicized like this, but there is no changes to the
Okay,
to
I
this
just
article.
wanted, you would think legal or someone would catch that, but
It's just a really long document.
yeah,
so.
no, I know, but I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything because it is very important, So, okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese. Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Taylor.
I just, quick clarification.
Yes.
Thank you so much for all your work, but we've had so many meetings. This is a long document, and this isn't the first time we're seeing this,
Right.
or you.
No.
We have been doing this for several months, correct?
Have been.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was in the right meetings and I've been seeing the right stuff, and thank you.
true.
Thank you for you and your team and all your work, and
Thank you, thank you.
In the right meeting. I think also people don't understand, we get briefed on this.
Yeah.
For, we have our labor negotiations meeting. So I think what she's referring to, because people might not understand it watching this, that we have these briefings for a long time getting into this position, and we only bring it forward when we're ready.
Right.
And then it's also a requirement to do that. So it is transparent, it is out in the open, correct?
Yes, I've worked really hard to keep you informed throughout the process, so
Yeah.
I hope
I just wanted to
I hope I did
reiterate,
okay
because I
there.
think Councilwoman Taylor's right, and it does sound like, oh, it's the first time they're hearing this. What's
Well,
staff been hiding? But anyway,
First
okay,
time we've
moving
seen
on.
a red line.
All right.
First time we've seen a red line.
That's true. That's true.
Can I have a motion and a second? All those in favor say aye.
I will support this one.
Okay, go ahead.
But I do want to say, it's the first time we've seen a red line, okay? So we've seen bullet points, we've had conversations. In years past, I've seen red lines. And in years past, I've had conversations with our bargaining group, but the city manager has an embargo on this. But, you got, if you're not reading the document, and the
Okay.
document only became available last Friday, you haven't seen the document. You have seen bullet points.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously, if you can believe that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm so tired. It was a very, very long night.
Okay.
For a couple of reasons. Obviously, elections and fires, it was a tough one. So I think we're all I know I am, I'm tired. Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Item D1.
We have a motion and a second. Did we take a vote on that one? Oh, we did? Sorry.
See, we've all been here too long.
Yes.
But listen, we're
Thank
out
you.
of practice because this was normal before the pandemic. Okay, remember the days? Okay.
Madam Mayor, on item D1, I am prepared to make a motion unless someone desires a staff presentation.
Here's the only thing, just give me really quickly, they want an extension and just tell us why.
Yep, so we have a 62-unit building, it's 5 stories, it's off of Stevenson and First. It was brand new, it was built, it was part of the 1,000 Homes in a 120-day program. They built it. The way it works is we defer your fees, and you don't have to start paying the fees back until 1 year after you've built it. So they are now getting ready to hit their 1-year mark. They're going to owe us the first set of installments, and they're asking to defer those fees for up to 180 days. The applicant is here if you would like any questions or information from them as to why they're requesting the deferral.
No, no, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to make.
I want to discuss this.
Okay, you go ahead.
Yeah, so our sewer rates are due by the end of the month. I went upstairs and paid mine for $170. And if I'm late, I have to pay 15% fee, okay? And we have a blended sewer utility fund. This program was set up to give people something that not other people were given, because it closed, it was brief. And I don't think it's right to everyone else who's doing the hookup fees and everyone else who's paying rates to let one person walk in and ask for a continuance. And, you know, if they've got a problem project, and what is it, $96,000? How much is this?
The amount is $72,000.
$72,000. If $72,000 is that much of a problem for them to pay, they've got bigger headaches on their financing. You know, I don't think we should be their bank or line of credit. I think that equity calls for all of us to pay our sewer bills on time. What is in ordinance, what is agreed upon, these were in ordinance, and no one gets if we want to make do a one-time, thing for everyone else to be late, fine. But I think this is very wrong to let someone walk in on an already generous project and have more time to pay their sewer fee when our rates are going up all the time and we all, the ratepayers, don't have that leniency.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'm going to ask Councilwoman Ebert for a second.
I just say I agree.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'll say why I disagree, and here's the truth. We started the program. We invited people to build in our community, and building is challenging under any set of circumstances. But also the set of circumstances that presented themselves were a pandemic, labor shortages, construction and material shortages, and we really have some responsibility to be partners with our builders in this community. And if we want to be good partners, we will extend them the 180-day grace period. The alternative is they miss a payment and we lien their property, which will take us time, effort, energy, and money to do something, which will then prevent them from being able to go out and try to refinance it. And it's just a small thing to allow them the freedom to go out and seek the financing they need to refinance or take out debt or partners or however they're doing it. I don't know. I don't know who this group is, but what I can tell you is it's a great project. If you drive over in that area, it's a project that was built in an area that needed some improvements. And we've all talked about from the dais today, energizing downtown. How do you energize downtown if you don't have people living there? And we want to make sure that these folks are successful. And again, it's a partnership. Getting people to live in this particular building, it's not full up is my understanding, but soon will be. And getting full up will also allow them a greater flexibility in approaching their lending institutions for whatever their financial needs are. I don't disagree with Ms. Breckus that there may be something much deeper here, but I'm not to judge that today from the dais. I think we'll give the grace that we can, much like if someone applied to our sewer fund or our sewer rate or sewer bill for some kind of grace period, we do give those. There are programs set up at the city to help those be deferred or paid for by other funds. So it's a very small ask, but I think it's meaningful to, the ECI Riviera 2 LLC because they've asked for it. So that's my point is I think we can be better partners to the people who are coming and building in our community, and other developers can see that.
Yeah. And I think you make excellent points. If you really care about housing, you'll work with your development community, figure out how you can get there. Those units are important. Matter of fact, and here's the thing, development is not getting any money right now. It is all across the country. because of the interest rates being so outrageously high. Everything is stopped. And so there's also a big point that I don't think people realize. There's over probably, I don't know, Angela, you might know better than I do, but I know from just one project alone, I'm going to say there's over probably 1,000 units waiting out in the wings that are not coming to fruition because banks are not lending, and they're lending at super high rates, and so they just don't make it doable for people to come in. I'm seeing this and hearing this constantly. And so I also think that we do have hardship clauses for people that cannot pay those fees, correct? And so I think we should try to have that grace and mercy, like you said, across the board. And I also think, be careful, because I don't know. To me, I mean, we're human. Things happen. You don't know whatever happens in someone else's life. Walk with maybe some compassion and a little bit of understanding. You have no idea, but just to say, definitely not, and I paid mine, and, that's also kind of what I hear about the city sometimes, is that we aren't good partners to work with. And it's kind of embarrassing in some ways. So I want to be able to give someone the benefit of the doubt instead of acting like, oh, forget it, I did mine, and being so righteous. Right? People have hardships, and I think that's problematic when you forget about compassion and empathy for others. I really do. So eventually, I think these units will come online, and they will be nice homes for people, and that's what we should be looking at, and that should be the goal.
Absolutely, and just to add to this is not just free money. We're not giving them a waiver. This is just deferring it. So they still have to pay us the full amount. I will add too, they did run into a global supply chain issue. We heard a lot about this during COVID. They had submitted their building permit in November of 2020. So that was really at the heart of COVID. They started construction, I believe it was in May of 2021. They ran into what was supposed to be probably about a year and a half of a construction timeline, and it was doubled. It was over 2 years for them to get through. One of the biggest hurdles was getting the elevator. This is a 5-story building. We don't get many 5-story buildings. So to get that in an infill area in our downtown, again, that is the targeted area where we want to see these projects. But they have a huge supply chain with elevators at that time, and so that held them up probably 18 months. And we as a city would not issue them the ability to start leasing some of their bottom floors until they had that elevator. So on one hand, I feel like, gosh, not that we're to blame because we have rules and regulations, but I would like to be able to say that, this wasn't entirely their fault. There was a lot of things that happened that were out of their control, out of our control, and so this is one step we can do to help keep them moving forward. It's 69 units. I think they have 10 left to lease up. Okay. Then they can refinance at a lower interest rate, so this really will help them get through the next couple months.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what the reason is, but I'm just going to say one saying that it really resonates in this situation, and truly there, but for the grace of God, go I. That really resonates with me. So.
Well, I mean, they've had 5 years, and I have constituents that can't pay their bills. They're not getting a 5-year grace period and asking for another 180-day extension. They have 50 units rented. We don't give this kind of grace to the people that need it the most. I mean, this isn't a person that's living on food stamps. Talking about being a good partner.
Those are just not equivalent statements. You're mixing two different things. Something about a person's individual home life is not the same thing as saying, we asked this program to be launched and go out and build. There were issues during the build. They're facing a thing. It's better to do that than to let them to go into foreclosure because we put the lien on it. You will not see your money any sooner than the 180 days. So it's no skin off our back to do it. It's just you're not comparing the same two things.
Madam Mayor?
And then also we have hardship waivers for individuals. This is very different in individual situation versus sort of, I think, what you said to the program. If we really want housing, everyone feels philosophically different, obviously, it's fine.
Madam Mayor?
All right, wait, where are we? Madam Clerk, where are we? I think we're on our last round.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, I just want to call it also is trickle-down economics of this council is, you know, the biggest bang that we have to help people in housing is to adopt a rent stabilization ordinance. And no one has ever wanted to do that or bring that forward. Talk about compassion, talk about helping people. We have the authority to do a rent stabilization, and we should be doing it. And I can't even, under our former city manager, get it on the table for a discussion. And when we were in legislature, we couldn't even get support for a bill that clarified rent stabilization. So when it's pushed back to me as, you know, against these people or that people, and, you know, it is a serious policy issue that, you know, we're not advancing, and I'm going to call that out. This one advanced one policy, but the one that I feel was the most important to poor people struggling in our community, we never even discuss. So you want to do something on this? Let's rent stabilize this project for 5 years. Let's say there is a price for this. It's a rent stabilization of these units for 5 years under, you know, no 8% raises, no above CPI raise increases for 5 years for this property. Let's rent stabilize this one and show that there's going to be, you know, shared benefit to people. Because time and time again, this council benefits the builders and those who are doing development, but not the people who are in most need unless we're spending federal money.
I think that is a very inappropriate statement, absolutely. And you keep saying this council, this council, this council. Well, Councilwoman Breckus, you've been part of this council. You voted against 99% of housing unless it was possibly affordable. I don't think I could ever remember a time when you actually voted for a regular project. So either you want housing or you don't want housing, and you want to point the finger down at the legislature or at us. It's constant. And one of the reasons is you have been difficult to deal with on so many different levels and combative. And listen, I think you're one of the smartest council members we have, but getting along with each other is important to be heard. You know, I want to be able to support the things that you do, and it makes it very, very difficult whenever you're demeaning everyone else, even staff. I have to apologize a lot to staff. And that just shouldn't be the way it is, because we would get a lot more done together than we would separately. And that's just unfortunate. All right, moving on. I have a motion. No, I need a motion. Do I have a motion? I have a motion from Councilman Reese. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Opposed. Motion carries. Okay. D4, thank you so much, Jackie. It's been a long day. Well, I think we've all been sitting here and we're tired and we're delirious, and I need some coffee, and you probably need some coffee, or someone needs a cocktail, not just coffee. All right. Norma, nice to see you.
I'm back.
You're
Norma
back.
Santoyo, HR Director. Okay, I'm here for your consideration of the appointment of Jackie Bryant as our interim city manager. So I have a quick PowerPoint presentation for you. As you know, we'll have the city manager position vacant on July 8th, and our charter does require the position be filled within 6 months. We've already hired an executive recruitment firm if you've already provided them initial direction, and that is underway. While that is happening, I think it's important to have an appointment of an interim city manager to ensure the smooth continuation of city services. Therefore, bringing forward for your consideration a recommendation to appoint our Assistant City Manager, Jackie Bryant, as interim. Just for a quick highlight of her background, Jackie's been with us as an Assistant City Manager since April of 2021. She came with us with a very impressive and extensive background in legal, regulatory, and administrative law, and she has also served significant roles as General Counsel and Deputy Chief of Staff for State of Nevada governors, and held a significantly important leadership position at the 2nd Judicial District Court. So you can see how impressive her background is. And these are just some highlights. Today, what we're looking for is your consideration of the appointment, and then also some guidance on salary placement if you do approve the interim appointment. All of our management level employees, including our assistant city managers, are governed under Resolution 9170 for benefits and pay. The resolution currently is silent on interim appointments as well as silent on salary placement. Just for reference, our current city manager's salary is right there in front of you. And so I do think that the salary placement of the interim is at your discretion. I am making a recommendation of minimum of 15% increase because of the complexity and significance of the role, which would place Ms. Bryant at a little over $330,000 a year. The recommendation for 15%, that comes from looking at our CBAs and kind of what other labor employees or other groups get. We have a variety from 5 to 10 to 15%. So that's a recommendation in front of you. The salary savings due to the vacancy are going to cover this ask. So lastly, I have a motion in front of you, and if you wouldn't mind also including a salary recommendation or actually a decision, I would be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Councilwoman Ebert, do you have any questions?
Not yet, thank you.
Councilman Reese?
Yes, Madam Mayor, a couple of things. Number one, I think the world of Ms. Bryant. So all of these things that you put up, I certainly know, but every day I see her leadership skill in City Hall and taking so much of the burden of some of the very challenging areas that touch upon city life. And some of the areas I don't have a lot of interaction with. For example, Ms. Bryant oversees a lot of our clean and safe and some of the more human-centric focus side of the house, and I don't always get to see it, but what I hear from our employees and also the people impacted by those decisions is just stellar. Certainly, I think, too, it's a job no one wants, the interim title, right? Some people want the interim title because they're jockeying to then be later appointed to the final thing, and I know that neither one of those are true. Either A, Ms. Bryant does not want to be the interim city manager, but someone has to do it because I think it's a heavy burden, and B, I know she's not interested in the long-term appointment. Can we go back one slide? Sure. I will say one thing that does challenge me is I believe fundamentally that we're really, as an organization, have done some incredible things in the last 4-ish years since Mr. Thornley came on. And I want to make sure our employees know that I am interested in many of those leadership thoughts and processes going forward. I would expect all of our ACMs and our directors to really be in position even once we hire a new city manager. But so I really want to have some stability among those people. And sometimes a person in Ms. Bryant's position does not apply for or seek out, and I know it's not like that, the interim position, because sometimes that puts a target on you when the new person comes in and they're like, oh, this other person thinks that they were the interim. And I want to make sure that all of our ACMs know how very much I value their unique assets and roles in the city, and certainly, of course, especially important in this discussion is Ms. Bryant. So I want to understand how we might go about making sure that there is continuity in the organization and that those ACMs, and my advice would have been is to provide for contracts for the ACM level folks. But I'm not sure why this resolution, maybe it does govern, it doesn't. I don't know if that's something I'll have to address with the city attorney. And then the other thing, and I certainly want to hear my colleagues' concerns, I feel very uncomfortable asking a person who is a woman to do the same job that we are then functionally paying currently a man to do, but not paying them the same. I don't understand that. We have an incredible pay equity gap in this country between men and women doing the same job. And so I do worry that just saying we're going to just bump it up ever so slightly is not indicative, even if for the short time that Ms. Bryant might be in the role. So I don't know why we wouldn't just say the current city manager's salary is X and Ms. Bryant would be fulfilling that role and therefore entitled that same thing. It's a short window that it's going to happen. And of course, the vacancy salary savings would pay for that too. Mm-hmm. So I just think that this issue in our country about pay inequality is really real to me, and I don't want us to make a decision here today that does not reflect the reality of that happening. So those are my thoughts right now, and I'm interested to hear my colleagues. I was kind of stream of consciousness.
Thanks so much. Okay, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't really say more than what Councilman Reese said. I agree absolutely with everything that you said, and thank you so much for bringing up the the disparity, or I'm not saying the right word because I can't think, but the pay gap. I think that is something that is absolutely. It's a no-brainer to me. The other thing that I think about is the stability of the organization and how far we've come, and making sure that there is some sort of contract, whatever that is. I don't know if this is the time to do it, but I want the organization to know that they are valued and we are going to keep moving forward. And I'm super excited about our future. So thank you very much. And thank you to Ms. Bryant for even considering the position.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Santoya, for the presentation. Jackie, thank you for being willing to take on this interim role. I know we're asking a lot of you, and I know that you're going to do great. I obviously have worked with you a couple of times, and very prompt, very professional, very informative discussions that we always have in reaching a resolution. Whether it is what I wanted at the beginning or not, we still end up getting someplace that moves the organization forward. And so I think the only thing I'll mention on top of that is making sure that folks within the city staff understand that as a board, I think all of us have been wanting to continue the direction that the city is heading into and continuing some of those wins that we've been experiencing under City Manager Thornley, and trying to move some of those cultural changes that have happened moving forward, and ensuring as best as we can to our abilities to continue the efforts and the support that staff have been feeling over the last couple of years. So thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Santoya, for bringing this forward. On April 8th, the day after Mr. Thornley announced his resignation, you wrote the council a memo and said that you'd be, in May, bringing forward a selection for us. And this doesn't feel like a selection, because selection involves choice. And here we are in June, and it's our last gathering before Mr. Thornley departs. And we need someone to be an interim, and you're not bringing us a choice. And I'm a little confused. You're the human resources director. You're a department head. Mm-hmm. This is the person who you report to. You sent this through Mr. Thornley, so I presume you and him had a dialogue about it. And the mayor, puts together the agenda with the city manager. How did you come about with Ms. Bryant as the choice? Who'd you speak to about this in our organization or on the council? Because the first I saw about it was when I saw a draft agenda.
I, as the HR director, am a messenger. Collectively, your assistant city managers and your city manager have decided to put forward Ms. Bryant for your consideration.
Did you have any conversations with the council members on this? Mr. Reese said, I think I quoted, "No one wants this," and she doesn't want the long-term appointments. So, who's been talking about this to the council members? Did you run this by council members? Did you talk to the mayor or any of the council members about this proposal?
I am right now, but I have not prior.
Ms. Bryant, did you talk to any of the council members about your interest in this? Or the mayor?
I have indicated, and I will state for the record, I am not interested in a long-term position.
Who'd you speak to about your interest in this?
I indicated that to the recruiter at the end of the last meeting.
But you haven't spoken to any of the council members about this item?
Let me step in. So how this came to be is Doug Thornley had asked me, what does the council want to do? And I said, I don't really know, but I said, I think it is more about what you guys want to do, because some of you may not be suited to want to do the interim position, or bring someone forward that's, independent, not from the city. You guys decide what you want to do and bring it forward to the council. I left that up to Mr. Thornley. That's the very brief conversation we had about this. And I think I would imagine each one of you have very personal reasons not to want to be interim for, I think very valid reasons, I would assume. So that's how we got here. I left it up to him, said, you bring it forward, what you think is appropriate for the city, and I put it in his hands. It was a very, very brief conversation, and I'm sorry if you feel differently, but that's why we're here today. You can express your disappointment for that, but that was the process.
So going back to that April 8th memo, where you said you'd be bringing a selection, you came consequently in May to talk about the recruitment process, and I brought up options. I said, you want to go with an executive recruiter, maybe we should talk to that executive recruiter about an interim outside of the organization placement. So I was looking for options.
Okay.
I would have been, no,
I'm cutting you off.
Okay, well, I'll
We're a
speak
minute
again.
over.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious too how we came to Jackie without having council weigh in on it or, have meetings with the other assistant city managers.
I believe it was the discretion of Doug Thornley.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Well, I shared earlier, and I
so-
can be
not
corrected.
like there's a gotcha or there's
but, yeah,
something hidden out there.
I'm not saying that there is. I'm just curious about the process, because
Well, I
when
just
we hear
answered
about
that.
it the first time. Okay, thank you. But, Councilmember Reese did seem to know that she doesn't want the position full-time, so there does seem like there is information that
I
some
asked
council
her.
members don't know.
I don't understand. This is
Okay,
not like
I'm
a
just trying to find out if
cross-examination.
there's I'm not cross-examining. Am I not allowed to ask?
No, but
Because there
we've
seems like
answered
there's
the question.
information that I don't know.
But I just answered it for you.
Thank
I
you.
asked
It just
her.
feels
Thank
like there
you.
might be an underlying sort of, conspiracy here, like there's some gotcha, something, that's.
I'm sorry,
this is
I
the
thought I was on a
process.
council, and
This is
my
the
job is to
process.
ask questions.
I
Okay,
understand
so
you
I'm
don't need to
asking
be defensive.
questions.
I'm trying to tell
I just
you.
was accused of
weren't.
interrogating somebody. Yes, I was.
All right.
I asked
Okay.
if it was an
We're
interrogatory.
not going to argue about this. Okay, go ahead.
Was there a question? I'm sorry, I lost.
I think it's very late.
Okay.
And we've been sitting here for a long time. Okay, we're moving on.
Madam Mayor, could I have a second round, please?
Hold on one second. I want to make sure I've asked everyone else. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, I assume you're finished with your question. Starting over. For the good of the body.
It was my understanding that the council appoints who the city manager is. So if it was an appointment from the city manager to another city manager, that's, a new process to me. So I was just trying to understand what happened here without being accused of being a conspiracy theorist or interrogating anyone. So I'm just trying to understand because apparently the understanding I had for the way things work, the process flow, in my mind was wrong because I thought it was our job to appoint. It wasn't Doug Thornley that was appointing his predecessor. So that's all. Now I do sound upset because I've been kind of attacked for trying to find something out. But I just wanted to know how we came on this. And now I don't want Jackie to think that I don't want her to be in this position. I have no problem with Jackie being here.
Right.
I think it's wonderful that anybody wants to do it. We're crazy up here, right?
Right.
But I just was curious about the process, to be frank.
You're absolutely right. The council gets to, you appoint the city manager, and this is why and this is an interim, but that's why we're here. So I am bringing forward a recommendation from staff, which is, I think, our city manager having a conversation with his assistant city managers, and collectively, they are bringing this forward for your consideration.
All right. Hold on one second. Hold on. Just give me a minute or we'll go into 5-minute recess. Everyone needs to cool off. Give us a minute. We're going to go into timeout. Okay? No, I think the feeling was that, you were saying, oh, have you talked to anyone? Have you talked to anyone? Is it not appropriate to talk about this so they can collectively come up with whoever might want it or be most suited or?
I mean, if I'm being considered, I want to be part of the conversation with my colleagues and my supervisor, so
Right.
that's just my personal opinion.
Okay. And this is a little bit different. I want to just point out, this is important to point out. This is different than selecting a city manager, because we do get names when it comes to selecting a city manager.
That's right.
So just to clarify for the record, this is an interim, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Interim, so just to clarify, in an interim, the incumbent, or Ms. Bryant, would keep her assistant city manager job, and she would step out of that and act basically interim. So she's not formally filling the job, I guess, like we would under charter, right? That's why we have a recruitment.
Yeah.
Not part of this subject, but the recruiter will be in touch with you to talk about the process for the permanent appointment.
Okay, so then to Councilmember Reese's point about the pay, if her pay were to change temporarily, then does she get reset back to her current position?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay. Any more questions? Councilwoman Ebert, any more questions? No. No? Okay, you doing okay? Calm down, it's okay. You're all right. All right, here we go. All right, Councilman Taylor. Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, thank you. I think the only thing I'll add to the conversation is that normally staff always gives us recommendations, and at the end of the day, we have the decision. We get to make that decision here on the dais, and so despite these illusions that are getting propagated about something going on underneath the surface, I think that this is normal from what I have seen over the past year and a half on my time on the dais. So I appreciate you doing the work, in the interim, to get us to this point and making that recommendation. And so at this point, we can decide to either agree with your recommendation or change it up a little bit. I'm not saying I want to do that, Jackie. I think I want to support you in doing that.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure at this moment. I want to support you doing that. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Okay, Councilman Brackus.
Yeah, I want to go back to the process. On April 8th, a day after he said resignation, a memo was written by staff saying they'd bring an item for our selection. But somehow in between, it appears that the mayor and Mr. Thornley decided that staff was going to talk among themselves and recommend one to us. And that should have happened in public forum.
But that's what we're doing now.
No, we're not.
Yes.
Right now, we have an up or down on Miss Bryant being the interim. We were going to, in May, talk about the selection. You gave direction with Mr. Thornley for staff to talk about, among themselves, about who wanted to do this. And that is wrong. We are the council. We should have had a public process about who we were going to fill and how we were going to go about filling it. We could have said, look, we're going to want to leave it open. Some organizations do, recruitments, apply. We could have had an application point where Miss Bryant could have put it in. Some people could have talked to her and said, I'd love to see you put in for it. But we could have done it transparently with an application process for an interim appointment. We could have had the discussion about asking Bob Murray, hey, Bob Murray, or whoever you wanted to use, do you have any candidates who could apply? We could have been very transparent. And the problem with this is, well, one, it seems like there were a lot of closed door, walk-in quorum discussions.
Yeah.
But also, it's too late, and now we're up or down on a vote. And I think it really bodes poorly for how we do business here in moving forward with the permanent selection. If we can't even get this one right, which I find very flawed, to have staff, a department head coming forward with their own recommendation for one person without the council having the ability to have the discussions on how we wanted to do these options. And, it's the last day, he's out the door, unless the mayor did a special meeting for us to talk about this. We have to do this today, but I'm not going to support it. And I am very concerned that there were walking quorum decision-making being made by members of the council on this.
Again. Okay, thank you. Are you finished?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. It's constant insinuation of backdoor deals and a walking quorum. None of that exists that I am aware of. None of that. And this is exactly why we bring these issues forward right now, right here, because you could vote up, you could vote down, you could give direction and say, You know what, Norma? That's not how I think. I would like to see you come back with 10 names, bring them back. That's what the opportunity is here today. But you have someone that actually wants you to believe that there's something going on behind the scenes that is completely nefarious, and also just the constant insinuations of, there's all these things going on secretly behind closed doors, conspiracy theories at City Hall. It gets really, really old. And part of that might be because she doesn't get to have communication with others because of sort of the level of hostility that gets sort of brought up continuously. So that's what the option is for the council. Am I correct, Norma? We could literally say, go get us 10 names, bring them forward. You could vote for Jackie, you could vote against Jackie. Isn't that what we're doing here today? Can you clarify for me? Because I'm getting really confused.
That is my understanding. Really, it's the discretion of council how you want to move forward.
Right, so there's none of this, it didn't come on, and Doug and I had this private conversation. It's not like that. So there you go. It's just constantly trying to undermine the city and the rest of the council, to be honest. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to sort of resituate something and think about when we made our last interim appointment, which was when Chief Soto actually was the interim city manager for a period of time. We didn't have a big executive recruitment. We didn't put it out to the universe. And as I recall, Ms. Breckus was the one who very much supported Chief Soto being made the interim person. So this claim that we've somehow done something different than we have ever done is fabricated, suggestive of a willful disregard of reality. And the truth is that you've done everything right, Ms. Santoyo. You've done exactly what, I'm not even sure, I recall the April memo. I'm not sure that was intended to be the 10 commandments written in stone for people to interpret as they have tonight. But I can tell you, you've done everything right. Our body now has to choose what we want to do here today. I think I talk to our city managers and directors multiple times a week. I ask them, check in with them, what projects I'm working on. Of course, I asked Ms. Bryant whether or not she was up for the task, because I want to make sure that we're not setting people up to fail or we're not asking too much of them. And quite frankly, given this discussion, if I were Ms. Bryant, I would run from the building screaming.
I was thinking that too. I was like, maybe you don't really want to do
She is a gracious person to a fault. She's absolutely the right person for us to be an interim city manager, and so I'm excited that she might even consider it. I'm prepared to make a motion, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we are ready to make a motion. You've had 2 rounds, you've had 2 rounds, you've had 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 2 rounds. Okay, we're good to go. All right, give me a motion, Mr. Reese.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Who are you?
I move to
We're just
approve
here too long,
the
too late.
appointment of Jackie Bryant as interim city manager effective July 8th, 2024, at the same rate of pay as the current city manager.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Reese.
Second.
I have a second discussion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to support, the statement that, we could have done anything else. No, the only option here is presentation, discussion, and potential appointment of Jackie Bryan. It doesn't say or others, or to discuss another process. This is how this filling is the only option before us.
lie.
And I feel
That's
it's
a lie.
very wrong that the council has not had the opportunity to have a broader discussion about how they'd like to fill this interim appointment. And the agenda item was populated by the mayor and staff. And, who else got, discussed or gave their, I'm okay with that nod? It wasn't me, because it never came to me. And, if there were serial discussions, are you okay with this? Are you okay with that? That's called a walking quorum, and it's a open meeting violation. So I really hope that it didn't come to that. Okay. I will vote no.
You've got to stop with the insinuating and lying. You're out and outright lying. That's a lie.
Well,
Not
I just
that is
don't-
no, and it's constant. we're constantly, and everyone's like, oh, just shut up, just go along to get along, and don't say anything about whenever things are inaccurate, and they're not right. And they're not right. That is not right, and you know it.
Well, I bring it up, Madam Mayor,
No,
because Ms. Santoyo is a
it's
professional.
It's my time. It's my time. As you remind me, it's your time. It is not right, it's inaccurate, and it's a lie, Councilwoman Breckus, and you know it is. And you constantly do that to undermine the council. And so everyone can go out there and say, how dare, this council? And you do it all the time, and it's not accurate, and it's a way to undermine the city and everyone else that works hard here at City Hall. There's a $2,200-page report that shows that, and I have to call it out because everyone has been saying, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't do this, just move on. No, but when it's inaccurate to that level, I'm sorry, it's a lie, and you know better. All right, we're done. All right, I have a motion and a second. Do you want
I
to go?
had a discussion, yeah. So I'm not trying to fan any flames here, and I'm not trying to make any kind of accusation or anything. I'm being 100% honest in how I feel as a relatively new council member who has not been through this process. I'm being honest here when I say we've been through appointments, and we typically have a list of people to choose from for appointments. We have one staff report for one person. I'm not saying anything nefarious happened to get here, but from my perspective, it did feel like there was something that I wasn't aware of. It just seems different than our other appointments. And I'm not saying that to be mean or conspiratorial. Like, I truly didn't know if I was missing something. And Jackie, this is no disrespect to you whatsoever, but because there wasn't like, oh, here's the 3 assistant city managers, we're gonna, go over their resumes or whatever, it kind of felt like that step had happened, but I didn't know about it. So I'm just saying that just to clarify where I was coming from, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm just trying to be honest with what I felt like, and I'm not trying to make enemies.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Ebert, and thank you for your concern and articulating it the way that you did. So I will just clear the deck here. Norma and Doug did their due diligence and inquired as to were there options. There were none.
There were none.
None.
Because no one really wanted to do it.
And here we are with one option, and it was not that there was a walking quorum or a backdoor deal decision. It was there were not 3 options or 2 to put before you.
No one
That's what
wanted to do
happened.
it.
Well, what about asking Bob Murray or one of the recruiters for an interim placement? That was an option.
But that's what we're doing. But listen,
it's an
that's
up or
what
down
we're
vote.
doing. You can give direction. We do it all the time, Councilman Breckus. I don't want to keep going on and on and on. But we do change course all the time. When there's a motion, we modify motions, we add things, we subtract things. So it happens all the time. We can change course at any time. But how sad is that? We really had only one person that, I guess, said they would take it on, because I know how challenging it is. This has been a challenging council. I think today has kind of shown, that we're very, very fragmented. And I'm so sorry, Jackie, and I'm embarrassed, and I want to apologize to you. And I think you're an amazing leader, and we're super fortunate to have you. So I want to be extremely supportive, because it's been a very tough ride for a long time.
I appreciate it, but it's past my bedtime, so we should wrap
So I have a
this
motion
meeting
and a
up.
second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Councilwoman Ebert, were you yes or no? Okay, thanks. All right, now we've got one more. Poor Mickey is like, oh no, not now, not no. Anyway, no, we're excited to have you present. This is always one of my favorite presentations. So come on up. Do we have any public comment? No? Seeing there none? Okay. You should have had like your mom, your dog, your brother, your sister. Oh, they're here to public comment. See, you got to get up and say, my daughter's amazing. No.
Give
yes.
me 1 second, Madam Mayor. Sorry about that. Just
okay.
locating the document.
Bless you.
No, Madam Mayor, at this time, we do not have any public comment. Is there any on Zoom? No, Madam Mayor, we do not have public
I
comment.
guess with that last item, we were trying to not embarrass ourselves and show that we didn't have anyone that wanted to do it. Jackie did not want to probably do it. You have not received any public comment. Okay.
No, we do not. Thank you.
Take it away.
Okay.
It's all you.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Cody Freeman, HR Business Partner for the City of Reno HR Department. It's been about a year since I've been up here, so it's nice seeing everybody again. Today, I'm going to present on, I guess this evening, I'm going to present on item G1. That's the 360-degree performance evaluation for the city clerk, and I'm going to provide everybody with a hopefully very brief and short summary of the stakeholder feedback. First, I wanted to talk a little bit about the process and what went into it. And so it was a 360-degree review. It was facilitated by the Human Resources Department. And we broke it out into 3 sections. External stakeholders, those are individuals outside of the organization that work closely with the city clerk. Internal, those are inside. The internal stakeholders are inside the organization that work closely with the clerk. And then there was a desire from council last year to break out council and carve them out. So we listened to that and we made sure that council had their own carved out survey. Everybody had 11 days to complete the survey, and we sent out several reminders throughout that to make sure that everyone who wanted to submit a response did. What went into the criteria? We rated everything from it exceeds expectations to no basis for judgment. And what no basis for judgment simply means is that the person completing the review did not have the opportunity to work with the clerk in that scenario. So they didn't have a basis for judgment to fill out that portion. We also looked at 5 areas: communication, interpersonal, leadership, innovation, management, and we had a field for open comments, and you're going to see those comments spread throughout the PowerPoint as well. The results. For communication skills, we decided to look at fundamentals of oral communication and written communication, along with the ability to present effective and quality presentations in public settings. You'll see on the screen in front of you, 95% of stakeholders feel the city clerk exceeds or meets expectations. And again, on the right side, you'll see a theme here: about 4% answered no basis for judgment. Next, we looked at interpersonal skills and relationship summaries. When we looked at this category, there was a focus on the ability to gain trust, relate well to others, foster positive working relationships with council, colleagues, community organizations, and government agencies. You'll find on this screen that 86% of the stakeholders feel the city clerk exceed or meet expectations. Again, with about 13% over on the right side answering no basis for judgment. Next, we looked at leadership. When examining leadership, that included the ability to make decisions in a timely manner, use sound judgment in decision-making, and stay current on management practices and techniques to increase the value brought to the city. In front of you, you see 89% of stakeholders feel the city clerk exceeds or meets expectations, with about 11% there on the right for no basis for judgment. The next category was innovation, and this category focused on the ability to exhibit short-term and long-term forward-thinking approaches and being receptive to change and new ideas. 85% of stakeholders feel the city clerk exceeds or meets expectations, with about 13% on the right, 14% answering no basis for judgment. The final category, management. When looking at management, that focused on being knowledgeable of the city charter, possessing the ability to delegate authority and grant authority at proper times, and operate with sound judgment in the evaluation of when the delegation is appropriate. Stakeholders found that the city clerk exceeds or meets expectations 82% of the time, with 18% of them answering no basis for judgment. At this time, this concludes my summary of stakeholder feedback, and I would like to invite City Clerk Mickey Huntsman to the podium to present the final item of the day, her self-evaluation.
Last but not least, we saved the best for last. There you go. Cody, great job. Cody, you did an excellent job. I love how you presented. Were you nervous?
On and off.
You don't seem like it. You seem so like calm and cool. I thought you did a great job. All right. Mickey, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, I'm Mickey Huntsman, your Reno City Clerk. I'd just like to acknowledge I'm also very tired. I was at elections.
I know you are.
All day
Oh, that's
yesterday
right.
and all night last night, so.
What time did you get home?
We left there a little after midnight, like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I knew that was a long.
Which I'm normally like a 8 p.m. or
Yeah,
so.
right. So you are
A little
really
sleepy
tired today.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, you're going to be great. Go for it.
And I just want to acknowledge the respondents. They only had 11 days, and to get that many people responding, I'm very appreciative of that, especially my fellow clerks. I know only 7 of them got back to us, but it is election season. Early voting was happening during this time, and a lot of them were at a conference in Canada. So I just want to say thank you to them for taking the time to do the thing, because we're all very busy. Madam Mayor, City Council members, and esteemed colleagues and valued citizens, it's both an honor and a privilege to stand here before you today to reflect on the progress we've made over the past year and also to set goals for this upcoming season. I love quotes. I love how they encapsulate an essence of an idea, and each year you all probably know that I start my presentation off with a quote. And this one this year really struck me. So with that, welcome to my book club. My staff is listening, and they're probably all cringing because they've been through so many with me. But with this quote, and with your permission, I'd like to start by reviewing the last 365 pages of my story. Oh, sorry. So before you now is my big 3 for year 3. So these were the goals that I set for myself last year. And on reflecting upon these, I'm really proud to say that my team relentlessly pursued the achievement of these goals. In the first area of enhancing services, one of the many ways we enhanced services in the last year yielded remarkable results. You may remember that I brought forward last year that we were performing a review that we collaborated with Chief Nance and the command staff on with RPD to assess their current practices of the records team. I could not have imagined the success that we would see from this effort. Through just slight restructuring and process modification, the city has seen a 90% reduction in the completion time for RPD records requests. I honestly could not have done it without the support and the support of the leadership team in RPD records, which is Mina, Mary, Doreen, and Lynn. Also with Assistant Chief Ollie Miller, he was phenomenal through the process and very supportive. And finally with Chief Larson, honestly, we could not have made changes and seen this improvement without their help. And now I'm happy to say that we're ensuring access to crucial RPD records to the citizens of Reno in a much quicker and efficient way. In the second space, equity in government, when I set out with this goal last year, it seemed more like I would be trying to fill something in a DEI space, working with Cynthia Esparza on the language access plan, finding better ways to connect with the community in city council meetings. And while we did some of that, it really panned out differently than I thought. Most of my time and efforts were spent working with other city clerks across Nevada for equity and simplicity with candidate filing and voter access. The Washoe County Registrar of Voters and the Secretary of State's office were really receptive to the feedback that the city clerks were providing. And there's a lot of work still to be done in this area, but I am proud of the progress that we have made over the last 12 months. And finally, last year I wanted to tackle technology enhancements or improvements. And to be honest, I have no idea what I was thinking. I don't work in IT. I don't manage IT. Craig isn't in the room, but honestly, if he's listening and hiring, he wouldn't want me. I'm just kidding. It's fine. But in these spaces that we have decision and influence, we did accomplish quite a bit. It's new and we're still learning about the technology in chambers, but honestly, it's awesome. The changes have been phenomenal. We have less gremlins in the room. We have less tech issues. And I was really happy and honored that IT came alongside the clerk's office to be able to launch a system in this room that has been seamless. And in addition to just the mics and the screens, we also now have technologies to assist with the hearing impaired community that launched a few weeks ago. And so we're really excited that we were able to work with them to get that moving. The city team that manages and maintains city records is simply incredible. This is not limited to my 4 employees, but also to the IT team that also supports us. The on-base team went through a system upgrade this year. While on its face sounds like a restart button, refreshing of your web page, but the reality was they spent 3 months prepping for the upgrade. They spent 3.5 months testing the upgrade in a test system before we actually pushed it out to the staff, and then about 2.5+ months actually working through the bugs once it actually went live. And so just the amount of work that takes in addition to their daily tasks was just a huge undertaking, and I'm so proud that they were able to do that. And so nothing with technology is easy, but honestly, I'm glad that I took on this task. And you will see that because it is here, it will continue on to my upcoming goals for this year because technology changes. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we stay fresh in this space. Now, my numbers may not have shown it, but my closing thoughts for this last year, I just want to acknowledge that it also presented some challenges. As the city clerk, I recognize that I did have more on my plate than ever before. And some areas where I feel like I generally soar may have dipped. To know me is to know that I love this organization and I love my team, but the communication and collaboration at times have suffered because of busyness and imbalances of my priorities. And so to those who are impacted, primarily my staff, I would just like to say that I'm sorry. And to this body and to my colleagues, please know that I'm committed to finding a better balance in this upcoming season. So the last of my highlights for 23 and 24 is to mention and highlight my exceptional team. They're a group of women whose dedication has propelled us into new heights. Together, we processed a record-breaking 22,350 records requests, which do not include subpoenas, which were about 50 additional summons or subpoenas for records. Our parking services team serviced over 1,200 customers with residential parking permits, citation appeals, or about 5,000 plus or minus customers for payments in sewer, so on and so forth. My team processed admin and council's appeals. They accepted decision letters, publicly noticed hearings and meetings, honestly wrangled their chaos creating a boss, all while just providing outstanding customer service to our constituency day after day. And I wouldn't be successful without them. I love them, and I am so proud of them. But let's be honest, it was not all work. There was lots of play. So the Reno City Clerk's Office proudly celebrated the 55th birthday of Professional Municipal Clerks Week with an event we dubbed Clerkchella. We traveled through musical eras and genres, fostered camaraderie, and had just a blast doing so. We were like fighting criminals on Cowboy Day. We had Headbanger Day. We handed out candygrams on Retro Day. It was a good time. And so that leaves us looking forward to the unwritten pages of this upcoming year. With City Manager Thornley departing and at least one new City Council member joining the board, identifying my upcoming goals brought on its own set of emotions and challenges. I consistently tell my team to find their why. Meaningful change happens with a focal point. And so this is how I've landed on my 24, 25 areas of focus. Before I get into my goals, please pin these 6 areas as I'll focus on these as I pursue my goals for this upcoming year. Under number 1, I've identified change management. Inevitably, the next year for the city of Reno will be consumed with managing the changes happening to it. Mr. Thornley has done an incredible job at creating processes, establishing working paths for projects, and creating a culture unique in municipal government. I know that you all have the impossible task, as we just heard, of replacing someone so special, and I hope, and my hope is just to support this organization by approaching this change with intentionality, empathy, and strategic planning. Reno and its employees often know how to position themselves because we live in an ever-changing landscape. And to me, this looks like more mentorship opportunities, both for myself seeking mentorship, but also providing mentorship to the people in this organization and outside of it. It looks like clearer communication, more opportunities for engagement in the right spaces, resiliency, and mostly just support. Number 2 is continuity in government. I used to watch my predecessor, and still do, in her new role as ACM, pursue continuity in government with vigor. How can we expect our constituency to understand and support its local government when we all manage practices completely different? We see this happening specifically in the space of public records, day in and day out, and frankly, it's unfair. Clerks play a crucial role in their organizations by setting the tone, and my commitment to this change is the consistency in messaging and the visible support to the fundamental change that we need to see happen. I'm excited to face these obstacles. I'm excited to spend more time at the legislature, just having more of those conversations, and just working with the city manager's office and our government team to just make sure that we are actually a part of that conversation and that we are driving the change rather than allowing the change to continue happening to us. And finally, it's the technology enhancements. And so, again, without a ton of detail in this specific space, I really want to focus efforts on our boards and commissions, application acceptances and processing, member training, and website management. We are looking forward to launching a citywide parking service platform. This would essentially be a one-stop solution for to improve the customer experience and then also improve the internal workflows for parking. And then finally, working on a customer-facing payment portal so that there is one allocated location for our customers and our constituency to be able to come and just pay their bills. So in closing, I just want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your unwavering support of me. Together, I am confident that we will continue to serve our community with excellence and integrity in the years to come. And here are your next steps. And when you're ready for it, we have a motion.
Well, this is interesting because you work for the council. I was going to say, Norma, because first of all, I think you've done a phenomenal job. I love how you are training every single person in your department so that you can duplicate yourself. That shows strong leadership and confidence. I mean, really, honestly, Mickey, there is nothing that I could say about you that, the only thing is maybe I would allow you to cut off council members so I don't look like the bad guy all the time because they think that I'm being mean and nasty when I'm trying to be fair to everyone. Maybe here, it's going to be your job. But thank you so much. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, I'm going to send it to you.
I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's such a huge, task that you have with, you're the clerk, but what does that mean, right? All the records and, the payment system that you're working on and the staff and everything. And I don't think people really realize how much you do for the city and for the staff here and for us. And I just really appreciate your work. And it's really apparent how much you love it. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate working with you. So thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to be brief because the hour is late, but I do want to acknowledge how important this is, and each year I know that you may not look forward to it, but I do. As Madam Mayor said, we have two employees, the city manager and the city clerk, and so in that regard, I take a great deal of pride in the fact that we have you and you have been so tremendous for this organization. I want to encourage you to continue to seek opportunities to learn and grow. I think everyone, especially when you get to the level you are and you're leading whole groups of people and you're a leader among your peers in this state, it can be easy to think like, hey, I've arrived. And I know that that's not true for you because you always are trying to find the latest book to read and read with your team and do these great things. But you have to also take time for yourself. And in that regard, I'll say that you should investigate whatever professional development opportunities you can. I would throw Harvard in there as an example. There were several clerks in my cohort, and they were people doing the same kind of work. And really, it's just an opportunity to grow your individual network and also to learn a lot more about the craft. Second is your team is often the first people that I interact with in the morning and also the first team that anyone interacts with, of people who come in from the street because they're right there inside the door, and sometimes their business is with the clerk's office. And I can tell you, because your leadership style is so engaging, it spills out into your coworkers and colleagues, and they just seem to have such a good attitude, and they're just working so diligently, and we've tasked them with a lot of varied things. And so I know that you give a lot of credit to your team, but a good team doesn't happen by accident. So you have to take some credit for it, but it's also me acknowledging how incredible I think they are at their craft and what they're doing. So kudos to the entire team. The third thing, and because you mentioned it in your presentation, I'll say is about technology. I think this is an area where we as a city can get better, and it's kind of like the confluence between IT and your office. Part of it is I think we have not yet figured out all the things that can be done with our program software that we use in council, and so I'd like to figure out that in next year. And again, I'm getting really granular and nitty-picky because there's so many good things. And Madam Mayor said, what could we say? I just think you've done a tremendous job. So instead, I've got a poem for you. So I wrote, in Reno's halls there dwells a name, Mickey Huntsman, a clerkly fame. With diligence and grace she steers the ship, through paperwork's waves never a slip. In files and folders her kingdom lies, each document placed with careful eyes. From permits to ballots she tends with care, ensuring Reno's affairs are always fair. With a smile and a laugh she tackles each task, no challenge too great, no question too bask. In Mickey's hands records find their home, in Reno's heart her dedication is shown. So here's to Mickey, the city's own star, guiding Reno with talents afar. In her hands the city finds its groove, with Mickey's touch Reno will always improve. Thank you, ChatGPT, for the help.
I love it. I love it. That's so great.
And I do, Madam Mayor, for my colleagues' benefit, I do have a recommendation which I think would come with the motion practice, but I thought I could come to that in the second round.
Right. All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mickey, it's a pleasure to work with you and your team. I sometimes lose sight of everything that you do, and it's a good reminder to see your accomplishments and what you and your team have done over the last year, and it's very impressive. I often look at what you're doing over here and trying with all the things that we are throwing at you, and that's first of mind for me. And you do a tremendous job at that, and so do your folks. Looking at the back end of things, there's so much more that you do that is valuable to the city and valuable to our community. And I said it last year, we are lucky to have you. And I'm really pleased with all of the work that you do, all of the work that your team does. As Councilman Reese said, when I walk in on the second floor, it is the joy of the day. To see you and everybody's helping somebody, and it's just the face that it's the face of the city that I want people to see. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor and Ms. Huntsman. Thank you for the presentation. Just want to highlight, some of the accomplishments that you had already put in here, but over 22,000 record requests that your team has processed. And I was reading your self-evaluation. I think you were very analytical and truthful and really using your own knowledge of your field and your profession and how you can improve. And so I like what you said about mentoring folks within your group and outside the organization, and making sure that you're also receiving that sort of mentorship to grow. And that just takes a strong, dedicated leader like yourself to continue doing the work that you do, helping more than 5,000 of our residents come through City Hall and being one of the first public-facing, departments that we have. I think it's important of the team that you've built. I know they're always very friendly, very engaging, and you have a lot of multilingual folks in your department. And I know that helps bring more people in as they continue to navigate our processes. So continue to do the great work. Continue to look for ways to expand and increase technology and the way that you manage your team. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say last year when you asked for a raise commensurate with the finance director, I didn't support it because I just don't think the clerk's job has the scope of responsibilities and equal compensation. I think that's consistent with, how other cities operate. But having said that, so I think it was a little awkward, between us for a while, but I really do think you do a good job. I've tried to, I did my evaluation late this year. I was on vacation. I apologize. And if you have any, usually I meet with you before, but I didn't. But if you have any questions, and, 4 years ago, we had a vacancy in the Civil Service Commission, and we hired an interim placement, a woman who came from Long Beach to help work for the Civil Service for about 6 months or so. And I remember her telling me that in Long Beach, where she had just left, they had an interim placement for city manager, and the council went with the clerk to be the interim city manager. And I had thought that maybe the council was going to, have a discussion about how to fill, and I think you would have had the opportunity and the leadership and the equilibrium to step into that role if given that opportunity. I don't know if it was ever in your mind, it would ever went that way. But I think that that's, and I don't mean it to throw back to the council the process that we went over last time, but which, I said my comments on that, but really that's just the praise that I have for you, because I think that, I think you're doing a great job in the clerk's office. I'd encourage you to make a career of it and really be a shiner for that profession. But I think that you have other reach areas that you could have gone, and if the council had decided to have a discussion about, who they wanted, I would have thought that you could hold down the fort, for this organization. And I know you love it. So, keep doing that great work in the clerk. And I think you'll, have other opportunities to have a long, rewarding career here and build the needs, that are needed above and beyond, because I think you've got this clerk stuff down quite a bit. I'm not encouraging you to jump, but I think maybe there'll be another interim someday, because I think that you do very well and I think you have very good discernment.
Well, that was nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was good.
I wish we'd been able to talk about who we wanted to be interim.
But you could have. We had the discussion. Anyone could have been it. I don't care. Could have been Carl. Huh, Carl? No? You don't want it? All right. Mickey, what are we going to do with you?
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to
Yes, please do.
accept the city clerk's presentation.
Yes.
And believe that it is appropriate based on the factors identified in the overall evaluation metrics to propose a raise of 5%.
Okay. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Councilwoman Breckus? No? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mickey. You're one of those everyone just loves and adores, and you're just so nice to be around. Well, you have family here. I could ask them, and they're going to tell us the real deal,
Yeah, they'd
right?
be like, that's not true.
No.
You don't live with her.
But Mickey, yeah, you don't live with her. Thanks, Mickey, for everything. You're amazing, and we appreciate everything you've been doing for us. Have a good night. Go home, get some sleep.
Wait, we still have item J.
We have Jay, but let her go home. Okay.
It's okay, I'll go back and sit. All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we're on item H1, City Council comments.
I think we've had a lot of those today. A lot of us are tired and cranky and.
No
All I
comments?
would say is don't take it personal when you walk away. We should all get along, right? See, there you go. We're all.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, we're on
Okay.
item J1. We do have one public commenter here with us tonight, and if you're in Zoom and would like to make public comment, raise your hand. Pablo Nava Duran.
Pablo, you stayed with us all day long. You win the medal.
Yes, I do.
You win the Medal of Honor. Good for you.
Yep, so I stay here all day long. You know,
Impressed.
yeah, I'm impressed because it's my day off today, so.
Oh, bless your heart. And you chose to spend it with us, your day off.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Go ahead,
Oh, yeah,
Pablo.
so I wanted to see what city council, how work the city of Reno doing so far as so it goes. So about the neighborhood advisory board, the NAP one. So I live in Ward 3, so I could maybe apply it for NAP
Yes.
4. And
Yes.
then I was thinking,
Martinez.
so I have a question. So what happened? So with the NAP meeting, if a person who on in a NAP meeting, like Ward 5 current and Ward 5 meeting, their ward gonna be changing to Ward 1. Now they're Ward 1 meeting.
Right.
So I don't know what you're gonna do.
They just need to reapply to the new number,
Like
basically.
in November?
Yes, November,
All right.
when it takes place.
All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna apply for it in
Good.
November.
Okay, good.
All right. Sound good. And also, take some rest. Have a great summer.
Oh, thanks, Pablo. That's so kind of you. Likewise to you. Get some rest and have a great summer. And maybe on your days off, go do something that you just absolutely love to do instead of spending it here where we get all little. We get a little what? I don't know. Panicked. I don't know.
Right.
It's been a long one. Thanks so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor, additionally, for the record, we received 33 comments, which were general in nature or received after 4 p.m. yesterday, June 11th. 26 letters in favor, 3 in opposition, and 4 of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are a part of the record. So we're just looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh, I have a motion to adjourn.
Can we open it up for discussion? Just kidding.
There you go.
Just
I get
kidding.
a second
I'll
from Councilwoman Ebert and discussion. That was funny. That was very funny.
I'll
Good
second.
sense of humor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. I want to know what happens if I don't accept the motion. Can I keep you here all night?
I oppose. I want to just live here.
Night, John. Night, Carl.